Yo, man, and we are live, man. This is Set with Set and Comedian. I'm back with another one for y'all, bro. Today we got a good line up, man. It's gonna be great. And we got JD, boy. We got RFK, Larry Elder, man. We got Charlie Kirk, bro. Dan Bongino, Vivek with RFK on there. Oh man, y'all gonna love me for this one. Y'all gonna love me. We got, bro, NY COVID czar over here getting admitted for forcing vaccines on people. We're going in today, guys. We're going in. Let's get right into it.
Thank you. I'm very psyched to be here. I was coming in backstage. This is our 11th city we've been in. So you actually do drink Mountain Dew, you're not joking. Cans at the TV, feeling like a freak. It's most people in this country. And there's no greater blessing than knowing that.
We got our boy VANCE.
So on that note of totally non-political hope, I want to introduce Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio, running with Donald Trump. So you actually do drink Mountain Dew, you're not joking.
Diet Mountain Dew, yeah. Yeah, it's my favorite drink. You need a lot of caffeine on the campaign trail. Though it's interesting, it's become a bit of a thing because I probably had like one Diet Mountain Dew a week before I started running for vice president. And then I started talking about it, and then people always brought me Diet Mountain Dews, so now I drink like 3 of them a week. It's one of many ways in which my health has gotten much worse. But I will say,
you're not endorsing it from a medical standpoint, is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. But I will say, Tucker, it's awesome to be here, not just because I've been looking forward to this, but 2 hours ago, I was thinking to myself, I'm going to have to call Tucker and cancel. I'm not going to be able to come. And the reason is because we have our kids with us, and I took my boys on the campaign trail. We did a bunch of events all over Pennsylvania, which is a great state, and it's great to be here. And we go to Hershey Park, right, which is just across the street. Hershey Park's great. And my son says, my 7-year-old says, if I go on a roller coaster with you, you have to go on this spinny ride with me. And so, legitimately, it's one of these things where it's not just spinning around, but then the thing that you're sitting in is also spinning around. So it's like spinning within spinning. And legitimately, 3.5 seconds in, I think to myself, I'm going to throw up all over this ride. And
Hey, you're running for national office. I don't even know what I do for a living at this point. But
neither do I.
So it's always hard asking someone who's running for office, do you think you're going to win? Where are we? But I would say, and you explained this so well in a conversation we had recently, the polls really are designed to deceive, many of the public polls, probably not all, but many. Mm-hmm. And the campaigns, not just yours, but the Democrat Party's campaign, do have access to the most accurate polls. So, being as honest as you can be, where are we?
Where we are is we're going to win. And I feel 100% confident about that. If you go back in time 4 years, there was a poll in the run-up to the 2020 election, maybe the 2016 election actually, that had Donald Trump losing Wisconsin by 17 points, okay? And of course in 2016 he won the state of Wisconsin. And what you realize is the purpose of these polls is very often subversion. They're trying to depress you, so they put out a poll in Wisconsin that says Donald Trump is going to lose by 17 points, even though that's an election he eventually went on to win.
It's like they're trying to discourage certain voters from voting. It's like, well, your state's going in this direction anyway, so it's damn near like you're wasting your vote if you try to put it in. They're trying to give you that perception of, oh, well, your state's going for Kamala anyway, so what's the point of you voting? And come on now. They lying to y'all about some of these polls.
And I think that there's a lot of that happening right now, though I will say, even with the idea that the polls are fundamentally biased, we have internal polls that we pay a lot more money for because this is a very nerdy point, but you have to reach the right people to actually get an accurate poll. And because most Trump supporters, if you called my family members and said, hey, I'm from such and such research, are you going to vote for Donald Trump? They would say F you and hang up the phone, right? So because of that, it's very hard to poll actual Donald Trump supporters, but you can if you're willing to actually go out and seek those people and do the right things. And look, the internal polls are great. I think that we have to work our rear ends off over the next 45 days. And, you know, there's something really interesting about this election, Tucker, which is that if you sort of take the people who voted in 2020 versus the people who voted for Biden in 2020, the people who voted for Trump in 2020, we're probably about even there. Like I'd sort of give it a 50-50 chance, but there are a lot of marginal voters, meaning people who don't always show up to the polls. And if they show up, they're like 70-30 for Donald Trump. So it's basically, the name of the game is you can't get depressed and give up on your country. You have to get out there and vote, because
the name of the game is, well, what they're trying to get you to be is discouraged. They want you to be discouraged in your state, thinking that, well, my vote's not going to matter because my state is going towards Kamala. When really they're lying to you. It's a little bit more even than you think. Some of y'all are still battleground states, but if you read these polls, even Trump supporters read some of these polls and be like, damn, man, we losing over here. But that's not the case. To be honest with you, some of these states are a lot closer, or Trump is more far along than they'd like you to believe. So yeah, the name of the game is, well, lie to you so you feel discouraged.
Because if you do, we're going to win. So get out there and vote and we'll win. And
bro, it's like being on a football team or some type of sports team, and before you even show up to the game, everybody's telling you gonna lose. Man, newspaper telling you that your team gonna lose. Coach even telling you that, I ain't gonna lie, they pretty good. We might lose, but we gonna try our best. What you gonna think?
Look, the story of basically the last 30 years, in my view, is that our leadership has turned the American people into paupers in their own country, right? You're not going to own anything. No way you're going to own a house, because the leadership has made it way too expensive to buy a house, and plus interest rates are too high. You're not going to have real public safety in your communities, because we're going to import 25 million people. We're going to overstress the legal system. We're going to overstress the police system. You're not actually going to have a decent job, because we want to ship way too many middle-class jobs off to China, off to Mexico. And so the American people, I think, they're fed up with it. They're saying, we don't give a shit what you think about us. We're going to vote for our own interests, and we're going to vote to save our country. But the thing that is really meaningful, and you know, if I worry about anything, it's that we're going to get lazy and we're going to rest on our laurels, and we're not going to get out there and actually pound the pavement and vote. There are way too many people who know that the country is broken, who know that Kamala Harris would make a terrible president, but they have to actually get out there and do the thing that all of us have to do, which is vote. It's very simple.
We did an interview a couple of weeks ago with a woman called Casey Means. She's a Stanford-educated surgeon, and really one of the most remarkable for the level. Thinking about ever since is the co-founder of a healthcare technology.
I got you.
Correct. So just to put it in one sentence, you got Bobby Kennedy.
Bro, we're about to go through all of Tucker's most banger guests this stream, bro. We're about to have some fun tonight, guys. Let's go. And some crazy clips I got for y'all.
And they got Dick Cheney and his horrible daughter.
A hell of a trade, by the way.
But make sure to like the video. Let's get more people in on the conversation, man. Double tap the screen, or go ahead and get those 3 dots up in there in the corner, man. Let's go. And if you want to super chat in, just $1 and up, any question, comment, or joke. Appreciate you.
Take that trade every day and twice on Sunday.
And I didn't mean to, I can't remember her name, so I'm going to go with horrible daughter. I think it's fair. How would you describe that realignment? Like, what is that?
Well, I think there are a couple things going on. So first of all, if you spend any time in professional Washington, which I've spent a couple years there, you realize that one of the things that gives a lot of people meaning is like playing a chess game with the lives of other people's children, right? And of course, if you think like that, you're kind of a sicko and you shouldn't be anywhere near power. But Washington is full of people who really like to go out and play strategic games with the lives of other people's children. And there's probably nobody who better represents that, of course, than Liz and Dick Cheney, who their entire politics for the past 30 years has been using American power to inflame tensions in the world, to draw the United States deeper and deeper into foreign conflicts, which either shouldn't exist at all, or certainly the United States shouldn't have any business in. And I think that and I think so. That's one thing that's going on is if you don't think the United States should get involved in every stupid war in the world, then you're a Republican. And if you think the United States should send billions of dollars and tons of innocent Americans to die in some...
Yeah, under the mantra of, we can't let Putin take Ukraine. We can't let it happen. I mean, at the risk of what? At the risk of what? What? American lives, tax dollars? Like, come on now. Like, you say it, but at the risk of what?
Foreign country, then you're going to be a Democrat. And that's kind of crazy, right? Because it was sort of exactly the opposite probably 40, 50 years ago. But then there are two other big issues. The three things that really matter. One is foreign policy. Our side, I think, is rational and restrained. We don't want to fight every ridiculous war, and we're like worried about getting involved in World War III because we should be, because we have nuclear weapons now, right. And you have to be cautious about that stuff. The second big issue is, in my view, over immigration. Right? If you sort of look at the Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney view, their basic argument is, let's flood the United States with millions upon millions of foreign laborers because that's good for business. And there are those of us who are saying, well, is it actually good for social cohesion? Isn't it good for workers? Ooh. Hell no, so we're not going to accept that.
Oh, that was smart. That was smart. He's like, okay, so for these companies that's trying to over here putting in immigrants, then trying to lie to y'all saying that, oh, it's helping the economy. I'm like, no, it destroys social cohesion. So everybody socially is all effed up. It does take away jobs from Americans, U.S. citizens. So it's kind of like, man, it's damn near like fudging the unemployment rate. It's almost like that. It's like, yeah, so if we account for actual U.S. citizens that have jobs, then it'd be a lot lower because, well, we're giving some of these jobs to immigrants just to make them citizens. So in a way, aren't we kind of finessing the actual employment rate of U.S. citizens? In my opinion, we are.
The third thing, and the third thing that I think really divides the parties, and it's like me, Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump, we're sort of all on the same page on this, is do you think that the United States should ship its entire industrial base to foreign countries, some of which hate us? And if you think that's insane, like I do, then you're going to vote for Donald Trump. And if you think it's a great idea to ship our industrial base overseas, you're welcome in the party of Kamala Harris and Dick Cheney. And that's basically it. And those three issues, Tucker, have divided people, I think have divided the entire country, but actually only the leadership class. Because I actually think that like 70% of Americans agree with our viewpoint on these issues. I just think that the leadership of this country has gotten so deranged that they convince themselves that...
People don't even know on the other side what they're really like, standing on. Like, if you ask any Trump, any Kamala supporter, and they'll sit here and tell us straight to our face that, oh, he's not talking policies, but he's talking policies. And, all they're voting on is a one-issue policy. They're one-issue voters, but we got people who's actually caring about America, actually trying to get things all right over here. But, abortion, man, what else, man? Because really it's just like they're just riding on abortion and racial politics. Project 2025, like, bro, they're running on what? Race and lies.
There's a great American majority for fighting a ton of wars, importing a ton of illegal aliens, and shipping all the jobs overseas, and I just don't think there is.
I would say it's higher than 70% consensus, and you know that because the advocates of the positions you just described will never admit that they're advocating for them. No one will ever say, yeah, we just brought in.
Yeah, and people don't even know what Trump and Vance is really standing on to be like, to even not vote for them. I'm like, dog, if you actually hear what they're saying, you would agree. You would agree that, yeah, bro, it was not a good idea to go make these corporations flee overseas. Let's try to bring them back. Let's work on policies that bring these corporations back instead of making it harder for them to do business. And Kamala, well, she ran the state that was driving out all types of businesses that made it harder for them to do business. So why are we trusting her to not do that with the United States? Like, come on, think about it. She did it with California. She can do it with the entire United States.
Tens of millions of illegal aliens, they lie about the fact they did it. So clearly there's no constituency for that.
No, that's exactly right. And, this has been a big issue with some of the microscope that's been put on communities that have accepted a large number of Haitian migrants in the past couple of years. So in Springfield, Ohio, about 20,000. There's a community in Pennsylvania that's, I think, it's accepted about 2,500 in a town of about 4,000 people.
Damn.
So there are people who say that this is fundamentally necessary because unless you import all of these people, that there aren't going to be any jobs. And I actually think that sort of gets it exactly upside down. The reason why people left these communities is because our leadership shipped all of their jobs to Mexico and China and other countries. So if you want to fix the problem, bring economic prosperity back to our country. Don't bring 2,500 or 25,000 foreign laborers into small town America.
And then gaslight us and say, oh, they're here to fix the economy. I'm like, bro, the American people can do that on our own. We don't need immigrants from another country to do that. And anybody who tells you that, well, they're low-key anti-American. They most likely either may be of immigrant descent and just hate Americans for some reason. Like, you know, there was somebody on live stream now trying to argue that, oh, migrants are 3 times less likely to commit more crime. And, well, if you want to compare 350 million people crime statistics to 37, I mean, look, 350 million to 37 million. And we want to compare crime statistics on those uneven, test samples. Well, I would say the sample groups. Like, come on now.
Amen. But it also raises I think, an even deeper philosophical question, which is, who are you serving? Who's your loyalty to? I don't care how screwed up and fentanyl-ridden and post-industrial your little town is. The people who live there are American citizens, and they own the government. And so the people in charge have to care about them. But they don't at all. They care about their donors who think that their businesses will benefit from importing an entirely new class of workers. But aren't our leaders required to care about the current occupants of those towns?
To be honest, and as people, bro, we need to take more accountability for what these businesses do. We honestly shouldn't even do business with any company that turns their back on the U.S. citizens to invite in a whole bunch of migrants. Bro, that company in Springfield damn near should be boycotted just on the fact that you turn your back on American citizens, you put in all these immigrants, and then you want to go gaslight the people of your city, which are U.S. citizens. I mean, that deserves a boycott, if not at least canceled.
I would think so. Well, here's one way I'd put it is, and I picked this up, this is actually when we became friends initially, right, is we were at some massive bankers conference, and I had just written Hillbilly Elegy.
I feel dirty thinking about it, yeah.
And I realized that what I had done in Hillbilly Elegy was write a very personal story about my grandmother and my mom and my sister, and there's sort of triumph and there's trial, and my mom struggled with addiction and then she got clean, and my grandmother raised me, and it was very much a personal story. And what I realized at that conference, and at others like it, is that a lot of our leaders liked the book not because they really sort of sympathized with the story, but because it gave them an opportunity. They'd pick one paragraph out and say, oh, well, this thing shows that these middle American, working class people are bad, or they're racist, or they're not worth focusing our attention on, or we shouldn't save their jobs, or whatever. They use as an excuse to ignore the citizens of their own country. And I started to feel kind of dirty about participating in this way that our leaders used my book to try to look down on their fellow citizens rather than maybe learn something about their fellow citizens and recommit them to making their lives better. And that fundamental breakdown you see in our politics all the time, Tucker, because look, there is nothing that pisses off America's leadership class. There's nothing that angers Kamala Harris more than when a working class person in the heartland of this country complains about what a bad job she's doing. And when you think about this charge that our leaders constantly make, they'll say, well, you don't want 20,000 low-wage migrants showing up in your town. You don't want to be evicted from your home to make way for 4 Haitian families who, by the way, are violating zoning laws to live in this house. You're a racist. That's what they'll say.
Yep.
Now think about.
Yep, if you complain about the crime statistic about these immigrants, they'll say, well, immigrants are 3 times less likely to commit crime. And it's so crazy. I actually looked into that study. I actually did a very deep dive into the study. I wanted to see how they did their numbers, see if they did their t-tests correctly, and they didn't. They didn't. So if anybody y'all know about statistics, when you compare 2 groups for a statistical measure, you have to make sure that the sample sizes of the groups are even. One side can't be 37 million and the other side is like, well, 300 million. You can't compare those sample size and not expect to come out with a biased result. And that is pretty much what that test was done on. No matter where you go. They even did a test for Texas where they said, well, in Texas, immigrants are 3 times less likely to commit crime. Okay, so we're comparing 30 million Texans to 5.1 million immigrants. So if I just had, I don't know, a box of pens, right? And we just go ahead and we just drop about, I don't know, 30 million blue pens for U.S. citizens and a bunch of black pens for the immigrants. If I ruffle my hands around there and every time I pull out a pen, that's a criminal. What are the odds that I'm most likely going to pick out of that 30, million blue pens of U.S. citizens? Pretty much. You see how that statistic can be skewed?
About this, what they're really doing is saying you are not allowed to speak up about our leadership screwing up. And when you realize this is the game that they play, I mean, look, you and I agree with this. I think we should genuinely endeavor to look at every human being as a child of God, whether they're black, white, brown, or anything else. I think that is an absolutely good principle. But I think that when our leaders call working class citizens who have almost no power in America in 2024, when they call them racist, it's not because they're trying to call them to some higher meaning. They're not trying to convince them to be more compassionate to their fellow man. They're trying to silence them and shut them up. And when you realize that our leadership is willing to take the compassion, like what's best in us, that we love our fellow man and we love our fellow Americans.
Oh yeah, make sure to like the video, guys. Chat, did that comparison make sense to you on how they kind of lie about the immigrants committing less crime statistics? Did that make sense? Let me know and make sure to like the video, guys. Appreciate y'all.
And use it as a weapon to silence people. You realize that Kamala Harris and everybody like her, it is a disgusting game that they play, and we have to reject it.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, let me say it again, I think it's evil. It's evil to leverage someone's decency against him.
Yes.
It's the lowest possible thing you could do. But I have to ask, and I don't know the answer to this question, but you've spent time on both sides.
All right, then. Some of y'all ain't take statistics then and don't know what a t-test is and don't know the rules of a t-test if you're going to take these statistics. That's why I know you ain't take a statistic class. See? Ain't that crazy, guys? I literally explained to y'all what it was. And you still couldn't even because wanna know why? It proved that Trump is right. It proved that the left will lie to you and create studies that are skewed. You don't want to accept that truth, though. Just told you that you can't compare 2 uneven sample tests. What any statistic class would tell you. I mean, I'm talking about base level. But okay.
Growing up in where you did in Ohio, going to the Marine Corps, and then, going to Yale and all that.
Ohio.
Go Ohio. It's more than just like getting people to shut up so they can loot the country, which is clearly part of it. But there's a loathing, there's a hatred there.
Oh, yes.
And I don't understand where that comes from. Why would you hate people who live in communities that your friends flooded with fentanyl? Like, why would you be mad at them? They're the ones whose life expectancy is going down. What did they do wrong? If there was ever a group of victims, it's rural Americans. So why would you hate them? It doesn't make sense to me, but they do. Why?
So I don't know that I have a perfect answer to this, but I think that rural America and the problems of rural America just show how much their entire world.
I ain't gonna lie, people be trying to disrespect rural America like they're just a bunch of dumb hillbillies and all that good stuff. It's wildly disrespectful. Like there were some actually great scholars that came out of these country places, but you all think they're just hillbillies, like J.D. Vance. Ain't that wild? And it's kind of crazy how people will believe skewed research to, make them seem like their own fellow U.S. citizen is worse than an immigrant is wild.
View is broken, and so it sort of reflects back at them their own failure and their own lack of concern for their fellow citizens, right? So it's like one thing to say, well, we're going to ship all the jobs to China and we'll get a bunch of, cheap plastic toys in exchange, or, oh, we're going to invade Iraq and, yeah, it's going to be a total disaster and we'll kill a lot of innocent people, but like we don't really have to think about it after the war is over. Or, yeah, we'll let 20,000 Haitians into this small town, but the employers will be happy because they'll get some cheap labor, and then we won't have to think about it. But when the rural people or the small town people, the working class people start complaining about it, then you have to actually confront whether these things that you have done have actually made people's lives better. And I think that you sort of, confronted with that, right? So you and I have a mutual friend, I won't use his name, where, he was a huge advocate of the war in Iraq. And by the way, I was 18 years old, but I also was an advocate of the war in Iraq. I, in fact, enlisted in the Marine Corps in April of 2003. We invaded in March of 2003. Semper Fi to all the Marines out there. But okay, the war turned into a total disaster. A lot of young Americans got killed. A lot of innocent people got killed. And that should cause a thinking person to evaluate, well, what were the processes in my brain that led me to think that this was a good idea, and how can I change so that I don't get it wrong the next time? And I think we have a lot of friends who got it wrong, but they can't have that conversation with themselves because it's too morally challenging. Like they wouldn't be able to look themselves in the mirror if they realized, oh, I did this thing that led to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of innocent people losing their lives. And so you could either do that thing, you could either reevaluate and say, maybe I screwed up, maybe I was wrong, maybe I should rethink how I understand the world. Like maybe Donald Trump isn't a threat to democracy, maybe the person who's a threat to democracy is Kamala Harris, who is running for president without a single vote. But
the craziest thing that nobody catches about Kamala Harris is the whole forcing all of America to, have abortion. Like, bro, there's some, when Trump said leave it to the states, that's the most American Democratic thing you could have said was, all right, leave it to the group of people who are living within that state. Instead of, mandating it for the entire country. Like, that's a bit, dictator-like. Like, come on now. But okay, nobody want to see that part.
You can say to yourself, oh, I screwed up and I'm going to think about it better. Or you can say the people who are complaining are bad and evil people. And the reason they're complaining is not because I screwed up, but because they are screwed up people. And I think that's what, I genuinely think that's what our leadership does. And there are people who are legitimately friends of mine who I think legitimately hate the community that I came from, because the community that I came from refuses to say, oh yeah, we're really glad that based on patriotic sentiment, we volunteered at record levels to enlist in the Marine Corps, the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, and then you sent us off to a really stupid war. Or we really love that you used to be able to go and raise a family on a single middle-class manufacturing income, but now that's really hard to do because of Kamala Harris's inflation crisis, but also because you guys shipped all the jobs to China, right? The people who refuse to say, thank you for making my life miserable, are they represent an opposition.
I like to call them blue MAGA. That's what I like to call them. Like, how they call us MAGA this, MAGA that. And I'm just like, yeah, we are blue MAGA. Like, in my eyes, MAGA are the guys who don't believe that Trump can do anything wrong, no bad policies, everything he says is golden. And then there's blue MAGA who believes that, Biden and Kamala can do nothing wrong and everything they do is golden. And it's weird because on that side of blue MAGA, y'all got some crazy things being told to y'all. And y'all refuse to do the deeper research or, truly understand statistics to honestly back up y'all claims. Like, trust me, I had somebody in here trying to convince me that immigrants commit less crimes than Americans, than U.S. citizens. And I'm just like, well, what are the numbers?
In a rebellion against our failed leadership class. And if our leadership class was healthy, they would say, oh, we must have screwed up. But because they can't do that, they've decided to hate the people of their own country.
A lot of people seem to have been reaching the same conclusion recently, which is that being a little healthier, being spiritually grounded, eating right, paying attention to nature, all of those really matter.
Bring an analysis
I know I'm black, but I kind of like that Tucker Carlson like background music with the banjo and all that. I kind of be jigging to it a little bit. But back
deep
to the
and
show.
true from any of them. And I'm also struck by the fact that I know most of the Republicans in the Senate, maybe one or two exceptions, I can't imagine any of them saying 90% of what you just said, and yet you were on the ticket with Donald Trump. So that makes me think that the Republican Party is actually changing this time. Do you think that's true?
I mean, I absolutely do, and I think there's always going to be this kind of effort from the old guard establishment to try to return us to the old ways, the old broken ways. So it's not like a war that's totally over, but I do think that we're currently winning. And look, I have to give a ton of credit to my running mate, the guy at the top of the ticket, Donald J. Trump, because And you know this, and probably a lot of you in the audience know this, like I was a Trump critic back in 2016. And it's funny when Biden was still running and all of these journalists trying to like confuse how obviously unfit Biden was to serve in the Oval Office, they'd be like, well, Biden's really old, but you know, Trump isn't a spring chicken anymore either. And when people would say that, I'd be like, guys, Donald Trump remembers a tweet that I sent on September 3rd, 2015. He remembers the time and he remembers exactly what I said to the word. Like this guy's memory is as sharp as a tack. In fact, I wish that it wasn't because my life would be a lot easier, but these are not two 70-year-old people who are running for president who are in the same mental condition. One clearly has the energy to do the job and one clearly doesn't. And I've seen this now, having been in the belly of the beast for all of 2 years, but I really wish that I had been on board earlier, because what Trump dealt with in 2016, it cannot be overstated. And I'm talking about like friends of yours, people he had been friends with for 30 years, calling him and attacking him or going on national television and lying about him. When you challenge this...
Man, look, bro, and this gets egregious about what the lying that they do. They do lying on Trump. Boy, they lie to you about the economy, unemployment rate, crime statistics. Bro, like I said, bro, I was literally on here last night debating with people going like, there's no way you can run a fair study saying that, oh, who commit more crimes, immigrants or U.S. citizens? And when they came out with the 3 times that immigrants are less likely to commit crime, I was like, that's BS. You can't compare. There's nowhere in America where you can find an even immigration population to a U.S. citizen population to even run the test and it not be skewed. Like, but for some reason, people don't understand sample sizes or the t-tests and how both the ends got to be a little bit equal or at least come out to 1. But, you know, a lot of people don't understand that.
Ossified, broken ruling class in this country, there is hell to pay for it. And I've got just a little bit of the taste of it. I think Donald Trump has gotten 100 times worse than I have. And obviously, you know, he almost got literally killed just 7 weeks ago and then again like 3 days ago. But Trump, if he hadn't won the primary and if he hadn't won the general election, the Republican Party would be broken. He fixed it and actually created an opportunity for us to build something that's durable and that can work for the long haul. And I think, you know, so I think I was his first endorser in the United States Senate, and like all of my political advisors are like, why are you doing this? It's way too early in the primary. And it's because, having not been on board in 2016, I realized that the 2024 primary would really be this sort of fundamentally, no matter who challenged him, and there were a lot of good people fundamentally that challenged him, it would ultimately come down to the old guard versus the pro-worker, pro-America party. And I just knew that's how the dividing lines would ultimately shake out, because the old guard, because a lot of them knew Donald Trump in business, because a lot of them know that he knows what they're up to, they hate him more than almost anybody. And they hate him because he does actually fight for the American people, and he does actually care about the citizens of his own country. And you can, look, one thing I'll say about President Trump that is genuinely unique is, look, he obviously is incredibly successful and incredibly wealthy. Like, nobody's gonna ever pretend that Donald Trump is a working class person, at least now in his life. But Trump actually really likes the people that he leads. And that includes, by the way, the people who didn't vote for him. He still really likes those people. And that is, I think, what is very different about President Trump versus, frankly, most of America's leadership is when the cameras are off and they don't think anybody's listening, they talk about how much they think their own citizens are dumb, or, well, yeah, the public thinks this because the public doesn't understand economics. Or, well, if the public was just smarter, they would realize how smart our, Kamala Harris is for wanting to, like, destroy Social Security and Medicare for illegal immigration, right? They actually think that their own people are stupid and they don't like them. But Donald Trump actually likes people, and I think it's one of the secrets to his success as a political candidate.
Well, watching him order at McDonald's is like one of the most amazing things ever.
It's hysterical.
It's impossible to imagine Carmela, or whatever she's calling herself, Harris, like, talk to the lady behind the counter about the differences in quality and weight and price between the Quarter Pounder and the Big Mac. And he has such strong feelings about it. I mean, he's really thought about it a lot.
Well, and again, this goes to his leadership style.
Yeah, that's crazy. Trump would step out to the people, go visit dead soldiers' graves that he didn't send in. He's not the one who hit the evacuation order on Afghanistan. He didn't, recklessly pull out. It wasn't his orders that got them people, maimed and killed, but he still went to the funeral. He still pulled up, showed up, and been like, look, man, sorry about what's going on. Did Biden do that even though it was under his order? No. Did Kamala do that even though, she's supposed to be stepping up for Biden? No. But y'all want to act like, they care about veterans. And then every time somebody brings that up, they want to give you that lie of, oh, well, he called them suckers and all that good stuff. I'm like, no, he never said that. But, hey, if you take away that from Donald Trump, then I ain't gonna lie, whatever y'all done is way more egregious. Actually, I'd rather Trump. I'd rather it be true that Trump called them suckers than an actual sitting president not going to visit the graves of fallen soldiers.
Donald Trump actually really cares of what people think.
Yeah.
So he has absolutely thought to himself, what is the better value between the Quarter Pounder and the Big Mac? And he actually wants to know what the people who work there think about this question. And by the way, like, I have very strong views about this. Like, obviously the Quarter Pounder is a better deal. Right?
That's absurd. Without secret sauce, it's not even worth going there. But whatever. I mean, honest people disagree. Marlboro Winston.
You've allowed yourself to.
Guys, shout out to my Ohioans, man. I'm based in Columbus, man. I appreciate the Ohioan support, man. And make sure y'all like the video, man. Come on. Appreciate the support. 3 dots up there, man. We got a lit live for y'all. Trust me, it's going to be a fun one.
Be manipulated by the elites. The secret sauce is not the thing that matters. It's the amount of meat. You get way more meat with a Quarter Pounder. And it's obviously, again, but look, the point is, okay, so let me give you an example of this. So the Saturday morning that President Trump was shot, I don't know if I've ever talked about this publicly, but I was down in Mar-a-Lago for the first time talking about becoming his vice presidential nominee. And it was kind of these crazy things because all these reporters would stick microphones in my face and say, you're clearly on the short list, and have you talked to President Trump about it? And I'd say, no, I haven't. In fact, I don't even know if I'm actually on the short list because I've never spoken with him. So the Saturday morning, I'm in Mar-a-Lago, we're talking about the VP thing, and he's like, I like to talk to everybody about who should be the VP. Like, I spent about 30 minutes talking to the gardener at Mar-a-Lago about who he thought should be the vice presidential nominee. And I'm sitting there, sweating bullets like, well, sir, what did the gardener at Mar-a-Lago have to say about who should be the VP? Because this is a question that actually really impacts my life. So,
do you know the gardener, or is it just random?
No, but again, like, he actually likes to know what people think about things. That's one of his secrets of success as a political leader. So anyway, he goes to, Pennsylvania. He doesn't tell me that it's me. He says that it's probably going to be you. I'm like, oh, thanks. That makes me feel great. I'm totally going to sleep great tonight, knowing it's probably going to be me. He flies to Bucks County, Pennsylvania, of course, is nearly assassinated. God bless you guys.
That's good. Planet.
And he, then he makes the decision, I think, the next day, or maybe even Monday morning. I don't know, right? I don't know when he actually finally made the decision. Probably was just Monday morning, now that I think about it. You probably know better than I do. Anyway, the point is, I actually think that if you care about the people that you represent and the people that you lead, you should want to know what they think about an issue. And whatever disagreements you might have with President Trump, he genuinely cares about what people think about an issue. And it's why I think he's better plugged into what the electorate thinks than most political candidates.
I think that's right. The switch up, the disappearance of the president of the United States. Biden is still president, technically, correct?
I don't know.
I don't either, and I really don't know. I don't know what happened to him. He was like pretty famous at one point, and then he's just gone. I saw
some clip on social media that like Jill Biden was running a cabinet meeting. Was that real or was that
for sure?
Yep, I was telling everybody, I'm like, bro, Kamala is too late. It's too late for Kamala, okay? She's not the first female president. It is Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the first female president. It is too late, black woman. A white woman done beat you to it. Even though she did it covertly, she still did it. Out here doing presidential things, running cabinet meetings and all that. Now, this isn't the first time this has happened. This isn't the first time it's happened where the first lady was damn near setting out orders for, her husband, which would be the president. Like, it ain't the first time, but usually when that happens, it's a very weak moment. It's weak. It's a very weak moment in a president's history. Let's be real.
She's a doctor, JD. Settle down. She's got this, okay? And anyone who hasn't read her dissertation on community colleges in the state of Delaware really should see where the doctorate comes from. She literally has a part of it where she's breaking down the proportion by ethnicity of students, and she's like, it's about 40% Caucasian, about 37% African American, it's another 39% Hispanic, and then another 22% Asian. And I'm like, I'm not good at math, but...
Wait a second.
No, you should read Dr. Jill's dissertation. It's unbelievable. Mm-hmm. Anyway, she's running the government, just so you know.
I don't think that adds up to 100.
No, it does, like 147, actually. But whatever, she's a doctor. But here's my question, and I don't mean to finger the media in this. I'm sorry. I spent my life in a newsroom. It's vulgar, I know. Kamala Harris went from being, regarded as a buffoon by everybody, including, every Democrat. I know you're constantly reading about, only Montel Williams likes her or whatever. Everyone made fun of her. And then, within 24 hours, she's this historic statesman. How was the media able to pull that off, honestly?
Yeah, a lot of shamelessness. One of the things that we say on the campaign trail, because it's true, is that, we do a lot of interviews. Like me and President Trump do a ton of interviews with hostile media, with friendly media, with everybody in the middle, and Kamala Harris doesn't.
That's a banger point. Hostile interviews. Bro, let's be real. JD Vance done carried the whole team on interviews. The man had done 59 interviews, 59. The bro did more interviews than Trump. And, 5 times as more as Kamala. Hot seat interviews, sweet softball interviews, but Kamala, I think she did 9 interviews, all softball interviews, no hot seat, no Fox, no Daily Mail, no right-leaning publication, none. She can't take it. She can't get that pushback or she's gonna fall apart, obviously. We all know this. So it's kind of crazy how everybody says that, Trump's hiding and all that. Bro, nobody in Trump's camp is hiding. JD's out there on the front line. Give it to him more than Trump. And honestly, I'm going to give it to him. He explains policies better than Trump.
Now, part of the argument that we're trying to make is, to the American people, you shouldn't trust a person who's so terrified of the media that she runs away from them. You can't trust that person in a private meeting with Xi Jinping.
Wrong. But so crazy, there's still people saying that she's winning. Now, if you're tuned into S.E.T Media, you watched it last night where Kamala's rally, and this is crazy because This is how I know Kamala supporters don't even watch her rallies. Because she said y'all was down. Go look at her rally she did yesterday. She came out going like, yeah, we're down. We're down in the polls. I'm admitting it. So y'all don't even listen to her at all either. It's so crazy. I listen to Kamala more than Kamala supporters listen to her.
Part of what we've been trying to do too is actually shame the American media, which is totally it's total historical revisionism right before our eyes. I mean, my wife even, who's a totally apolitical person, but right after they did the Kamala switcheroo, she sent me like a bunch of clips of different people and how they spoke about Kamala Harris like 3 months ago and how they speak about Kamala Harris today, and it's totally flipped. And we've been trying to shame the American media into looking themselves in the mirror and asking her some tough questions and actually reporting on a record. And you know what we've learned, Tucker? The American media has no shame. And
so like they're here. I can feel their filthy presence.
I can see some of their. I can
do
feel
they
it.
like? You run into them on the road. What do they say?
Is it not?
Well, they'll say in private. Almost all of them will say, yeah, it's really ridiculous. Or in public, they'll say, well, you know, we hope that she'll give us an interview. And it's like, well, but
Look, sweetheart, I got a video up right now in the premiere right now. You can even get off this, go to my premiere video, and I'm listening to Kamala right there and then. Ta-da. Kamala or Conrad Harris.
Democratic process requires that she gives you an interview before people start voting. Like your job, if you have any job, and by the way to the reporters out there, I know some of you are out there, like your job is to not repeat Kamala Harris propaganda without at least getting a chance to ask her a question about it. And that's what...
Well, but it's really simple. I've been in the media my whole life. I know how it works. If you want a politician to do something, you attack that politician until the politician does what you want.
Yeah.
And so they could make Kamala Harris give interviews to everybody from TMZ to the Washington Post editorial page just by attacking her every day, but they won't. Why?
Well, because unfortunately, most of the American media, we need to be honest about this, most of the American media is in fact part of the very corrupt system that they pretend to report on, right? That's the answer. So, okay. So if you're, I mean, first of all, the news media business has been totally decimated by big tech, by the way. Like the reason why we don't really have local papers anymore is in a 20-year period, all of the advertising revenue that used to go like classified ads in local papers now goes through Google, Facebook, so forth. So if you're a journalist, there's a very good chance that your paycheck fundamentally depends on the people who are getting rich off of the system. Now, that doesn't mean, by the way, and I know a lot of them, and I actually like them personally. It's one of my many faults is I like journalists personally. But the thing that they will say is they really believe the things that they're reporting, and they really believe that what they're saying and what they're doing is the truth. And they're right about that, by the way. I don't think that most of them are liars. I think most of them are just deluded. No offense, guys. But if they weren't deluded, and if there was somebody who was actually really asking, well, why are we spending so much time attacking Donald Trump because he dared to bring up the Haitian migrant problem in Springfield, and instead... Why are we spending so much time attacking him instead of, I don't know, investigating any of the numerous issues that...
Yeah, and Loki, I ain't gonna lie, that is wild. I always just say, why are we attacking Trump over this cats and dogs? Well, all right, cool, the liberal media, that's all the liberal media did. But here's what the liberal media didn't do. They didn't go to Springfield, feet on the ground, actually go talk to the people. Ain't that crazy? They're supposed to be journalists. They're supposed to be the ones giving y'all this news, but instead of actually putting boots on the ground and actually talking to the people, they just wanted to put the whole blanket over the situation. So, like I said, Kamala could win a point. Just so she can win an argument. A whole, 58,000 people. F them. Just so one person can win an argument. Crazy.
Kamala Harris has flip-flopped on in just the last 3 years. If there was a reporter who wanted to do that, they would not last long in those media organizations. So there's a basic selection bias. If you're a person who can honestly look at American society and say, oh, wait a second, American life expectancy is declining, right? The only industrialized country in the world where that's true. We continue to be more and more reliant on some of our biggest international adversaries to make the things that we need. Oh, and we're sleepwalking into a multi-continent, in other words, a world war, with a president who clearly doesn't even know who the hell or where the hell he is. Like, maybe the honest thing would be to really aggressively interrogate how we got here. But no. What the journalists have instead decided to do is they're gonna focus on like a sex scandal from 2 days ago from like that involves some random journalist who I don't even know and I've never even met. Right? There's like this weird sex scandal story going on right now that the media is obsessed with.
I don't think there was any actual sex in the sex scandal. That's how absurd it is.
I think that's right. But the media is more focused on that than they are on the fact that we are sleepwalking into World War III with Joe Biden as the president of the United States. And the reason why we have Joe Biden is because Kamala Harris lied about his...
And I always did say, bro, if you truly care about Ukraine, if you truly care about Israel, you will not vote Kamala in. I mean, like, if you care about these countries being here 10 years from now, you're not going to vote Kamala in. The way we're doing things with, well, Putin right now is a bit despicable. I mean, Biden over here sitting down with prime ministers on how to airstrike Russia. Now, if Russia is smart, which I'm sure they are, if they're smart enough, anybody can come up with this plan. If America strikes us with the help of UN, then they're just gonna nuke Ukraine. They're gonna end it, and they're gonna take out the reason for us fighting. And then what we're gonna do? Dogpile on Russia? Was that the plan all along? Was to push Russia to get them to do something heinous? After we're about to do something heinous to them in the next few days? Like, what are we doing here? Israel. We're letting Israel antagonize like 5 different Arab countries. And then when they dogpile on Israel, then what are we going to do? Are we going to help Israel fight off 5 different countries? Are we not just sending off tax dollars and American lives for what? Something that this could easily be like conversated about. Sit down, 2 people, have a conversation, and everybody's going to end up happy. Well, at least America is. We don't care about them 2. They're going to end up even, but we're going to end up happy.
Mental fitness for office. Like, if you actually care about the truth, ask those questions and leave the salacious bullshit to the tabloids. But they can't do that. And if they did, Tucker, again, if they did, a lot of them would lose their jobs. And so it selects for people who are very trusting of the system and not for people who actually want to ask questions of that system.
The most interesting and newsworthy television show of the year is coming here to TCN. We are not bragging. That's actually true.
The president's been shot. I repeat, the president's been shot.
So our longtime producer,
This man, Tucker, done
President's been
made a
shot.
So our
whole...
longtime producer,
This man, Tucker, really? Droning in the scenery, man. Appreciate you, big dog. The only way that they stay in power, yep, is perpetual war. It's the perpetuation of war that keeps these warmongers in power, dog. And if they long as they keep that going, they keep their pockets filled. And not only of the perpetuation of war, it is the dulling of American technology. I mean, let's be real. There's certain industries that got a vice grip on us that, well, they ain't never gonna let us get out of. I mean, trust me, we got some things and we got some technology that could change the world, but certain organizations don't want that going down. Just like certain corporations don't want America to ever be in a peaceful state. I mean, like, if we're not in war, we're in a proxy war. Or we're doing something illegal with the CIA.
The last 4 years. I think the congressman from this district, actually, Scott Perry, got hassled by the FBI. I think I may be missing this.
And I think Scott Perry's here, by the way. Great congressman.
Oh, he is?
Scott,
He's a great
you're
guy.
out there. Hello.
Hassled by the FBI for asking, this is my read, not his, but asking questions about the last election. That's not a criminal offense. I know a bunch of people who are in jail right now, for political reasons in our country that's never really reported on. It's bizarre. And I guess the question is, if you guys lose, like, what would stop that from just becoming universal?
Yeah. Well, I don't know that anything would, because the animating bias,
good,
the animating motivation, I should say, of Kamala Harris's Democratic Party is censorship. Because without censorship, you can't get all of the other things that they want. Like, you can't get the ridiculous foreign policy or the ridiculous trade policy, the wide open borders without censorship. And so if you look, and this is, by the way, I think this is actually the fundamental difference between the overheated political rhetoric on the left and on the right. And I hate, by the way, when people both sides this issue, they're like, well, we all need to tone down the rhetoric. Well, look, by the way, I try to be a very humble person. I agree we can all tone down the rhetoric. None of us is perfect, including me. But when Donald Trump has taken 2 assassination attempts in the last 7 weeks, it's not both sides that need to tone down the rhetoric. It's one side in particular. And you have to ask. But if you look at what is the animating focus of the political prosecutions, of the big tech censorship in 2020 and all the censorship around COVID, of the fact that the European Union, which basically wouldn't exist without American taxpayer protection. I mean, Europe, only 2 countries in Europe even have real militaries at this point, right? NATO is at this point a welfare client of the United States of America. So Europe is going after Elon Musk for free speech and threatening to.
I ain't glad. That's always a thought. I low-key thought it was a bit disrespectful of NATO to take things into their own hand and disrespect Putin. Like I said, if none of y'all know, if nobody knows this, we signed a deal with Putin. We signed a treaty with him telling us that, well, NATO borders will not move past Poland. Well, look what they try to do. They try to get Ukraine to come in. Well, Ukraine kind of wanted to come in. It didn't used to. There was a coup that went down because their leader was pro-Russian. We got him out, allegedly. America got him out for a anti-Russian leader, which is Zelensky. And ever since then, Zelensky's been trying to pull into NATO and take Russia's, pipeline with it. And that's huge. That's wildly essential to Putin's, or Russia's economy. So we threatened his economy and we expected him not to step. It's like slapping a man in the face and saying, what you gonna do about it?
Prison him for platforming who?
They didn't get
Donald
mad when
Trump,
he does something.
who is the likely next president of the United States. You go down the list, the animating bias is censorship. And if you think about it, what is the ultimate way? If you've tried to bankrupt a person, you've tried to jail a person, you've tried to, throw a person in prison, you've tried to kick them out of office, you've impeached them twice, what is the ultimate way to censor a human being? Taking their life. And I think this is really the difference between political rhetoric on the left and the right, which again, we don't always get it right on my side of the aisle, but we're never saying we want to censor the other side. We, in fact, want to have the debate. We're telling Kamala Harris, you should do more interviews, not less. Yeah. You should get out there more because we get about 100,000 votes every time you open your mouth. But wait. But all kidding aside, we are not trying to censor the left. The left is trying to censor not just the right, but the entire country, which goes to show they are a threat to democracy. They cannot be rewarded with more political power. They have to be penalized. It's like when a kid, as I've learned as a young father, when a kid screws up and you just you reward them for it, they actually do it more and they do it worse. The only way to reward Kamala Harris is by making her president, and the only way to punish her and say, look, we don't accept censorship of our fellow citizens is to fire her and send her back to San Francisco. That's where she belongs.
I'm sorry, bro. Somebody said we should stop holding Ukraine back for Russia, and I died laughing. I mean, like, bro, what? Bro, no. We need to hold Russia back. We need to keep Russia, the one with all the nukes in the world, the one that could fend off everybody in the world if it really wanted to from obliterating Ukraine. Ukraine has no nukes. We know this, right? We signed a treaty with them on that. So the fact that they're fighting somebody that not only has nukes, but have a way stronger military power, one of the top 3 powers in the world, US, China, then Russia, like, what are we saying? Why are we looking at Russia like they're weak? Why are we looking at Russia like there's somebody to play with when they're not? Like, this ain't no Russian sympathizer, no hooray for Russia. I'm American first, I'm all American. But when we sit here and act like there's not gonna be consequences for Ukraine and Russia, it is gonna be mostly on the Ukrainian side. They've already lost hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. They already lost Crimea. It's a wrap. They've lost this already, but we're low-key just funding them to push it to fund our military corporations, our weapons companies. We don't care about their lives. We care about money. You can really care about the Ukrainian people. Stop the war. Tell them to come to a treaty. And then I'm going to be real with you. You're not going to like the results of what's going to happen, because if we come to a treaty, Putin ain't letting go of Crimea. He ain't letting go of his gas lines. And Ukraine's going to have to accept less. And it's going to be America's fault at the end of the day.
So given that,
Ukraine is giving a war.
I mean, every news outlet I've ever worked at, which is a lot of them, they're all controlled, obviously. And given that, the biggest tech platforms would be Google and YouTube, same company, openly practice censorship, all kinds of things you can't talk about. They'll take you off, demonetize you. Really, we're talking about X, actually.
No, they won't.
X is the place where free speech.
Like I said, nobody ever remembers that treaty from Russia, huh? Nobody ever remembers that we signed a treaty with Russia telling them that if as long as you don't go forward, we're good and we won't go forward. And we'll all, fair is going to be fair. So all of a sudden, now Putin's like Hitler, and we're pretty much, because here's a crazy thing, bro. Here's so wild. History repeats itself, because if you ever look up Hitler's doctrine, let's be real, or what he was honestly trying to do, he wasn't trying to expand. Neither is Russia. Russia's not trying to expand. You think Russia really want war with the UN? Nobody wants a war. Right now is big Russia versus little Ukraine, and that's that. Nobody else is in this fight. If you want to go ahead and put us in that fight, then I ain't gonna lie, you're risking American lives. That's all you're doing. You are risking American lives if you think, bro, that Russia is honestly going to go ahead and just take Ukraine and then go ahead and move forward. Bro, we already agreed with them that we wouldn't. I mean, what else do you want? Like, why are we trying to turn Putin into Hitler now? Because we disrespect them, we went back on our agreement, and now what? And now wait, okay, well now not only because we disrespect him, he's going to take Ukraine, but because we disrespect him, he's going to try to take all of Europe? Like, what are y'all saying now? Like, y'all painting the same picture that, well, never mind, let's not go there. Let's not go there. You're not ready to go down that World War II path.
Speech lives. Yeah. And if you were to take that out, darkness would descend.
Says who?
That's just a fact.
Says who? Says Russia? Says who? Why do y'all think y'all know what these people is going to do and don't even come out their mouth? Why do y'all believe what other people tell you about other people's plans? Says who? Bro, Russia hasn't even made any moves to move outside of Ukraine. Bro, if anybody's expanding, it's Israel. Like, let's keep it a buck. If anybody's expanding, it's Israel. So let's kill all that Russian bullshit at this point. Russia ain't expand ever. Israel's been expanding for a little bit now. So the fact that y'all want to call out Russia, but you can't call out Israel, says a lot.
And if you want to know the totalitarian impulses of your ruling class, read the Atlantic magazine, where they announce all of it ahead of time. And they're telling you now that we need to shut down Elon Musk's X because there's just way too much free speech. And I wonder how seriously you take those threats.
Well, I take them very seriously. I mean, look, if we've learned anything over the last 4 years is when these...
Oh, and breaking news. South Korea has been sending... South Koreans are fighting in Ukraine. So it's South Koreans and Russians versus Ukrainian. Who you think gonna win that?
People say they want to do something, they actually mean it, and they intend to do it. And we actually had to take them seriously. I mean, when Kamala Harris ran saying that we want to suspend deportations, re-implement catch and release, which is basically just mass asylum fraud, and stop Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy, even though I didn't vote for her, I voted for Donald Trump, I thought, well, this is crazy. They're not actually going to do this, and then they did. So when they say that they want to use the force of law to silence or even imprison Elon Musk for daring to host a free speech platform, we have to listen to them. And that is the one thing, the most awesome power in the physical world today is the United States government. Millions of people, the world's largest and most powerful military. If we give that over to people who are saying, not only we disagree with Donald Trump, not only do we disagree with Donald Trump's supporters, but we want to prevent them from participating in the American democratic system, that is some scary shit, and we need to reject it. And that's exactly what I think, by the way, with your help, we're going to do.
So, thank you for doing this. This has been a really interesting and amazing conversation. So last question for you. So I think if I'm reading this correctly, that Donald Trump has announced that he will not allow states and municipalities going forward, if elected in November, to continue being so-called sanctuary cities. Which means places or entire states in these 50 United States that openly ignore federal immigration law, which must be federal because it applies to all of us, and its effects are national. Someone comes into one state and go to your state. And I'm just thinking, reading this, like, this has been going on for decades. Any state or city that has a sanctuary city law is an open rebellion in the way that Fort Sumter was an open rebellion against the government of the United States. Why have we allowed this to go on for decades? I don't understand.
Well, the answer is we've allowed it to go on because the federal government still funds all of these cities. Like the sanctuary cities stuff is very expensive. Because when you invite millions of illegal aliens into your country, and then certain cities and municipalities invite thousands or even tens of thousands, I mean, the cost to illegal immigration in New York City, I believe, is north of $6 billion a year. In Chicago, I think it's around $500 million a year. Well, that money doesn't come from Chicago taxpayers. It primarily comes through federal subsidies. So if you want to end sanctuary cities, just cut off the money spigot to sanctuary cities. You don't get our taxpayer money if you refuse to enforce the law. It's actually, this one, man, some of this stuff is really complicated. This one is actually very simple. The federal government just needs to say, we control immigration law, right? There are some things the states and local governments control. The federal government controls like foreign policy, immigration law, and a few other things. And if you are not gonna obey federal immigration laws, then we're gonna cut off the paycheck, we're gonna cut off the money, and you have to enforce our laws in order to get any more money from American taxpayers.
Well, but I know, but like when Central High School disobeyed federal law in Little Rock in 1956, they sent the 101st Airborne.
Yeah.
And this has been going on where states and cities are like, we basically are our own countries now.
I mean, bro, some of y'all in the chat has said such like erroneous things. It's like, it's not even worth like conversating with some of y'all. Like, I'll be real with you. And it's like all you can throw is insults. And as soon as you throw ad hominems, you've lost the debate to me. In my eyes. I mean, like, hate only don't come from above. So as soon as you're hating, you're over here to me. And I don't like to deal with down there.
And no one's done anything. Can you just really quick
if you want to
tell us the mindset that allowed Washington to ignore this?
Oh, well, I don't think it's that Washington's ignoring it, Tucker. I think that it actually shows where the real power is, and that's with the federal bureaucracy. And our mutual friend Vivek Ramaswamy talks a lot about this, that the real... And again, like, you hear this term threat to democracy, it's always projection. When they talk about threat to democracy, they're always projecting on something else. Like, the real threat to democracy, you and I have talked about this, is if the president of the United States orders generals to do a troop redeployment and the generals refuse or lie to the president about what they've done, like, that's a threat to democracy. And by the way, that happened at the very end of Donald Trump's presidency.
What's going on, everybody?
Right? And none of those people got fired. None of them were even punished. So you ask about immigration in sanctuary cities. The answer to this question is the permanent bureaucracy in Washington doesn't want us to have a border. So even when you have a guy like Donald Trump who is using all of the powers of the presidency to try to enforce the southern border, like, the bureaucrats have to listen.
Hey, man, ain't that so crazy, though, how we can honor Ukraine by defending them, but we can't honor our agreement with Russia by not allowing Ukraine into NATO? I mean, it's so crazy how people think sometimes, though.
Oh, man.
It's like people don't know no geopolitics. It's like, and it's funny because if you really want to know what's going on in the world, look outside of it.
That's why I say it's so easy to call Putin a madman, but nobody wants to get behind his rationale.
Bro,
no one cares to do that.
I mean, like, dog, I can't even use, like, bro, somebody slapped you in the face and then say you ain't gonna do nothing about it, and then they get mad that you do something about it.
Hey,
and then they say, well, since he did something to me, he's gonna go walk over to the next man for no reason and slap the shit out of him too. It's like, what?
It was really that fuck around and find out type of attitude, honestly. We provoked that man, we pushed that man, and hey, I guess he showed us what he stood on.
Oh God.
And at the end of the day, I'm no Russian apologist, I'm no Putin propagandist, but I mean, like you said, you smack a man in the mouth and
you fuck around, find out.
Hey, listen.
And now everybody's going like, no, well, if he takes Ukraine, he's going to expand. I'm like, really now?
Come on now. You make it seem like this man is on world domination.
Oh, God.
listen to them on that issue because they
Oh,
but
man.
they can make it
Y'all too
easier
funny.
for
Y'all
the
too
state
funny.
and municipalities to
That was what
violate
they talking
immigration law, and that's how they subvert the will of the American people's elected president. I mean, this is like a fundamental question. Ask yourself, who amongst the United States of America, which citizens voted to have 25 million illegal aliens invade this country?
What's up, Steph?
Like, I don't think anyone, even Democrats who disagree with me about exactly what to do with the illegal immigrants who are here, I don't think that they voted for a literal invasion of this country. Okay, you talk about inflation and all the unaffordability problems. Who voted to, in the name of environmental cleanliness, to shut down American energy and ship it to China, which is the dirtiest economy in the entire world? Nobody voted for that. So what these guys do, abetted by the media, is they run on slogans. The media covers up for it. They pretend that those slogans have substance, and then even when the American people see through the BS and elect a guy like Donald Trump, the permanent bureaucracy fights him every step of the way. One of the most important things, Tucker, that we are going to do when we win.
These dudes are just betas. I'm not even going to use that word. Maybe some of these men are just really weak. Maybe that's just who you are internally. Somebody just smacks you in your mouth. You ain't going to do nothing about it. Maybe that's just who you are.
That's why they can relate to the message. Like,
Yeah.
You know what? He was really supposed to turn the other cheek.
Like, I slapped him, he hit me back. I can't believe it. It's like, yeah, maybe some of y'all are that weak. Maybe some of y'all are just that much of a, well,
you know.
you lack testicle fortitude.
Is that we are going to make the bureaucracy responsive to the American people. It has to happen. If you don't do that, you don't have a real constitutional republic.
I mean, you're really going to need to be tough to get that done. Are you confident you can do that?
Tucker, I'm confident we can do it because nobody has ever really tried, because for 40 years, we haven't had a real political opposition in this country, and now we do. Think about that. I mean, just take the three basic issues that we talked about: trade policy, immigration policy, foreign policy. There are disagreements even within the Republican Party about those issues, but every single one of those issues are winning issues with the American people. So what we're saying is, crazy as it sounds, we think the American people should have a government that reflects their best interests and their actual preferences, and we're going to fight every single day to make it happen. And there's no reason to do this. I mean, look, as you know, my life was like very easy before I ran for political office, and Donald Trump's was way easier than mine. We're only doing this because we think that we can get it done. We have to get it done to save the country.
So I just want to stop by repeating something you just said.
For
40 years, we haven't had an opposition party, and now we do. God bless you.
Thank you, guys. Remember, go vote. November 5th. Vote before or vote on November.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, God.
All right.
That was not too bad, though. But, man, he got some other ones, though.
Let's get it.
I mean, yeah, my man, Larry Elder on.
Okay.
Excuse, I beg your
Like
pardon.
the video if you haven't already, man.
Doesn't take much for me to get right to the vulgar newsroom and deep inside me. So, Larry, you, as I said, I got fired right after you announced.
Right.
I was sitting.
I killed your show.
You did.
I came on this show on Thursday and I announced I was running for president. By the way, this is kind of the scene of the crime for me. You had the first GOP debate here in Milwaukee, and I was required to get 3 polls where I was at 1% or better to qualify. So I turned in 3 polls where I had 1% or better. I get a phone call from Ronna McDaniel, and she said, one of the polls you can't use. I said, which one? She said, Rasmussen. I said, why? She said, because it's affiliated with the Trump campaign. And it is true that the rules are, if anybody commissions a poll, that person can't use it, nor can any other candidate use it. So after the announcement was made that Elder didn't qualify, Rasmussen puts out a tweet and says, we're not affiliated with Trump. There's no reason why Elder can't use me. So I submitted a 4th one, and she said, you submitted it too late. So my lawyer is the former chair of the Federal Election Commission, Tucker, and he told me that by failing to apply the debate criteria fairly to Elder, what the RNC did essentially was to give an in-kind contribution to the 8 candidates who did make it on the debate stage, and based on the value of the time at Fox News, that's $100 million. So I told them, I flew here to Milwaukee anyway, on the eve of the debate. I said, if you don't put me up there by 2 o'clock, I'm going to file a complaint with the FEC for $100 million. And tick, 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 I thought they were going to blink. They did not. So they didn't put me on, as you know, and I have filed that complaint. So we'll find out what happens.
Well, so I guess my takeaway would be, are you saying the RNC is not totally on the level?
Shockingly. I think their goal, Tucker, was to reduce the number of candidates. They thought that 17 was too many in 2016. They wanted to reduce it to a more manageable number, I guess. I don't really know. And Tucker, I wasn't trying to displace Donald Trump. I knew he was going to be the nominee, but there are some issues I thought were not talked about, and I felt if I could get those issues front and center, I do my job. Most notably, the number one domestic problem in America, by far, is the epidemic of fatherlessness. 40% of all American kids now enter the world without a father in the home married to the mother. 25% of black kids in 1965, now 70%.
Damn.
25% of white kids now enter the world without a father in the home married to the mother, and the stats are clear. If you're raised without a father, you're 5 times more likely to be poor and commit crime, 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. Now, what's happened? In the mid-60s, a Democrat, Lyndon Johnson.
You telling me the numbers have tripled since the 60s?
Yeah.
So the problem was identified. It was isolated, but it wasn't corrected?
Pretty much. And shout out to all the fathers in the chat, man. Shout out to all the fathers and Professor Swagamuffin. I looked over your data and I had to run a couple of t-tests on it. And, well, once again, like I told you, the sample groups are too uneven to come out with a fair statistic that's not skewed.
Launched the so-called war on poverty, and since then we've incentivized women to marry the government and incentivized men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility, and nobody's talking about it.
So, the neighborhood you grew up in, the state you grew up in, you grew up with your dad at home. We've talked about your dad. It sounds like an amazing guy. But that wasn't weird, was it?
It was unusual when I was growing up for a mother and a father not to be in the home. Now it is unusual for a mother and the father in the inner city to be in the home. And that's the big difference. My father never knew his biological father. My last name, Elder, is the name of some man who was in his life the longest, maybe 3-4 years. I'm not even sure that Elder formally adopted my dad, but my dad began using his name. His mother could neither read nor write. She was irresponsible, lived off a series of boyfriends.
Damn.
My dad, at the age of 13, comes home.
Hey, yo, he's being real right now. I mean, like, guys, this is what a lot of black men go through in the community. He'd be like, series of boyfriends, all that crazy stuff. Dad, shit, I didn't know my dad. Shit, my dad didn't even know himself for real.
A familiar story, honestly.
It was unusual when I was growing up for a mother and the father not to be in the home. Now it is unusual for a mother and the father in the inner city to be in the home. And that's the big difference. My father never knew his biological father. My last name, Elder, is the name of some man who was in his life the longest, maybe 3-4 years. I'm not even sure that Elder formally adopted my dad, but my dad began using his name. His mother could neither read nor write. She was irresponsible, lived off a series of boyfriends. My dad, at the age of 13, comes home and starts quarreling with his mom's then boyfriend. Elder was long gone. And the mother sided with the boyfriend and threw my father out of the house, never to return. Athens, Georgia, Jim Crow South at the beginning of the Great Depression. And my father picked up trash, cleaned up barns, did whatever he could, became a Pullman porter on the trains. They were the largest private employer of blacks in those days. And this little black boy from Athens, Georgia, traveled all over the country, Tucker, and came to this state called California, the city called Los Angeles, and my dad was blown away. You could walk through the front.
Like, Professor, I can only give you this last response, but, bro, 50 studies, and I know I've seen what you were talking about, and there is no state where there are enough immigrants to meet the sample size. Like, it can never be equal. There's no state where there are more or equal to amount of immigrants than U.S. citizens. So running that statistic is always going to be skewed. No matter 50 subjects, I know, I read it. You sent it to me, G. I took the due diligence. And I ran the math for the Texas one, North Carolina. Bro, 50 of them. I seen them. Bro, even the one that was 150-year time span. The sample size are too unequal to give you a fair statistic, a fair t-test that's not skewed in one direction. And that's all I got for you, bro.
Door of a restaurant, sit down and get served.
You got it.
So he made a mental note, maybe someday he'll relocate to California. My dad always had packages of crackers and tin cans of tuna because you never knew in the South if you'd be able to get a meal. Pearl Harbor, my dad joined the Marines. I asked him why. If there are any Marines here?
Shout out.
If there are any Marines here? Hoorah. You know what I'm going to say? I asked my dad why he joined the Marines. He said 2 reasons. They go where the action is, and I love the uniforms.
Good reason.
So my dad was stationed on the island of Guam. He was in charge of cooking for the colored soldiers because the military was segregated in those days. My dad can look at a cake and tell you what's in it. So the war is over. He goes back to Chattanooga, Tennessee, where he met and married my mom to get him a job.
You damn near make me want to look into it.
He goes 3 or 4 restaurants and he's told, we don't hire niggers. Goes to an unemployment office. The lady says, you went to the wrong door. My dad goes to the hall and sees colored only. Goes to that door to the very same lady who sent him out. My dad came home to my mom and said, this is BS. I'm going to LA where I was before the war, get me a job as a cook. So he comes out to LA, he walks around, and he's told, you don't have any references. My dad said, I need references to make ham and eggs. Goes to the unemployment office, this time just 1 door. Nothing's available. He said, what time do you open? She says, 9 o'clock. What time do you close? She said, 5. My dad said, I'll be sitting in that chair till you find something. Sat in the chair for a whole day, came back the next day, sat there until lunch. She called him up. She said, I have a job for you. I don't know whether you're going to want it. My dad said, of course I'm going to want it. I'm starting a family. What is it? It's a job cleaning toilets and Nabisco brand bread. My dad did that for 10 years, took a second full-time job at another bread company, cleaning toilets, cooked for a family on the weekend because they wanted my mom to be a stay-at-home mom, went to night school to get his GED. After getting his GED, went to night school to learn how to operate a restaurant. The man never slept.
I mean,
which is why he was so grouchy all the time.
Well said, my dude.
And my dad started a little cafe, 47 years old, ran until his mid-80s. When my dad retired, he owned that building. He owned the property next to it, plus the house that's still in our family right now. He retired with a net worth of above $1 million. So I tell you that story, Tucker, to say that being raised by a single mom is not a death sentence. You're still responsible. Life is still all about choices. My dad was a lifelong Republican. My mom was a lifelong Democrat. You should have been in the House. My dad said, Democrats want to give you something for nothing. When you try and get something for nothing, you almost always end up getting nothing for something. And my dad would say this, hard work wins. You get out of life what you put into it. You cannot control.
But isn't that the mantra in the black community? Like, bro, try to get, you know, something for nothing. Like, I never understood that. Like, getting handouts and all that good stuff. Like, even with the whole, you know, reparations things.
At a certain point in time, a certain portion of the community feels like, At a certain point in time, a certain portion of the community feels like we're owed, like we're due certain services and handouts, but it's just the mindset of not having to earn anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that mindset. Trust me. You feeling that I'm owed
a handout
something?
from Uncle Sam?
Nah. I'd rather have that go get it mentality.
And anybody that knows anything knows a handout from Uncle Sam comes with some something to pay for in the end. It's never just that. It's never just a handout.
Nah, for real.
Somebody's paying for that. So you're welcome.
Control the outcome, Larry, but you are 100% in control of the effort. Before you bitch, moan, or whine about what somebody did to you or said to you, go to the mirror, look at it, and ask yourself, what could I have done to change the outcome?
My exact point.
Finally, he said, no matter how hard you work, how good you are, sooner or later, bad things are going to happen. How you deal with those bad things will tell your mother and me if we raised a man.
He sounds like an amazing man, but he never made the sale politically with your mom.
No. Lived to be 95 years old. During Watergate, you should have been a fly on the wall. My dad thought Watergate was inconsequential. Even if Nixon sent the plumbers in there to bug Larry O'Brien's office, my dad thought it was, so what? No evidence whatsoever that Nixon did it. He covered it up. My dad thought it was inconsequential. And he said, over time, you're going to realize this is no reason to get rid of a president. My mom thought it was horrific. She hated Nixon. The polls now show most people believe that what Nixon did does not rise to the level of him leaving office. My dad was right.
Actually, it was crazy. It was trying to push Watergate on Nixon, and everybody, and eventually, bro, was just like, I did nothing wrong, but the people are upset. He went with the word of the people at the end of the day, which is actually like, I guess kind of admirable. He's like, well, the people want me out. They want me out. Like, hey, y'all done sold them this idea. I'll get out.
Yeah, there was enough social pressure for him to step aside.
It turned out that Deep Throat was the number 2 man at the FBI, working in concert with the CIA to crush a sitting president. So something we've seen subsequently. But your dad was onto that.
you graded on the curve now. Look at the Biden crime family, $27 million, all this corruption. What Nixon did was inconsequential compared to what's going on right now.
He didn't get rich in China, that's true.
No, he sure didn't.
California, your home state, my home state, give us a status report from the left coast, if you would.
I think this story probably illustrates how bad things are. I ran for governor, as Tucker pointed out. I ran in the recall election. It was a two-part deal. The first part is, do you want this man recalled? And if 50% plus one had said yes, whoever got the most votes on the replacement side would have become governor. I got 49% of the votes on the replacement side. The next highest person got 9%. The 49% was exactly the same percentage Schwarzenegger got in 2003 when he successfully recalled a previous governor. Since then, there are 5% more registered Democrats, 25% fewer registered Republicans, and 50% more registered independents, and independents in California vote Democrat. There hasn't been a Republican elected statewide in California in 20 years. So the race is over. I raised $27 million in 8 weeks, 3.5 million votes. California has 58 counties. On the replacement side, I carried 57 of 58 counties. The only one I didn't carry was San Francisco. I didn't spend one dime or 1 minute campaigning there because I thought it was a lost cause. I lost that by 149 votes.
Goddamn.
So the race is over, Tucker. I go to a restaurant on the west side of LA to meet a buddy of mine. He's late. So I'm sitting at a table. There's a table next to me with two ladies. I think they feel sorry for me because I'm sitting by myself. We start talking. Turns out they're 85 years old. They've known each other since the second grade. One was celebrating her 85th birthday. And they told me they were Jewish. One said she was a human rights activist. One said she was a psychotherapist. And then about 15, 20 minutes into the conversation, one of them said, wait a minute. I know you. You're that guy that ran for governor. You're that Larry Elder. She said, guess who we voted for? I said, you didn't vote for me. She said, how do you know that? I said, let's see. We're on the west side of LA. You're both Jewish. You're a human rights activist. It doesn't take Colombo to put that together. You didn't vote for me. And they said, we didn't. Let me ask you something. How do you feel about the way Gavin Newsom shut down the state in a more severe way than did any other governor?
And shout out Professor Swagamuffin. This will be my last. I gave you 12 sources, even conservative think tanks. It's established fact. You've been disproven, but nothing will get through to you. All right, big dog. So since you sent $5, I'll go ahead and give it like 3 more minutes. All right, big dog. So when you do t-tests, right, or when you do these statistical, comparisons, it has to be equal in some type of way. There got to be some variance of equality here. It cannot be too great. I'm not saying that it has to be exactly the same, but it can be one can't be higher or too lower than the other. So it's dishonest of you to say that immigrants are 3 times less likely to commit crime, even in the Texas study when there are 30 million U.S. citizens to compare to 5.1 million immigrants. It's unfair to also compare from a 150-year timeline from 1850 to 2024 of how many U.S. citizens compared to immigrants, when there is always been more U.S. citizens than immigrants. So let's go ahead and let me give you the comparison. Let's say there's a bucket right here, and all the blue pens are U.S. citizens, all the yellow pens are immigrants. If I'm going ahead and picking this bucket, and every time I pull out a pen, we're going to count that as a criminal, then if I'm digging this bucket randomly, I'm always going to be more likely to pull out a U.S. citizen every trip because there's 10 to 20 times
just the
more
probability of it.
Yeah, just the probability. And it's a skewed result. It's skewed. It leans in one way if you're trying to sell a biased report. And that's what it is. Because if they wanted to equal it out, bro, they just chose random sample size. They said, well, we took a random group of immigrants. We took a random group of U.S. citizens and we put their records together. That's equal. But trying to compare 30 million in Texas and 5.1 million in immigrants, it's not fair. Trying to compare 37 million immigrants to 300 million plus U.S. citizens is just going to give you a skewed result. That's always going to lean towards immigrants doing less crime if that's what you're looking for. It's like, bro, it's like asking who makes more money, U.S. citizens or immigrants. Well, since there's more U.S. citizens, there's more. Of course, we're going to make more. But if we then sash them out, give you 30K U.S. citizens, 30K immigrants, and then we met right there and see who made more, it would be equal. We'd be able to give a good analysis off this group, and it would have to be a subgroup that entire special characteristics, like, I don't know, immigrants working in like factories plus as U.S. citizens working in factories. That's a fair statistic you can give, but not that.
Because of COVID.
Comparing the difference now that it's muted.
While sitting up there at that French Laundry restaurant, yucking it up with the very same people that drafted the mandates, not wearing a mask, not social distancing. They said we were outraged by that. How do you feel about the fact that 1 million people have left California in the last 3 years, the first time anybody's left this state in 150 years? We've lost friends.
Like, dog, you can go look up statistical t-tests and it'll give you the exact word of what you're trying to put out here. It's not right. Like, you just can't do that. You can't compare an overly large, bigger sample size to a smaller one. I'm not sure what you're missing here. I'm pretty sure everybody in the chat know what I'm talking about. Like, everybody in the chat know what I'm saying, but you. Population difference, you guys break. Raise you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to do it to some special group of immigrants and then relate it to some special group of citizens that would make the sample sizes more equal to be compared.
How do you feel about the homelessness? They both told me that they had a homeless encampment near their homes and they were outraged by it. I said, how do you feel about the quality of schools? Do you have kids? Yes. Did you put any of your kids in the Los Angeles Unified School District? No, we would not, because the schools are substandard. So here we are completing each other's sentences, and you didn't vote for me.
I'm not saying you can't.
I said, have you ever had a conversation with a conservative Republican before? They said no. She said, what are you drinking? I said, double vodka, splash of cranberry. Other one said, what are you eating? I said, well, I was going to have steak. Now I'm going to upgrade it to lobster if you pay for the meal. So we had a marvelous time. They had never had a conversation. Another one, I have some back issues, and so a buddy of mine recommended a massage therapist. So he gave me an address. I'm assuming it's going to be some office building. I turned down a residential street. It's a house. I knock on the door. Lady opens the door. She's got...
You have to look at the raw numbers to get the rates. Like, do y'all not even know how to prepare a statistical test? Like, do I even have to bring up a video on how we do t-tests and what you're doing here?
Tattoos everywhere, ear piercings everywhere but her eyeballs. I smell this big flume of marijuana. Not that I would know what that smells like, of course. I've read about it. So she's working on my back and she's playing Motown music, which is my favorite genre of popular music. And you name the song, I can tell you about it. They played My Girl. I said, that was written by Smokey Robinson. He wrote the song for David Ruffin, the lead singer of the Temptations. This song is written by Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye was trying to dissuade it from doing that What's Going On album by Berry Gordy because he wanted to control it. I went over every single, and she said, I know who you are. When you contacted me to make your appointment, I knew who you were. I wasn't going to say anything. Had I known you were this funny and this personable, I would have voted for you. I said, do you know any Republicans? She said, no. I said, none? She said, no. I said, news bulletin. We have personalities. We have senses of humor. I mean, honestly.
Well, I mean, in her defense, I remember that campaign very well, and I think the LA Times called you a white supremacist.
No.
Maybe she thought you were a white supremacist. I don't know.
Let's be accurate. I was called the black face of white supremacy.
Sorry.
I worked very hard for that title, Tucker.
What does that even mean? I never figured. That's like a Zen cone. That's the sound of one hand clapping. I don't even understand it.
I've been on radio for 30 years. And the first 6 months I was on radio, every third caller called me an Uncle Tom or a sellout or a bootlicker, bug-eyed bootlicking Uncle Tom, Sambo Tom. So I'm on the radio for about 6 months, and I walk into a restaurant, and there are a couple of brothers sitting on a brick wall. Based on the way they were dressed, they weren't investment bankers. And one of them said, Larry Elder, I hate you, and I love you. Come on over here. Now, Tucker, I'm thinking if they were going to shoot me, they'd have done it by now. I can't outrun a bullet, might as well go over there. So I went over, he goes, you know, I've been listening to you about 4-5 months now.
I'm weak.
And at first I couldn't stand your black ass. But the more I started listening to you, more I said, he ain't doing nothing but telling people to get off their ass and stop complaining. You're like castor oil. It don't taste good going down, but it's good for you. Keep it up.
I'm weak. That man funny. All you gotta do is
just work. Bad things going on in the world that honestly not many.
Shit, that's what I be doing to y'all, more or less. Like, man, just, you know, all you gotta do is get up and get up off your ass and work and vote for Trump, and you'll be good. Look at the statistic.
That's such a great description.
All I'm doing is telling the truth. You mentioned truth. George Floyd.
Oh boy.
4 months worth of protests, violent protests, 25 people killed, 2,000 police officers wounded, $2 billion in insured property damage, maybe another billion or two in uninsured property damage, Tucker. All because of what happened to George Floyd. However you feel about what happened to George Floyd, however you feel about what Derek Chauvin did or didn't do, there is zero evidence that what happened to George Floyd had anything whatever to do with his race. Zero. The lead prosecutor was a black man. And I'm a lawyer. The most important part of a trial is the opening statement. And in the opening statement, he took pains to say the police in general were not on trial. The Minneapolis PD in general was not on trial. This individual is on trial for what he did or what he didn't do to George Floyd. And he never even intimated that the officer committed a hate crime. He was never.
I just see y'all keep on going on this, so I'll add my 2 cents. And I really don't have much of a bone to pick on this because, as y'all seen, this was really set in Swagamuffin. But I will say that I think what y'all are failing to examine is the fact that in that statistic, it was reporting incarceration rates, right? And when these immigrants are arrested, they a lot of times lack proper identification. So to make that connection or to make that pull from incarcerated rates to it being about sample sizes to it being about per capita, it's a misrepresented fact in the liberal media to say that these people are committing less crime because a lot of times they just don't have the proper identification. So the connection can't correctly or justified or be made justified. The connection can't always be made, right? Is pretty much the point I'm going off of.
Yeah, I'll just stand on the point that, look, bro, when you run the tests, like when you run sample sizes, I'm not saying that they have to be exactly equal, but there does have to be some type of margin of like closeness to them. Like, bro, you can't compare like in Texas, right? 30 million citizens compared to 5.1 immigrants? Are you serious? You saying you cannot say that's even enough to calculate?
And how many of these arrests are catch and release with the point about incarceration, right? So if they're not arrests leading to incarceration, how many of these arrests are catch and release, which is also leading to the stat being misrepresented? So there's a few things to examine on that stat. You know, we can agree to disagree on that one, but there's just a little bit. It's more of a nuanced statistic than I think you guys are letting on.
Before you decide if the sample size is fair, you low-key have to divide the greater sample size by the lower sample size. And if it comes out to something, I believe, what was it? I think it was higher than like 2 point something. That if it goes up higher or lower than that, then it's going to have an unfair result. It's going to be biased. So you got to start off with the sample sizes to get the rate in order to test if it's a fair sample size to be tested.
Charged with a hate crime. Yet you had all these protests all over the country based upon the assumption that what happened to George Floyd had to do with his race when there was zero evidence of it. The police kill more whites every year than blacks. They kill more unarmed whites every year than blacks. Most people couldn't name an unarmed white person because nobody cares.
Still appreciate you.
If an unarmed white person gets killed, as my mother puts it, he's just a dead fly. But an unarmed black person gets killed, in comes CNN, in comes the New York Times. They make a big deal out of it without any understanding whatsoever what's really going on. It's been studied for decades. The police are more hesitant, more reluctant to pull the trigger on a black person than a white person, by far. It's a lie. There's a website called policemag.com. And they asked self-described, very liberal people, how many unarmed black men did the police kill in 2019? 50% of the self-described unarmed black people thought 50% of the self-described liberals thought the police killed 1,000 unarmed black men in 2019. 8% thought they killed 10,000.
Damn.
What you ask about the regular liberal people, self-described, 39% of self-described liberal people thought the police killed 1,000 unarmed black men in 2019. 5% thought they killed 10,000. The answer, according to the Washington Post database, was 12.
What?
12. That's the gap between what the left thinks is going on. But
well, thanks to Dr. Roland Fryer, Harvard professor, black man, came out with a study saying that, yeah, every time, and this is actually how you properly run a statistic, every time an officer pulls over somebody, and if they're white, they're more likely to get shot than them being black. And you could even say that's a bit skewed because there are more white people in America. So they're more likely to get pulled over, which means they have more opportunity to get shot. Like, come on now. Can we all agree on that? But shout out to that man, Roland Fry, who pretty much said it point blank. Like, what do you mean? If an officer pulls up to you, you're less likely to get shot than a white man, apparently.
I mean, yeah, he's low-key scared to interact with you and escalate that encounter with you to pulling out his gun because, like he said, a lot of times the media, the city, just the social standard or the social pressure that comes with interacting or killing a black man, like, bro, you'll lose your job, and we see what happened with Derek Chauvin once he got sent to prison.
Yeah.
It ain't a good look, and ain't nobody trying to go out like that.
Man.
versus what is really going on, which accounts for why we had 4 months of protests in the streets of America in 2020.
So the numbers you just cited are publicly available. Yes. They were right there.
Right there.
But no one cited them except you and a few other people. So this is my last question and most important question before I bring Bobby Kennedy out. What advice would you give to the people in this room, since you are in that 1/100th of 1% of the population who says what he really thinks? How would you encourage people to have heart to do the same? What makes you different? Why are you able to just go on the website, see that it's incorrect, and just say it in public when most people are afraid to do that? What advice?
It's what you said in your monologue. Think for yourself. Use your own judgment. Be skeptical. Ingest the news in a discriminating way. The Media Research Center found that ABC, NBC, CBS, 85% of their coverage was positive regarding Kamala Harris and Walz. 93% of it was negative regarding Trump and Vance. And ABC News was the worst. Of 25 stories they've done since Kamala Harris became the presumptive nominee, 100% have been positive. 93% of the ones for Donald Trump have been negative. And ABC alone from CBS, NBC, is the only one of those three that has never referred to Kamala Harris as a liberal or even a progressive. You're being lied to. Use your own common sense, use your own judgment, and thank goodness for alternative sources of news like Tucker, like a Glenn Beck.
Think for yourself. It's not that hard.
That's not that hard.
Larry Elder, you're a hero. Thank you. Thank you. So, as noted at the outset, I would like to ask this man.
I mean, I don't know I just don't know enough about what's happened, and I've been reading some of the internet stuff about the connections that this man may or may not have had to the intelligence agencies, etc. And I don't know what to make of it. I do know that there's an antagonism and a violence in our society now that I feel is orchestrated. I feel that we're living in and you remember a couple of years ago when they had the Occupy Wall Street movement, and they were trying to frame this debate as the 99% against the 1%. And I feel like since then, we've all been turned against each other, where it's 50% against 50%. And that, when the king and queen go out on the balustrades of their castle, and they look out across their people, and they're all fighting each other, they go back to the banquet hall and they pop champagne corks because they know nobody's coming over the wall against them. And
all right, we're talking about the second assassination on Trump. Okay. You know what's crazy? I got something for y'all on that one. Let's get into something crazy, guys. I got something for y'all.
So the new Trump assassin just dropped, and there's some spicy details already. Ryan Routh, very strange guy who's lived a very strange life. And this time, the internet was wise and archived all of his socials as much as possible before the FBI took it all down. So here's some basics on what we know about him and one really interesting rabbit hole about who he might be. Right off the bat, though, it's super early. This is all speculative. Take your time, pump the brakes. We're just digging through dirty laundry. We don't know what sticks yet. But this guy is a private American citizen who traveled to Ukraine on his own dime, to help recruit civilian soldiers to fight for Ukraine and Afghan special forces. He was like recruiting on his Facebook page. Here's an archive of all of his tweets that look pretty damn automated to me. They pretty much all look like this. In a past life in Hawaii, he apparently ran this company that made a single tiny home and a single Facebook page and never did anything else with it. Super weird. But I grabbed everyone that he followed on Twitter before they deleted it. He only followed 60. And right down at the bottom of that list, which I think indicates his first follow, is this girl named Sue Kim, who is ex-CIA, along with some other very interesting things. Now, again, reminder, this is just speculation.
Yale and a couple corporations, and you knew some radical, some pro-Ukraine radical? That's weird. Yeah, CIA. Yeah, we're going into the history of the,
Would-be Trump assassinator?
Yeah, would-be Trump assassinator. The second one. Whole CIA asset?
Followed 60. And right down at the bottom of that list, which I think indicates his first follow, is this girl named Sue Kim, who is
ex-CIA, ex-CIA, Rand Corporation, and she graduated from Yale. Huh, interesting.
CIA, along with some other very interesting things. Now, again, reminder, this is just speculation, digging through Twitter dirt. Maybe this chick is just a wonderful, patriotic person that's helping America. Who knows? But her account is private, meaning why does he follow her? I've been digging around, and one of my followers said that they found her in the people that follow him back. I have not been able to confirm that for myself because they took the account down. If you've got a video of the 1.2 thousand followers that followed him, that would be great to know. He says that she was at the bottom of his followed list, meaning that she followed him right when he made the account. That would make sense, seeing as she's at the bottom of his following list of who he follows, too. I mean, every asset needs a handler. And when you go through some of these other affiliations here, you get what is essentially the CIA training grounds at Johns Hopkins University. It explores the relationship between politics and the many kinds of military power, from the use of terror by small non-state groups to the threatened use of nuclear weapons. Its director is John McLaughlin, who is literally an ex-acting director of the CIA and ex-deputy director of the CIA. Three-decade career at the CIA.
Whole life
David
in the
is
CIA.
third on
The
the
connection
list of
couldn't be
people
more
at
clear.
the top of this institution at the university. 30-year career in Army Special Forces, various special operations, invading various countries, as well as Operation Enduring Freedom. You get the idea. Anyways, Rand Corporation. That's a military-industrial complex think tank, kind of like the Atlantic Council. And LMI org. Yeah, that's like a military-industrial complex education and training program as well. Preliminary findings on the internet when you search our homeboy, the shooter, show his arrest record, including in 2002 possession of weapons of mass destruction.
Oh,
how the fuck?
Class F felony.
Well, god damn.
Along with three
you
other
ain't supposed to get out after something like
things,
that.
like possession of handguns or concealed weapons and driver's license stuff. And yeah, that sounds like some operative shit to me.
Yep.
But again, we don't know any of this yet. We're just digging through dirty laundry on the internet. It's hard to tell what's real. But this is a photo of the weapon he used, the setup he had. People are speculating it looks an awful lot like, Russian-Ukrainian class of rifle. He's doing these weird recruitment ops in Ukraine for civilians. Well, he's like posting on his Facebook all the time to like no followers about how he's recruiting hundreds of civilians to fight for Ukraine. Posting for like Afghan special forces to contact him so they can come fight in Ukraine. But he's like just a random citizen from Hawaii. And one of the 60 people he follows is this CIA gal that allegedly follows him back. That looks an awful lot like
Just
a
that Kevin
handler or
Summers meme. He's like,
contact.
God,
his
damn it, you
account
can't
looks
make
an
this
awful
up.
lot like a bot or an MK Ultra or a Pad. So who knows what the hell this is? His criminal record looks an awful lot like what you might expect a kind of guy in this kind of line of work to leave behind.
Yeah.
And then there's the weird video evidence getting turned up.
Officials in Kyiv simply aren't interested in recruiting them.
Ukraine is reluctant to be cooperative.
That's Ryan Ruth, a U.S. citizen who set up the International Volunteer Center in Ukraine to help connect foreigners to Ukrainian military units.
I'm talking to over 100 soldiers every day, and pretty much everybody, all of my contacts in Ukraine, they were adamant, pretty much yelled.
So you recruit people to come fight a losing war? Is a crazy work, but okay.
Every time that I suggested that we bring in Afghans.
The Ukrainian government didn't respond to our request for comment, but a source close to the officials in Kyiv told Semaphore that...
You know what's so crazy?
Who's paying for these trips to Ukraine?
The CIA. I mean, he's riddled all over with CIA now, allegedly, of course, but I'm just like, well, all these connections is kind of weird. He has a crazy record where bro should have low-key been in jail for a longer than like a grip.
Class F felony.
I mean, he should have been out of here.
Bro should have mass destruction.
Yeah, like isn't that the same thing we hop on Iran's ass for, and we just letting a guy out of jail for it? Like I don't know. It just seems a little bit too well.
Now this is some guy on TikTok. So TikTok. So this is pure speculation, but it seems to be a clear connection there.
Yeah.
Their top concern is the question of loyalty in the thick fog of war.
The biggest thing is spies. They're afraid that anybody and everybody is a Russian spy.
Shout out to some bitch I know on X, who currently has one of the best archives of all of his socials and accounts.
Wow.
There's a lot of other people doing good work right now. And again, I just want to clarify, I'm not trying to pretend like I've solved the case or like we know what's going on. We just have learned by now that the FBI is going to just cover everything up. And so it's up to us to try to dig everything out before they do. So that's what we're doing. And yes, it's ridiculous that that is even a set of sentences we have to say in America in 2024 when someone tries to kill the former and future president of the United States of America. And I mean, I can only imagine who might be backing up these operations to try to shoot him and who might be providing the intel and the access and the cover-ups, etc. So last thing I'll say, Ryan Routh, he's currently in custody. He was driving away in an SUV. They caught him. He's alive for now. And I just want to remind us all, Ryan Routh did not kill himself. If cameras malfunction outside of his cell, if he has a weird slipping accident, whatever happens.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Facts.
You know the story.
Yeah, him and Diddy, man, him and Diddy. And shout out to Seth Troutman. We appreciate you. G said, what about third? Try that. What about third? Try that people from rally end up blind.
Wait, what did he say?
What about third? What about the third? Tried that people from rally end up blind. Hold on.
What about third? Try that people from.
Let me make sure.
Elaborate, Steph. Say that again.
Say that again in the chat, bro. Key's gonna catch that one for
50 more days. My money's on at least one more attempt before we get there. So stay frosty. Because the war machine desperately needs the wars to escalate, and they're not down with the MAGA Maha folks shutting down the wars. And they are ready to kill people, ready to assassinate, allegedly, apparently, theoretically, just jokingly, in order to perpetuate those wars.
Ain't that crazy?
Let's get you out of here.
Yeah, I don't like people who do that. Like, report it. I'm like
wow.
Like,
Crazy.
Like, all right, dog. All right. Well, have fun. Let's go to let's see what bro thinks about this, though.
Yes,
about everything I'm looking out federal agencies have done with our money in our name, and at what point are they reformed?
Yeah, I mean,
I
think it's really, there's an act called the JFK Assassination Papers Act. It requires all those documents be released to the American public by 2018, all the documents pertaining to my uncle's death. And President Trump, when he ran the first time in 2016, promised to release them, and then he didn't, which always struck me as odd. And then...
Here it is. Another aim at Trump, but people that were sitting to his right ended up having vision problems after being on stage with him. Yo, yeah. Huh. All right, then. Another aim at Trump, but people that were sitting to his right ended up having vision problems after being beside him with stage. Damn.
I think you're presenting us some new information. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
To be honest, Steph.
It kind of sounds like when they was like, using the lights and all that to mess with him. And I ain't gonna lie, though. It is a bit crazy, though. People on Trump's right kind of, I don't know, that's the people around Trump is, pray for them. Pray for the people around Trump. Really.
Honestly, yeah.
You never know. You just never know.
President Biden ran promising to release him, and he didn't. I had the opportunity recently to ask President Trump directly why he did not release them. And he said that Mike Pompeo called him and said, please do not let me make me release these. It is going to be a calamity for our country. President Trump says if he's going to release them, and I believe that he will.
So can I ask, why would Mike Pompeo, who I don't think was even born or had just been born when your uncle was murdered, why would he have an interest in keeping those documents secret?
Well, clearly it's not to protect any individual, because virtually all the individuals who were directly involved in my uncle's death, and many are now dead, and many of those have, gave deathbed confessions or gave confessions of various kinds before they died. But I think the only supposition that is rational is that.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to admit that I wasn't aware of that. And no one over here claims to know it all. There is some things that slip through the cracks. I mean, you're focusing over here, you're bound to miss something on the other side or on the other end of the spectrum. So, I mean, it's all about informing each other and, having that discussion. And we appreciate you, Steph. And I ain't taking it no personal type of way, man. It's nobody knows everything about everything. So the people that are over here making it seem like we're stupid for not knowing that, shame on y'all.
For not knowing what?
Really stupid for making it seem like we're supposed to know everything.
It's about protecting an
for not
institution.
Knowing about the
and I think, in the last tranche
so y'all didn't know about that?
That were released, and the New York Times even reported this. And the Times has been one of the major bulwarks against conspiracy theories that depart from the single shooter Lee Harvey Oswald killed John Kennedy. They've been the big bulwark against that. So it's extraordinary that they finally reported that Lee Harvey Oswald was a CIA asset, and that the CIA went to great lengths to conceal that, not only from the Warren Commission, and as most of you probably know, Alan Dulles, who was the head of the CIA, who my uncle fired after the Bay of Pigs, had then come back into public life to get himself appointed to the Warren Commission. And he was really the only commissioner that was there for every meeting.
Oh, come on.
He was the only one that was paying attention. All of the other ones, like Chief Justice Warren was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. He had a full-time job. The other ones were congressmen and senators and other well-known individuals who were fully occupied by their work. The only one for whom it was a full-time job was Alan Dulles. And his function was to make sure that any questions about the CIA involvement were quashed. And he concealed the fact that Lee Harvey Oswald had been recruited into the agency in 1957 and 1958 and sent on a mission to Russia, which was a false defection mission, and then brought back to this country. And so the first, and many of us who've been studying the assassination knew this, but it has never been reported in the mainstream press. And after that last tranche of documents was released 5 years ago, the New York Times finally acknowledged that. And there may be other information related to that they don't want released, but I have no idea what it is.
So what does it take? I mean, you can't have a democracy in a system where the public has no idea what its government is doing, and that's what we have now. So how do you fix that? What would it take to actually bring transparency to the federal agencies?
Yeah.
All right, no, we'll come right back around to my man RFK, but you know what? Let's see because Vivek, he came out with this new book called The Truths. Let's hear about the truth from Vivek, man. Let's see what he got to say. One of my favorite Hindus. Let's be real.
Vic, yeah. God is real. There are two genders. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is racism. An open border is not a border. Parents determine the education of their children.
You know what's so funny about what he's saying? He's saying basic truths that are in today's day and age considered profound, because we're in this clown world where everything's been reversed and flipped on its head to make us believe that all the shit he's saying is no longer normal.
Like, you damn near feel like you came from a like alternate reality
Bro,
or something
like.
Like
Stepped at a time machine or something.
It's like where common sense is no longer common sense. It's like, hold on. What you mean? I'm saying something profound. I'm just saying what makes sense.
What do you mean y'all got 50 genders? 50?
50? I'm like, bro, where y'all find 40? Where did I find the 48 from?
What do you mean y'all trying to ban fossil fuels? Fossil fuels? Like, bro.
It's like, what? What do you mean you trying to get into war with other countries? Like, does not everybody have nukes?
Like, children. The nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to mankind. Capitalism lifts us up from poverty. There are 3 branches of government in the United States, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution is the strongest and greatest guarantor of freedom in human history.
I got you. I appreciate it.
So there's the 10.
I love that.
Now you don't have to buy the book.
So you start with God is real.
Yeah.
Why?
So I think that's the ultimate truth. And, I say this in particular, I put that first for a reason because, a lot of people in thinking about, I ran for U.S. president, it was new to think about somebody who was not of the Christian faith, who was running for U.S. president, but is a person of deep faith. And I think the beauty of the country is it was founded by people who believed that God put them here for a purpose, right? This country was founded against the backdrop of divine providence. And so I think part of
that's why it's a little strange when people say, oh, you can't, put religion and politics together. And I'm like, well, isn't that how we started out? Like, no, actually, no, that's exactly how we started out. We started on Judeo-Christian values.
Right,
that's
that
how
is
this
true. country
was founded. And if it wasn't, then I'm be real, the Constitution wouldn't be the Constitution without these Christian Judeo values of every person have inalienable rights under God.
And then beyond that, we were also founded on the practice of being able to believe and practice whatever religion you want to. Religious freedom.
Yeah.
And that's what Vivek really stands on, because he's not Christian, he's not Muslim, but he stands for your rights to practice how you believe.
Yeah.
And I can respect that more than anything. Like, I don't necessarily practice or believe in the same thing that you do, but I fight for your rights just as I expect you to fight and defend mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but some people got that repressive tolerance where, hey, if it's a left idea, yeah, I'm all for it. If it's a right idea, you're a dumbass, you're a Hitler supporter, all this wild stuff.
What's going on in the country is that especially young people my age, and I love a lot of young people here too, our generation is so hungry for purpose right now. We are hungry for a cause. We're hungry for meaning. We want to be part of something bigger than ourselves, yet we can't even answer what it means to be an American. But I think part of that hole in our heart, it's what Blaise Pascal said. He's a famous scientist 400 years ago. He says that if you have a hole the size of God in your heart and God does not fill it, something else will instead. You think about wokeism or transgenderism or climatism or COVIDism or globalism or Zelenskyism or whatever the case may be.
That's a bad one.
But you see these things serially coming up over and over again. They're substitutes for the real thing. And I am a big fan of the revival of faith in America. Not by force. The beauty of this country is you don't have to if it isn't natural to you. But the revival of faith in the real thing, in true God. And I think if we revive faith in this country, we'd actually be much more united as a country as well.
But
instead of having LGBTQ rioters talking about we are God and all that good stuff, let's get closer to God instead of trying to become God. you know, how y'all be with this whole anti-abortion thing, you know, playing God like a motherfucker.
It's like the Kanye meme, like, where's God in all of this?
Oh God. On God, though.
It's interesting. So you just spent one of the
Clearly
everybody makes fun of
absent.
politics
Clearly
and
absent.
considers
God out of your
politicians
thinking.
loathsome, which they are.
Which I can confirm that. Yeah.
Yeah, but the one cool thing I like about campaigns is it does force people who want to hold power to go meet a lot of people, and to get on the road and get to a lot of different places in this vast country, and you've just done that. So you said there is a revival of faith. Did you feel that on the road?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a hunger for even people who are questioning what their actual beliefs were. And sometimes when you do that, you actually emerge stronger on the other side of it. So I met a lot of people across the country. Say you're traveling in Iowa, meet a lot of evangelical Christians, have a fair question, ask a question of, can a Hindu be president? That forced me to confront what a lot of my own beliefs were in a way that I wouldn't have if you weren't really pressed on it day to day. And I think one of the traps you can fall into, and at times I would catch myself falling into as well, is you treat conversations as pattern recognition, right? So it's like, okay, that's where I turn on the auto script that sounds like the best answer to this question. And I decided halfway through the campaign, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to treat every conversation as a unique conversation. Probably talk to tens of thousands of people across this country.
That's what you can.
And, you know, I hope I contributed something, but I can tell you I definitely emerged as a stronger human being and a stronger person because of it. And, you know, I think we don't do that enough in this country anymore. Is just, you don't have to agree with me on everything, and I don't have to agree with you on everything, but the more we're able to just talk openly without a filter about questions like faith, about what our actual convictions are, about what it means to be a citizen of this country, one of the things that I learned.
And it is always.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah, bro. I ain't gonna. It always is hard to come to that middle ground when people have their racial supremacies, they have the religious supremacies. People have
the ideologic supremacities.
Yeah,
people think that their belief or their ideas or their stats beat yours.
Yeah. Oh no. And here's the worst though. Why I call it I would call it an ideology supremacy, because they think they're better than you because of the way they think. They think they're better than you because of the religion they follow. And then there's the ultimate supremacy where they think they're better than you because of their race.
Yeah, that's just me looking down on you.
A whole lot of supremacy going on. But white supremacy is the biggest problem though in America. Okay.
But I completely concur with Vivek's message right there, and that's why we host these streams, host these chats, because it's not about agreeing. It's not about being in an echo chamber. You all ain't got to see everything how we see it, and we don't necessarily have to see everything how y'all see it. It's about hosting the conversation, having the discourse, being able to agree to disagree and find common ground where there is some.
Yeah. It's like, bro, it should be pretty easy to find common ground when you get rid of all your supremacist ideas.
Like, shit, we're all Americans, goddammit.
Yeah. And I'm not talking about your white supremacy, your black supremacy. I'm talking about your ideology supremacy. Like, you just think you're better than somebody because you're a Trump supporter? Or you think you're better than somebody because you're a Kamala supporter? Get that out your head. And let's come to a middle ground here.
Learned is that this narrative of national division is actually a myth. I do believe that. And I'm not saying it's some fake kumbaya kind of way that, oh, we're all united because we agree on everything, because we obviously don't. But I think most people in the country do share the same national values in common. The idea that you get to speak your mind, or you do, or I do, as long as our neighbor gets to in return. The idea that the people we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not some unelected bureaucrat as a hired hand issuing edicts from on high. I think most people in America agree on these things, or at least 80% do, and 20% are younger than me who were never taught those ideals in the first place, who we can bring along too. And so that was probably the number one thing I took away from traveling the country. Is we had protesters at my events often. My rule of thumb was, unless they're being totally violent and disruptive, we'll give them a mic. They get to speak their mind as long as they sit down and listen to what everybody else has to say. And there were some beautiful moments that came out of that I didn't expect during the campaign. And so I just do think in this true way, and if you take away one thing from my own experience in the campaign, it is that this myth of national division is just that. It is a myth. It serves certain interests of the people who perpetuate that myth. But if we cut through that, I think we are actually far more united as a country than they will sell you. And I think in a few months, hopefully in about 2 to 3 months, we may be that on a scale that people may not expect.
I agree with that. This is, of course, everything accelerating because of the election. Something happened yesterday that, it's getting harder and harder to be shocked by what the Biden administration does. So much of it is unprecedented. But something did shock me yesterday where the Department of Justice, so-called, which is a grotesque, really, parody of a Department of Justice, indicted 2 foreigners and named in the indictment 3 conservative podcasters, internet figures, all Trump supporters, as somehow connected to a foreign country. And immediately their content started disappearing from, say, YouTube. They pulled a big documentary off YouTube this morning because the Biden administration said that, it's beyond belief. So basically you have the Biden administration's Department of Justice shutting down criticism of the Biden administration. And I don't know if I'm going insane or I'm missing something. Is anyone noticing this? How is this allowed?
So there's, I'm glad you brought this up. There's definitely something really weird going on here. So I don't have any facts any different than what other people have read about this in the last 24 hours, but I do have a gut instinct about it that's pretty strong. And it comes from just basic pattern recognition of the last 2 election cycles, okay? By the way, my background as an entrepreneur, I have not been paying super close attention to American politics till about 2016, and then much more in 2020, and then of course I'm in the thick of it now. But let me take those last 2 presidential elections. So this myth of, does it exist, some sort of foreign election attempts at interference? Of course it does. It happens worldwide. It happens here in the United States. But this idea of Russian election interference in particular, let's trace the history of that in each of the last 2 elections. Let's go to 2016. The allegation of Russian election interference to support Donald Trump, when you double click on that and look at what was the actual foreign election interference there, it was actually U.S. election interference in the U.S. election through the Steele dossier, but laundered through the narrative of actual Russian interference. And actually there was a Russian intermediary to perpetuate that attempt at election interference about Trump's Russia collusion hoax. That's in 2016. Now we get to 2020. Again, domestic election interference is the systematic suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story. That didn't happen by Russian companies, it didn't happen by the Russian government. It happened by U.S. social media companies acting at the direction of deep state actors in the U.S. government that suppressed probably a story whose suppression changed the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. But again, what did they say? They said, no, this was Russian disinformation. So now you're seeing a pattern. In 2016, there's domestic attempts at election interference, but they run it through a Russian smokescreen. In 2020, there's domestic election interference, but they run it through a Russian smokescreen. So this time around, when I see Merrick Garland in the Department of Justice sitting under the Biden administration, suddenly alleging election interference by the Russians, I don't have any facts other than to say my radar goes off and says, I want to know where that election interference is actually beginning. A lot of those allegations that they were somehow helping Trump, I actually got curious. Actually, you could make strong arguments that a lot of these posts or whatever actually weren't helping Trump at all. But the fact that they called that Russian election interference again just suggests to me that this may be part of a pattern of what we saw in 2016 and 2020.
Well, you think?
So I don't really buy what they're selling on this.
Yeah, Kamala's losing, which she is.
Yeah, that whole Russia thing was like, bro, it was overselling. Oh, he's working with Putin, he's working with Putin. Bro, even when I didn't like Trump, back in that time when they were saying that, I even said, I'm like, I don't see nothing wrong with, working out things with Putin, Kim Jong. Like, these are all people that we didn't had high tensions with in the past. So to go out there and kind of make things stable, I gave him his props for that. I was like, okay, whatever. At least somebody's talking to him. At least somebody's talking. We went from 4 years of talking and being cool with these people. Now in the next 4 years with Biden, all of a sudden we're not cool with them no more. Now all of a sudden they just causing war all of a sudden.
And if you're a truth seeker, you kind of love that interview. You love that interaction because it exposed Putin's mindset. It exposed his view on America, and it exposed kind of the reasoning behind, the rationale behind why he did what he did. Yeah. So only if you're somebody who's for the suppression of truth or the suppression of both sides of a message or narrative, then we're used somebody who's like, oh, he shouldn't. Tucker's bad for that. They shouldn't have allowed him to do it. He's a Russian propagandist, a Putin apologist. Like, well, no, watch it with some critical thought. Don't let it influence you in a way that it shouldn't. But honestly, that was a dub for media. That was a dub for truth seekers. That was a dub for anybody.
Because he let you know what was going on. Like, Putin literally sat there that whole time. I mean, we might have to react to that one day.
That was a good one, honestly.
I mean, bro, he was not wrong. He's like, yeah, like, what do you mean? I try to get cool with NATO. Y'all told me no. Okay, well, I have to make concessions with NATO or compromise with NATO, saying that y'all can't come here then. And what NATO do? Not only told Putin no, but then pushed them into the Ukrainian war. Pushed them to it. But then nobody want to blame NATO. Everybody just want to blame Putin. Okay.
She is. She's losing in the states that matter. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona. It's amazing. So all of a sudden, the other side is being funded by Russia. Of all the countries that interfere in our elections, and there are many, Russia's at the bottom of the list, okay, in terms of effectiveness. But it's a little, they're literally going back to the Russia well again.
Yeah, I think
this is not a super clever group, right?
I think that, I think the problem is they are actually a super clever group. I think that this is just the beginning of a volley. So this one's not going to land. I think the public, fool me once, fool me twice, shame on me, fool me thrice, shame on you, some whatever the expression is. The reality is I think there's going to be some weird things that happen in the next 2 months. I think there are going to be some, depending on what happens in the debate. So I'm going to the debate next week in Philadelphia. It's going to be Tuesday. I think it's going to be probably a Donald Trump demolition destruction of the other side. But don't cheer too much, right? Because I was at the last one, and that's actually in some ways was a trap.
Yeah, he did win that. And I covered that right after the stream. I titled it "He Lost," but it was just because I didn't feel like he eviscerated her as he should have. Like she laid it up for him to slam dunk it, and he just kind of like lackadaisically laid it in himself. Like if y'all get my basketball reference, like he should have like Blake Griffin 360 windmilled it, but he kind of jelly rolled it.
It was obviously a trap, right? They scheduled the earliest ever presidential debate in U.S. history. Why did they do that? It was obvious. It was that they wanted to test Biden as a final trial balloon, and they got a free option. Because if he did great, they turned the race upside down. But if Biden did as poorly as he did, they swapped him out. It was something unthinkable that became the obvious. So I think if we have another debate smackdown on Tuesday, if I was a betting man, I'd predict that's what we're about to have. I also would predict we're going to have some very strange things that happen on the back of that as well.
Okay.
And I think that...
You know what? It was funny, though, because I never really thought, like, he lost. I just thought that everybody was looking for something from Trump, and since he didn't give it to him, it was a loss. And I'm just like, hold on. Like I said, we was all trying to look at that like a rap battle or like a Wildin' Out episode or something. But when we forgot to look at it as a presidential debate, like, all right, who actually talked about policies?
Well, it just boils down to this, and we had this conversation off stream, but they were just graded on 2 separate scales.
Yeah.
It's like you had an A++ student and your teacher was extra hard on you, but you had a class clown and she was over here walking him through the test.
Man, pretty much. And with moderators.
Low key.
And the crazy thing is,
with help.
Like, come on now. I knew from the first question about the economy, when she started telling that story, nobody held her down. Nobody was like, yeah.
Oh, are we in a better shape now?
Yeah, like cool story, Kamala. But can you please explain how you intend to help the economy instead of telling us stories about your childhood?
Funny enough, she was asked the same exact question almost after the interview in a debate, or after the debate in an interview, and gave the same answer.
Same answer. It's like, that's all you're going to get is a story about me and
her
my
childhood, and how hard it was, how she was raised by her neighbor, and... Sounds good. It's word salad that her base just eats up.
Man, Kamala's word salad.
In some ways, the Republican Party has just been so behind on this. I'll probably make some people mad by, lifting the curtain on this, but last year to make the Republican Party debate stage, the final condition is we had to sign, all the candidates, Ronna McDaniel's requirement. I had some words to say that it had a certain, outcome there, but she made us sign a Beat Biden pledge. And so this is in July or August of last year. And I said, this is dumb. This is silly because we're not going to be running against Joe Biden. So we're going to spend an entire year of financial, political, and messaging capital running against a candidate who is not the actual candidate we're going to run against, but it was the Beat Biden pledge. That was just the dogmatic messaging of the Republican Party. And what do you know, a year and a half later, we've wasted a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of credibility with the public. We even boosted the media's credibility because they got that last month where they got to criticize Joe Biden. So now when they're not actually going after Kamala, they still look even-handed to the American public because they went after a Democrat most recently. In some ways...
Yeah, you know the most dishonest thing about that whole entire situation? When everybody was talking about Biden's too old and everybody was calling us ageist. You're ageist. Oh, you discriminated against people for their age. Then when Biden was proven to be too damn old or too senile, now they want to say, oh, well, Trump is old now. Trump is old. Trump's the oldest president running. I'm like, this nigga, what?
Like a month ago when he was running against Biden, wasn't nobody saying that. But now that he's running against a younger Kamala, everybody wants to turn on Trump because of his age. Like that old man Biden was clearly in cognitive decline, clearly senile, as Seth said. It's like, come on, bro. After a certain while, even his delegates couldn't ignore it. Bro, they had to strong arm that man out of his position.
Bro, hear how disingenuous it was. Then they were trying to say now, oh, well, Trump sounds senile too.
All right. Trump has always spoke like this. Absolutisms and I mean,
over exaggerating.
Yeah, he's not like the most articulate, but he's an entertainer and he can get a message across.
If you leave it to Trump, he got the best everything, okay?
Honestly, the best.
It was the worst of all worlds. And so I think we need to get better as a movement, I think as a Republican Party, on staying skeptical, on skating to where the puck is going. And I think ultimately the way we're going to win this is actually not even by focusing on Kamala. That's sort of where I've landed on this is, people say she's a communist or she's, a socialist or whatever. I think that is giving her a little too much credit because it assumes she has an ideology.
I agree.
She doesn't have an ideology. Right. She just doesn't. Most people in
Marxism.
California here know her. She's just another cog. Right? She's another cog in a machine. We're not running against a candidate. We are running against a system. And the way we're going to win this is forget who they put up. Kamala, if they make her the president before the election, who knows, whatever it is, it doesn't matter.
Damn.
If we actually win this by offering our own vision of who we are and what we actually stand for. Right? Individual, family, nation, and God beat race, gender, sexuality, and climate. If we have the courage to stand for it, but that's how we protect ourselves against what I think is going to be a complicated couple of months ahead is what I predict.
So smart.
Well, how's this for crazy? Has there ever been a more volatile time in American politics?
I always just say,
not in our lifetimes. No one, a lot
There's
depends on
two people that I don't think that could be beaten.
Here, but what you're going to do next, but
I don't think you could beat Vivek. I don't think nobody in the Democratic side could beat Vivek or JD at this point. Those are two people because I don't feel like JD's about to mop the floor with Walls. I mean, it's about to be embarrassing what JD's going to do.
Walls is only going to have jokes and witty remarks.
But JD's going to have hard line facts. He's going to have that facts for his ass about how he failed his state and all that good stuff. Oh, man.
He going to roast his ass. And Vivek's a great debater, too. He keeps it biased, or unbiased, I should say.
Yeah.
And, good speaker. Well-spoken man.
Yeah, I just want to see, bro. When Debate was doing the Republican debate, bro was on a rampage. I mean, like he's like respectfully, you're dumb. Respectfully, your policies are trash. Respectfully, you're a warmonger. It was just that's how he was. It was raw.
What's going on, Vlad?
I think it's fair to predict that you will remain part of what you're part of now, which is an effort to save the country. But I think we're falling for it for sure. The idea that Kamala Harris is like an actual person, I'm sure she can fog a mirror, but beyond that, she's just a cipher. She'll be whatever you want her to be. Pay her enough, she'll be a radical vegan or anti-circumcision activist or whatever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. She might even build a wall.
100%.
Claim she wants to.
100%. She's a kind of sad puppet, clearly unhappy, terrified. I know benzodiazepine use when I see it, and I'm like, that chick's had some Xanax, just vacant.
Yo,
she's afraid.
Wow.
She wakes up afraid every morning, and you can tell the people who are afraid, which is a lot of people, and she's chief among the fearful.
Damn.
But anyway, The Republicans fell for it. The leadership fell for it. They're falling for it now. And they also fell, and I hope you'll flesh this out a little bit, they fell for the idea that the media act independently of the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that's a trap we have repeatedly fallen into over the last 8 years. But I just think this idea, it's not an accident that you get Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. There are a lot of intelligent people who are, believe it or not, intelligent people. They have a high IQ, brain power. They can make their own decisions. They're thinkers who are Democrats, people on the left, ideologues, who people like you and I might disagree with, but some of whom you and I might actually be friends with because we respect them even though we disagree with them. It's not an accident that you get Joe Biden and then a Kamala Harris and then the next puppet they put up. Biden has cognitive deficits, right? Those are not a bug. They are a feature for the people who control him. Kamala Harris has a different kind of deficit. She has policy deficits, cognitive deficits, you could argue.
Intellectual deficits.
Those are also, again, not a bug. They're a feature for the people who actually operate the puppet. And so I think that it's going to be a losing game unless we see ourselves as running against that system. And I think this is actually going to be, let's assume victory here, right? Let's fast forward. It's not just winning the election. It's actually, are we actually going to do what conservatives, Republicans, when they've governed, have long failed to do? I think the real myth we've fallen into is this trap of believing that we can reform this system, that we're going to reform the deep state, that we're going to fire Christopher Wray or whoever at the top of the FBI and put in a new figurehead on top, that we're going to reform the bureaucracy. And I think that reform is just a myth, right? It's impossible. We're not running against, it's not that Christopher Wray is an individual bad actor at the top of the FBI. He's just another cog in the system, just like Kamala Harris, just like Joe Biden. And so the question for us, the real test for us, I think, Tucker, is not going to be the election in November. It is going to be whether we have the spine to actually see through and do the hard thing that we've never done before. Nobody's done it. No, Donald Trump in his first term is the closest we've gotten. But nobody's really stepped up and said, no. Are we actually going to try to reform and massage this thing to incrementally window dress it and advance our own goals? Or are we actually going to get in there and to shut it down? And I think that is the one answer that will save this country. And I'm supporting Donald Trump because I believe he's the man who is going to be the best suited to get that job done. But the real test comes not in November, but after that to me.
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more, and I'm thrilled to hear that. I think I spent 35 years living in Washington, so I have some appreciation for how rotten the system is. It's so rotten. Yeah. It's like mind-boggling, actually. But in order to shut it down, or in order to make the changes necessary to preserve the country, you're going to have to actually ignore the media.
Yeah.
And why can't Republicans do that?
So I actually met Georgia Maloney.
I can understand why can't Republicans do that, because the lies be so horrendous. It'd be like, bro, what did you say about me? It's like, you imagine J.D. Vance like waking up and be like, hold on, they're saying I love my couch?
Yeah.
Hold on, they're saying that I created a story? It's like, bro, what the hell are they talking about? Like, oh, Trump waking up. Whoa, they're talking about I'm Hitler?
They try to shoot me, take me out.
I mean, it's easy when they say some softball stuff, but when they coming at your family, they coming at anybody who supports you, it's just like, damn, of course it's going to catch your attention every trip.
And I like Vivek's point that he made. If Trump is to be elected in November, the battle's not done. He's still going to have to put up a fight. You know, he's going to have to make it past House Democrats, Senate Democrats. Like, they're still going to be putting up some pushback against this man's policy and what he's trying to do for the country. So it's not just win the election in November and everything easy peasy. Like, this man is still gonna have some detractors.
Yeah, and I always say, like, bro, the rhetoric against Trump is the main reason why Trump just walked to the stand when Kamala was trying to shake his hand. It's like, dog, you been calling me, what? I'm an essayer, I'm a rapist, I'm a threat to democracy, I'm Hitler. Oh, you want to shake Hitler's hand now? Okay. Oh, that's crazy. You was calling me all this stuff, all in your rallies, all on television, but now you want to shake my hand? Am I not supposed to be Hitler? Am I not supposed to be a woman beater, a woman essayer, and you're a woman shaking my hand? Oh, but everybody was giving Kamala props for trying to shake his hand, though. Okay. It's like, I don't get it. Like, pick what side y'all on.
when she came to the United States not that long ago. She's a good leader. So I had a good conversation with her. She gave me a tactic. I'm going to try it, if I'm in the position, if I'm in a comparable position ever. And I think anybody who's in a comparable position of leadership should do the same thing. She said she doesn't read the newspaper. She said, I couldn't tell you what's on the front page of the newspaper. I couldn't tell you what's on television. I just talk to people. That's all I need to talk to, and then I make the decisions that actually need to be made. That'd be my recommendation to every Republican politician. I don't follow it. I have to admit. I only picked this up after my campaign. But if I were to run my campaign again, if I was to go back in time and do it again, that'd probably be the number one thing that I would do too.
Chlamydia hair.
You don't need to watch it. You don't need to. You could participate in it. You could actually, take a hostile interview if anybody wants to. But whatever the headline is, whatever the TV commentary is, social media commentary, in some way, don't even bother looking at it. Just talk to those tens of thousands of people across the country, where you actually learned that myth of division that you're fed, the whole thing was false. You can just call the bluff by literally switching it off and pretending it doesn't exist. I think it's actually a pretty good tactic.
Oh, I haven't had a TV in many years, and I worked in TV. I don't think a lot of crack dealers leave it around the kitchen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is an ugly product. I don't want it in my house. But, I totally agree. But it's just interesting. Even now, I know Republican leaders, probably pretty well-meaning people, who, if they get attacked on Twitter or in the New York Times, or if Chuck Todd
think about what you said.
Of NBC News, it's all like a joke, but if they say something critical of the politicians, we have to deal with this, why not just hoist the middle finger and laugh? I've never understood.
Yeah, we did some of that during the campaign, but
well, you did, for sure.
But I think that, and I was surprised by what an effect some of that actually had. That was actually one of probably the unexpected successes that I did have in my campaign. I only got 8% of the vote in Iowa, but actually in taking down a lot of the media and exposing, a lot of that corruption, I think that's important work to continue to do. There's a risk. There's always, and here's what I would say. We talked about shutting down the deep state. We talk about taking on the media. Here's the honest truth. You're always taking some risk. It's just a question of which risk you're willing to take. So in the context of speaking back, in the context of when the media is attacking you or you're confronting a hard truth, one risk you might take is that you're going to be too unfiltered, that you're just going to take your filter off, say too much, and say something that offends somebody. That's a risk. I've done it. I've made that mistake. I don't think you've ever made that mistake, but I've made that mistake. And that's one risk. You're always going to take that risk. The other risk is that you self-censor. And you say that, okay, because I'm going to offend somebody, I'm actually going to restrict what I say and think 3 times before every utterance I make. Both of them are risks. The only question is, which risk are you willing to take? Same thing with respect to reforming the government, right? I say get in there and shut it down. Fine. What does that mean? I would fire 75+% of all federal bureaucrats on day one. Shut down the FBI, the ATF, the CDC, the Department of Education. Just shut them the hell down, all right? But you're taking, just shut it down. Now you're taking a risk, right?
Get these bureaucrats out of
am I
here.
going to tell you that's the exact perfect amount we need to cut? I can't tell you that. You might take either the risk.
They're incentivized to keep their job, not help Americans. Man, really think about it. Hey, some of these people will really only move to keep their jobs, keep their pockets lined, please their overlords, rather than pleasing the citizens that provided them the opportunity to be in the position that they're in.
Only for the donors and the sponsors, not for the people.
Man, it's a sad thing.
Risk that you're going to cut so much fat that you also cut some muscle, or you're otherwise taking the other risk that you're not cutting enough fat. You're an 8-headed hydra, you cut one off, it grows right back. It's just a question of which risk you're willing to take. And there's times in American history where one of those might be the right risk or the other. But right now I think we live in a moment where the risk you need to take, and it's not just me or Tucker or Donald Trump or anybody else, the risk every one of you needs to take is when you're the only person in a room who believes what you do. For God's sake, stand up and say it. Say it with a spine. Don't apologize for your beliefs. Say in public what you will say in private at the dinner table. And you might offend somebody. That's a risk you're taking, but take the risk. When we put Donald Trump back in the White House, hold him and J.D. Vance or me or anybody else who's part of it accountable to say, you said you want to get in there and actually drain the swamp and attack the deep state. By God's sake, get in there and actually do it.
Yeah, I need like 10 to 20 names fired damn near day one. Like, okay, cool. 20 people got fired. Hey, I like it. I hope to see more.
And you're going to take a risk. Is it going to be perfect? There's going to be some bumps along the way. but that's just the risk that we choose to take. And so that's kind of where I land on this. It's not that I'm giving you some perfect answer. It's just that that's the risk that I believe we need to take, and I'm willing to take.
And you have taken that risk. And I just have to ask, sorry that there are people watching, but I'm going to anyway. What effect has that had on your personal life, your friendships, your family? Because people don't say what they really think because they worry about the cost. What's it been for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so it's been different stages of it, okay? So initially, I'll tell you this, there's a lot of people in the campaign, and there's a lot of things that I would do differently too. So a lot of people who worked for me in past companies I've led, for example, or close friends, one of their frustrations that they've shared with me now in the 6-8 months since is everybody got to see you as the fighter. That's great, but that's not the side of you that we know. There's more of you than that. And the risk you're taking there is, my philosophy in the campaign was if somebody hits you, you hit them back 10 times harder. I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat, that's how we're going to run this. And at some point, that's the way you got to proceed in the first step. But I also preach to myself what I would teach my 2 sons, is that
politics for the longest times has kind of been like a jostling match for position, for popularity, but I'd say most recently it's kind of turned into, and I heard Andrew Wilson say it, and I couldn't agree more, a blood sport for real. Like, we going after them full throttle. It's fuck them, fuck their policy, fuck their campaign.
I miss old politics. Like, dog, do you remember when they used to eviscerate people in a commercial? I mean, they damn near made any politician look like a felon. I mean, bro, even when I was looking at the governor's ads, I'm like, bro, you look at this shit.
He did what?
Like, why isn't he in jail? Why is he running and all this?
Do you want
stuff?
him in leadership of your kids? Vote issue 2, November.
Oh God, he steals. Where is his wife? He doesn't have enough kids. I'm like, bro, what?
Had that man sounding like Eddie Guerrero. He lie, he cheat, he steal.
Like, bro, I miss those. Like, bro, the smearing campaign on those ads, on those campaign ads was like genius.
Hilarious. And shout out, Pixelate Me. Okay.
Yeah, nice.
What currency is that?
Aussie?
All right. Shout out. Ain't got too much to say. Just wanted to show some support.
Appreciate that.
The number one person who's most responsible for whether or not you achieve your goal. It's not the only factor, but the number one factor of whether or not you achieve your goal is actually you. And I set out to achieve a goal last year. I didn't achieve it. And I think that I could blame the media. I could blame a lot of the consultants. I could blame a lot of factors along the way. But at the end of the day, I think that there's a lot that I would probably do differently as well to make sure that I'm able to allow the people of the country to see the whole of who I am.
You know, it's so crazy. Vivek actually stepped out to let Trump rock.
Yeah.
Because he'd have been, I ain't gonna lie, bro. If it was between Vivek and Trump, I'd have sat there like, damn.
Tough call.
That's a tough call right there.
And that's one of the hardest things to do as a politician. Because
it was smarter for Vivek to do that, because if he supports Trump this time around, this is Trump's last run, right?
Yeah.
So come 2028, he's going to be able to garner some support from Trump's base, having had supporting him this time around.
I even think some independents.
Trump supporters, yeah, exactly. Trump supporters are going to remember that. Like, oh, yeah, Vivek did come out, say some nice things about Trump, ran with him, supported his campaign. You know what? 2028, he got my vote.
Yeah, shout out Vivek. He damn near got it pre-ordered. He damn got the vote pre-ordered.
Him, RFK, bro, I ain't gonna lie, the Republican candidates are, I ain't gonna lie, we in for something nice come 2028. If Vivek and RFK running back on the Republican side, we should be in good shape.
Yeah, even if Kamala does win.
God damn it. Had to say that.
You ask about friends and family. That's the thing that probably hurt my family the most is not that they couldn't deal with the insults or the dirtiness of partisan politics, but the sense that there's someone they know, but the impression that the public is given is of a very different person. That disconnect was probably the thing that was hardest on my wife and probably some of my closest friends. But, they're tough and they can handle it, and they were still supportive of what we did. And it's a process that bruises you a little bit. There's some sort of wounds and scars that never fully heal, but I got to thank my family I got a 3-year-old and now 4-year-old son. He was 3 during the campaign, came with me to every campaign event. My wife is a surgeon who did not actually sacrifice seeing one patient over the course of the year that she was supposed to see, and still traveled with me for the entire campaign and during that pain. And you know what? Those are they're the people that got me through it as well.
I judge men by their wives, and I liked you much more after meeting her, I have to say.
That's
How creative.
No, I do. I do. I'm very judgy that way.
Oh, no, you serious?
Was there any politician? So you came from business. You had a really successful business career, and then you became so distressed after writing these books about what was happening in America that you wound up running for president. But you weren't a politician. You had contempt for politicians. Were there any you met who you were impressed by?
Yeah, a good number, actually.
Dedicated?
I'm actually, I say this not in some sort of like large-scale flattery, but I actually have been more impressed by Donald Trump the more I've actually gotten to know him. And I say that because he's also somebody who, I know how hard it was for me to sort of make the truth. I mean, I lived a good life. Donald Trump lived a good life, but to be able to lay that down and actually say, no, this is my purpose and calling, and I'm not going to stop at anything. I probably wouldn't have run for president if he hadn't done it first. So I got to give credit where credit's due there. I think when I think about other people who I respect, I like a guy like, take a Rand Paul or a Thomas Massey, right? Guys who, they're probably the ones who get closest to that Georgia Maloney model of like not giving a crap about what the press has to say, but they're actually just going to step up and say it anyway. I've only gotten to know Thomas Massey a little bit more recently, but Rand Paul I've gotten to know over the course of the last couple of years. And his father, Ron Paul, I would give even greater credit to for blazing that trail. So yeah, there's a longer list of others I could probably give you, but not that much longer. but I would say there's a handful of people that gave me, real inspiration, that somebody with conviction that doesn't compromise on it can still drive change. And those would be some of the guys I'd give you.
I strongly agree with you. I've spent my whole life really despising politicians, not just on principle, but also personally, as people. And I feel that way about most of them still, with a lot of evidence. But I have to say, I look around and there are more people I admire, I can't believe I'm saying this, in politics than really at any time I can remember. And I think there's so much pressure, downward exerted pressure on all of us to obey, to repeat the lies, to get in line, that the people who refuse to do that are extraordinary people. And our special guest tonight, who I'm about to ask on, is one of those people. And he's in the rare position of, typically, a public career begins and people are so impressed by the person and then they see his flaws and he falls from grace. The person we're about to invite on is the only person I've ever met who spent, 20 years being denounced pretty much every week by every single news organization in the world as a dangerous, mentally ill lunatic, making totally unsupported, anti-scientific claims about totally safe medical products. And this man, in the face of opposition that no politician I've ever seen, including from within his own tribe and family, he persisted in saying what he thought was true. And I've known this man for a while, and I've admired him for a long time. And what's amazing is to wake up in a country that in some ways is not getting better, but to wake up in a country that all of a sudden has stopped mocking this man.
Appreciate the support in the chat, man. Like the
as
video
a
if you haven't
crazy
already.
person,
Double tap the screen.
and has started to realize
Appreciate
that
y'all.
the lone brave voice may have been right all along. And so it's an honor to introduce Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So we had this conversation last week that I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of people on camera, but the conversation that we had, or the things that you said to me last week, I will not forget. And it's, from an outsider's perspective, it seems like your public career is not only not ended in some way, it's beginning in a new way, in a really powerful way. And you described three issues that are central not just to your politics but to your life. And if I'm remembering correctly, I think they were slowing down the number of people who are killed abroad in wars. Okay, we have a lot of wars, opposing the pointless ones, protecting the natural environment that God created for us to enjoy, nature, and protecting the health of children. And I think those are the three things you mentioned. I'm wondering if you could just expand on that.
Big ups. broke the stereo equipment, the sound equipment.
You know, I got into, my career was, most of it was spent in environmental protection. And I went to work in 1983 for a blue-collar coalition of commercial and recreational fishermen who mobilized to reclaim the Hudson River from its polluters. And they were people who were capitalists. They came from an industry that was 350 years old. It's the oldest commercial fishery in North America on the Hudson River. And they saw this industry destroyed, not because it had any intrinsic flaws, but because a large company, the General Electric Company, had been able to use its political clout to do something illegal, which was to dump its toxic PCBs into the Hudson River. And when I first started working on the Hudson, there were 2,500 families working on the river, enriching our culture, our palate, our economy, the life of the Hudson Valley, connecting us to our history, to our landscapes, to the waterways, and 20,000 generations of human beings that were here before there were laptops. They were using the same fishing methods that were taught by the Algonquin Indians to the original Dutch settlers in New Amsterdam and then passed down through the generations. And all of a sudden, they couldn't fish anymore because there were plenty of fish in the Hudson. But they were loaded with toxic PCBs, and the state of New York said, you can't eat them. And they recognized that, you know, these were capitalists. They were people, small business people. And they realized that government was in cahoots with the polluters.
I ain't gonna lie. That's why you gotta respect this man. He literally fought big corporations, not just for the environment, but for your common American to use the environment, to prosper off the environment. Because you leave it up to these corporations, I ain't gonna lie. You do need to put regulations on them, because some of them don't give a fuck. Like,
they don't give a damn.
Boy, they'll poison whatever water. Bro, they'll poison their own water for means they can make a profit. So you do gotta hold some of these people in check, for real. Like, some people just don't care, or they don't know enough about the damages to even notice that they're making these, like, whoa.
Oh, no, I'm not giving them that credit. Said they know. These
know.
companies are profit over people. I like to call it the story of DuPont. These people were literally leaching chemicals into the city's water supply. People were getting cancer.
Or the what was it? The story of the triathlon, that chemical that's in everybody right now because, well, we didn't put it all in our plastic. We didn't plastic into the water, our foods, all that good stuff. So everybody's infected with this chemical.
Oof, man, they don't give a damn, bro. They trying to turn a profit. They trying to keep these CEOs paid, these millionaire salaries, and they could give a damn if they hurting you or your children's health.
Man. Or don't forget about they're making the frogs gay. They're putting atrazine in the water. Yeah.
Profits over people, man. That's their That's their
any
motto.
Government that can
That's the problem,
silence
too.
its critics has a license for any kind of atrocity.
Yeah.
And
I see y'all calling out some good examples in the chat. Man.
Can I just repeat that? Any government that can silence its critics has a license for any kind of atrocity. Put that on your refrigerator, because that's true.
and then, you know, Hamilton, Adams, and Madison said that we put the freedom of speech in the First Amendment because all the other bill rights are dependent on it. And sure enough, when the government discovered that it could censor our speech in early 2020, silence doctors, silence mothers, silence people who were, people, scientists, who were saying, wait, there are other alternatives to what you're doing. The lockdowns aren't going to work. The masks have no science behind them. The social distancing has no science. Those people were silenced. They were marginalized. They were vilified. They were demonized. And as soon as the government figured out that it could get away with that, it went after all of our other constitutional rights. The first thing it did is it went after the other leg of the First Amendment, which is freedom of religion. It closed every church in our country for a year with no scientific citation. It went after the third leg of the First Amendment.
Man, and shout out VANCE, man, debunking the biggest lie told about Trump by Amir Oldman. All right, bro, I got you, VANCE. Hold on, man. Let me go ahead and put that down real quick. Cause, bro, we also got, Vlad, no, I got something that I also know you're gonna like, dog. Cause if you didn't know, come on, bro. Since you ever put me on to my man Steven Crowder about that one little expose, I got more for you. We got more for you on that one, but I definitely gonna put your video in the queue. Appreciate you, big dog. Shout out Vlad, man.
Which is freedom of assembly, with these very bizarre social distancing regulations that, again, they now admit were not science-based. They went after then the Fifth Amendment, which is property rights. They closed 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation, no scientific citation, no notice and comment rulemaking, no public hearings, all the things that I've been suing governments and corporations for 40 years, all the indicia of democracy that are that government officials have to go through before they deprive us of rights. And none of that happened. And they went after the Seventh Amendment, which bans jury, which the Seventh Amendment gives us the right to jury trials. The Seventh Amendment is very simple. It says no American shall be denied the right of a trial before a jury of their peers in case there are controversies exceeding $25. That's all it says. There's no pandemic exception. And by the way, the framers of the Constitution knew all about pandemics. There were two epidemics during the Revolutionary War. One of them, a malaria epidemic that decimated the armies of Virginia, and then a smallpox epidemic that decimated the armies of New England at the very time when Benedict Arnold, who was our greatest general,
I know we like to keep this chat and this stream
Montreal.
interactive.
So we were in the inner city of Montreal. We controlled Montreal, which meant we controlled Canada.
Got you.
Yeah, but we are definitely about to pull up your video, Vlad, right about now. I got you. But there's something I want to show the chat so we can all understand how vicious these people are against Trump. Okay? Because this shocked me. When I watched this on Alex Jones, I was low-key shocked. Like, yo, are they serious? Because there's some of these things I didn't even know that they said about Trump. And the video that, Vlad wanted to play is debunking the biggest lies against Trump. We about to play after this.
Before y'all be like, Alex Jones is a conspiracy theory. Y'all are crazy for believing him. Y'all are hinged. Y'all are fringe for believing him. Like, bro, just take what you want and leave what you don't.
Oh, God. You'll be okay.
Are you looking for real, authentic sourdough bread? A bread that will actually help your digestion?
Hey, shout out to all the companies that work with Rumble. You got to give it to them.
God.
Except for this BS. I don't know what the heck is going on.
Oh, green eggs and ham ass shit.
Rand Paul and what happened to at that baseball game with the other member of Congress getting shot and the guy tried to kill them all.
What's up, CN?
And then of course ask Trump. I mean, it's insane. So let's go and go to those clips.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is
a clip of all rhetoric that's been used against Trump. All the rhetoric that's been used against Trump.
And they said, bro, this is the same type of rhetoric they said incited January 6th. So what were they expecting with the rhetoric that they spewed?
Man. So
2 assassination attempts. I mean, will there be another one? Who knows? But god damn, I say this is pretty divisive and direct.
I'm going for the car bombing.
Or the pager.
Yeah, or the pager.
And then, of course, ask Trump.
Like the video if you haven't already, y'all.
It's insane. So let's go and go to those clips.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
Whoa. People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful. Do something about your dad's immigration
back and
practices, you
apologized.
feckless.
When they go low, we kick.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized up to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would.
Man, they've been threatening violence against Trump for a while, man. And shout out James Ford with the $5 super chat, bro. We appreciate you, big dog. He ain't had too much to say. Just wanted to pull up and show some support, man.
Let us see it.
But that's crazy, though. The vitriol to this man, bro. Like, you're damn near.
Country is white men, most of them radicalized up to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
Wow.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said, if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Yo.
Oh, this is Biden before he lost the
Yeah.
before he lost the mental acuity and the sharpness.
Boy, he said, I'll take him in the.
This actually would have looked like he could have did something. Nowadays, bro, that man Biden is in poor state.
But, bro, to say that, though. But to say that?
Punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said, if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you.
He is destructive to our democracy, and he has to be eliminated.
Let me give you one bottom line. As a former government official, government's going to kill this guy.
Look, as his character is stabbed to death.
Where is John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
Hey, yo.
Your discretion, describe.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after saying she hopes President Trump is assassinated.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd.
Pretty much calling for violence against Trump supporters.
Yeah, inciting violence.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you come out with that hat? Hop on his ass. I'm like, whoa.
And shout out, you want to try that set?
YC car photo pots. Man, with the $3 super sticker. This is their first time super chatting on a live stream, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for blessing us with that honor.
Appreciate you, dog.
And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
And sadly, the domestic enemies to our voting system and our honoring our Constitution are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that this isn't, they're not going to let up, and they should not.
If you think we're rallying now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Wow. Yeah, they've always been on this. They have always been on it. It's for some strange reason these people, well, I'm gonna be real with you, they just want the end. They are not reasonable. They tell you they're reasonable, they're not reasonable people, bro. It's like they've been calling for this man's death for how long?
The inclusive and loving left. Only inclusive if you on their side.
Man.
If you say anything that goes against their agenda, man, they'll burn, punch, riot against you.
Show ass, boy.
It said punch him in the face. I would love to take him behind the gym and
because instead of the media telling you the lies that Donald Trump is making
and whoop his ass. Ain't that crazy, man. Ain't that crazy.
We'll smooth right into the next video, man. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Like the video if you haven't already. And it looks like we just hit 29,000 subscribers. So shout out everybody in the chat, man. We appreciate y'all being on this journey with us, man. Let's keep it going. Road to 30K, but we gonna keep going, man. We happy to have y'all here with us, man.
I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists.
because they should be condemned totally.
No, I wouldn't support a national ban.
Protect our LGBTQ citizens.
You're being lied to. This isn't even about supporting Trump. This is merely just calling out the lies that are bluntly told in front of our faces. I urge you all to think for yourself and look up the news for yourself. I don't care if you vote for Trump or Kamala, as long as you know why you are voting for them. In this video, we're going to be debunking the most common lies that are told about Donald Trump, because instead of the media telling you the lies that Donald Trump is making, the media is making the lies about Donald Trump. And again, this isn't to say that he's never lied before, but it just goes back to how the media is coming up with lies about him instead of just telling the people what he's actually saying and giving the proper context. If you like this kind of content, commentary, reaction, and you like getting to the truth of the matter, be sure to subscribe. It helps the channel grow a ton. Without further ado, let's dive right into this. Find people on both sides.
Let's remember Charlottesville.
You know we coming for it.
Where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
This is something that they didn't fact check, despite fact checking Trump, which I'm all for. If you're going to fact check, that's fine. I'm all for the truth. But at least be consistent. Because according to a common fact checking site, Snopes, no, Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people.
Damn,
that's the actual truth.
Chat,
Joe
man.
Biden, Kamala, everybody keeps regurgitating this one headline. He said there are fine people on both sides. There is far more context to what he said. His sentence was cut off, and the truth was just never out there. So for those of you who have never seen the actual footage, let's hear what he actually said.
Changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally.
I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis or the white supremacists, white nationalists. They should be condemned completely. That is what he said in that same clip. But like, if I let it keep playing.
But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated...
He doubled down?
And what he was speaking on was people that represented both sides, the left and the right. He ain't talking about the extremists. He ain't talking about the radicals, the people that was out there punching people, setting shit on fire and burning flags. He ain't talking about those folks. He's talking about the people who, taxpayers, American citizens who had the peaceful right to assembly and who showed up
for the right and the left.
Yeah, on God, who showed up just trying to support their message.
And it's crazy that bro, though, because honestly, all I heard was, I don't mean the neo-Nazis and all that. Now, he doubles down and be like, no, I really don't mean this. And I hope y'all don't bring that out of context, but... that's what they always do with Trump, though.
Bro, the second he said that word, they seen an opportunity to clip him up and make him seem like he was just supporting or standing next to white nationalists or neo-Nazis. And shout out Carrie Seal, Weiserick. $10 super chat. Ain't too much to say. Just wanted to show some support. We appreciate that here at S.E.T Media.
And this is your first super chat on live stream, bro. We appreciate that honor. And I like the way your last name's spelled. I don't know why.
Carrie? Ma'am.
Ma'am.
We appreciate that honor, ma'am.
Did them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats.
He called it out for what it is. He said there were very bad people on the right that need to be condemned. The white nationalists and the Klansmen, all them people, he said that's stupid, that needs to be condemned. And he also said the Antifa and the people dressed in all black, they need to be condemned too. There were fine people on the right side that just wanted to maintain our nation's history and have these statues, and it's whatever. There were fine people on the left who said, I want this statue down, it's hurtful to my ancestors. Regardless, there were fine people on both sides, but it's clear with the full context. Trump never said that the Klansmen and the white nationalists were very fine.
Said that summer when they was going around tearing down all those statues and those historic figures and
under the pretext of slave owners and all that wild stuff. And I'm just like, but look, because they did what they did, we're here today. Can we please at least appreciate that? All right, we may not agree with everything that they did, but we're here today. It's like our parents. We may not agree to everything that our parents had to do for you to get here.
But you ain't gonna go around tearing down their pictures.
Oh, God. Ripping up their photos, ripping up your great-grandma's photo. What you do? Start ripping up your great-grandma's photo like, my grandmother represented feminism. Like, what?
Yeah,
people, he said they should be condemned. That's the actual truth. Speaking of racism in Charlottesville, let's get right into he's racist against black people. Let's just go through some of the things that he has said about black people.
Let's talk about George Floyd. You said George Floyd's death was a terrible thing.
Terrible.
Why are African Americans still dying at the hands of law enforcement in this country?
And so are white people. So are white people. What a terrible question to ask. So are white people. More white people, by the way.
That's not racist. That's an actual fact. The way that question was framed was actually very wrong, very misleading, and
it seem like cops
to trap him or make him look bad. When in reality, every race in this nation deals with police brutality, which, by the way, is at a very, very low amount compared to the regular smuggler criminals out there. Are cops supposed to be protecting us? Yes. But I'm not going to sit here and act like every cop is bad and wrong. And I'm also not going to act like we're going to get rid of bad cops entirely. Bad cops are out there. It sucks, but...
And the people who complain about cops the most is the people who are doing crimes, ironically. Isn't that crazy? The cops pulling me over, man. They always checking us. I'm like, yeah, but you sell drugs. You have gangbang tattoos all over you. Like, what do you expect? Like, what do you expect? Like, bro, I used to have homies that had hella tattoos, gang banged, and they wonder why their ass get pulled over. With 0 10, I'm like, dog, if you're going to be running around looking like a gangbanger, at least have 10 on your car.
Bro, let's not even talk about tattoos. I'm talking about face tats, teardrops. I'm talking about all type of shit on their face, my nigga.
Now, yes, we've had some sketchy friends in the future, and, you know, hey, we get along with everybody.
I'll be honest, he's still some of the homies.
Oh, God,
I may not talk to him every day, but, nigga, you know you are.
Hey, shout out, but... we be honest with them. It's like, well, maybe you should ride around with 10 in your car, or maybe you might want to get some of these, some of these removed. You feel me? It wouldn't hurt. Well, it may hurt, but it wouldn't hurt like once you're done.
It might hurt physically, but it's gonna help you out in the long run.
It might clean this record up.
And shout out XL Chop, man. New sub, love the content, peace. $5 super chat,
man. We appreciate the support, man.
Yes, sir. And this is
to sit here and act like my life is in danger at the hands of white police when there are more people who get struck by lightning and die than black unarmed men get shot by the police. Miss me with it. It's so misleading. It really is. And what Trump said was true. That is a horrible question to ask. White people are harmed too. Let's keep it real. All Trump has done is keep it real. Let's go to the next clip.
Why do you have to lose? You're living in poverty. Your schools are no good. You have no jobs. What the hell do you have to lose?
Like, when we look in our inner cities, St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit, Atlanta, the list can go on. And it's ran by all Democrats for years, and we keep complaining about our hoods and our neighborhoods and everything falling apart. What do we have to lose by trying something new? That's all he was saying. I don't see the problem. What racist invites over 200 black people to hang out with him at his house? Because again, I was there. I told you, I've been about this. I've been there multiple times. I've dapped up with Trump. I've never gotten a...
Bro done dapped up Trump. Wait, what you talking about?
Go ahead.
He said, bro, hold on. Say that again, because bro was
200 black people to hang out with him at his house. Because again, I was there. I told you, I've been about this. I've been there multiple times. I've dapped up with Trump. I've never gotten a racist and bigoted vibe. People kept telling me that he was so racist and so bigoted. So what did I do? I went to the man's house to go and meet him.
Shout out Michael Wilson. First super chat on the live. We appreciate the honor.
You honor us.
Ain't had too much to say. Just wanted to show some support.
And it was funny. We was honestly just reacting to like a comment that kind of said, "Oh, you restored our faith in the black community." And I'm like, Key was like, "Well, damn, that's a kind of."
I'm like, "Well, damn, it's kind of like a little bit of racial undertones in that comment."
But I kind of had to break it down. Like, well, let's be real though. When people look at the black community, they think liberalism. Look at the way our women dress in videos or they dress in public. Liberal. Look at our ideologies and how we overly cope for the LGBTQ and trans community. Liberal. It seems like everything about the black community these days is liberal. So I can't even get mad when they say, "Hold on, bro, you're a black Republican?" Like, what?
Or just a black critical thinker.
Yeah.
You're just not on that side? You're thinking outside the box?
You're not part of the black liberal hive mind? Well, are you okay? Like, no, yeah, we're just fine. Trust me.
And shout out Zach Potts, man. $5 super chat.
Man.
Ain't had too much to say, just wanted to show some support, man. We appreciate y'all, man. S.E.T. Key Media, man. Appreciate everybody in
I invited to
here.
some events. I met him. Didn't get a racist bone in my body. Like, honestly, it was
What's
actually
going
a
on,
funny
Matt?
speech. It seems like a really bad racist to me. What racist pours money into black communities?
President Trump unveiling opportunity zones, a new policy he says will build up communities in need by giving investors tax breaks to invest in low-income areas.
What racist works with Kim Kardashian to get black people out of jail?
Hold on.
It really is such an honor to be here today, so thank you.
Bro,
my
should we
whole
go down the list of celebrities
Nah,
Trump freed when he was in there? You want me to go off of real quick, Set?
Go ahead, bro.
Kodak, Lil Wayne, A$AP Rocky, LiAngelo Ball when he stole a pair of sunglasses over in, I think it was China. Bro, that man was caping hard. I ain't gonna lie. He did a lot. If you just want to talk about what he did for black celebrities.
And this is what kills me, bro. Shame on us black people because, bro, one, he helped Kim Kardashian, and what Kim Kardashian go do? Talk ish about him later. Help, bro. He got Kodak Black. Kodak was the only loyal one to Trump. A$AP Rocky, disloyal. Because, bro, how am I going to get you out of there and then you go behind and start talking crap about me?
Even LeVar Ball, after he got his son out, I think he said, I don't owe him nothing. I don't owe him no thank you. I was like, damn, really?
Like, yeah,
he could have let your son rot in a Chinese prison cell.
Yeah, but
it wasn't going to be nice for him over there.
Bro, but he didn't. And he got your son out. Your delinquent ass son. I mean, like, the ultimate
Your rich ass son. What the fuck is he doing stealing sunglasses?
And my man do this, you just can't even say thank you? Bro, bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Lil Wayne ain't really came out and said too much.
Bro, some of y'all lucky I wasn't Trump. I'd have been like, okay, cool. Well, how about we lock your son up for what he'd have got in China then? So since nobody learned no lessons.
Journey with criminal justice reform.
What racist meets with the founder of BET, Black Entertainment Television, to discuss racism and ways to be a better person and ally to the black community?
I came away from that meeting understanding that President Trump is committed to reaching out to African Americans. And in the course of my conversation with them, we talked about a number of issues, if implemented by President Trump and his administration, will demonstrate that African Americans have something to gain by establishing a common ground with President-elect Trump and his administration.
Actions speak louder than words. And all these actions that Trump is doing for the black community, I don't understand how people keep pinning him as a racist when he actually is the worst racist out there. Project 2025.
You're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again.
Let's hear. I keep hearing about Project 2025 from everyone on the left and all these Democrats. They keep talking about this is Trump's plan, Trump's plan, Trump's plan. What does Trump have to say about it? Because the only time I've ever heard Trump speak about Project 2025 is when he's saying things like this.
Like some on the right, severe right, came up with this Project 25, and I don't even know. I mean, some of them I know who they are, but they're very, very conservative, just like you have. They're sort of the opposite of the radical left, okay? You have the radical left and you have the radical right, and they come up with this, I don't know what the hell it is, it's Project 25. He's involved in Project, and then they read some of the things, and they are extreme. I mean, they're seriously extreme. But I don't know anything about it. I don't want to know anything about it. But what they do is misinformation and disinformation, and they keep saying, he's a threat to democracy. I'm saying, what the hell did I do for democracy? Last week, I took a bullet for democracy.
Like, let's be real. Again, I keep saying let's be real because no one's being real. Like, he's saying he doesn't know about it. He's saying he knows some people who put it together. He knows and admits that it's very far right, the same way there's a far left. And that's that. It's not fair to pin him to something that he says he has nothing to do with. It doesn't matter if he...
The most extreme odd thing I've, read in Project 2025 was, ban on pornography. I'm like, all right, you are about to gut an entire industry right now.
Yeah. You got workers, you got consumers. That's gonna
man, tech people who build the websites.
Right,
it goes deep. So trust me, not just the porn stars who work for Pornhub, okay?
Knows some of the people who wrote it, so does Kamala. He incited violence on January 6th.
President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital.
What did Trump actually say? Again, we keep being told what he said. We keep being told he incited violence. What did Trump actually say on Jan 6 at that rally. Let's listen.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
Peacefully and patriotically march down to the Capitol. The crazy people on Jan 6, that is not patriotic. That is delusional, and that is insane.
That was a radical minority.
He encouraged people to walk peacefully and patriotically. And you know what's crazy about that whole thing and the whole setup where he's speaking in D.C. and then everybody goes and walks to the Capitol? I was there. Not Jan 6 exactly, but an event just like this 2 months prior at the White House. Here's my invite. I told y'all I'm going to be talking on my... Dear Amir Odom, please see your invitation to remarks by the president to be held at the White House on Saturday, October 10th, 2020. It was a rinse and repeat event. When I heard that he told people, when everyone was like harping about Trump, and everybody like,
so this is what people think of us. That's why they say that. I get it now. I always wonder why they say, oh, you're supported by Trump and all that. I'm like, oh, you could really get invitations and all that because you're an influencer?
He just exposed something I was never privy to. They had the exact same movement on January 6 months prior. A peaceful protest, the exact same type of protest and gathering was held months prior, and it didn't get nearly as much of attention because there weren't any radicals there. The minority of radicals who actually entered the Capitol, went in Nancy Pelosi's office, all that good stuff. That's what gave January 6th its bad connotation. But the exact same gathering was held months prior, and it didn't get nearly as much media attention.
Yeah,
crazy as hell.
It kind of sounds like maybe January 6th was set up a little bit.
Let's read that real quick.
October.
Remarks for peaceful protesters for law and order. Wow.
Oh wow.
Okay. Wow. Huh? How many of us knew that? I'll be honest, I didn't.
I didn't either. But hey, it's like kind of information he'd only be privy to.
Wow.
I like this.
2020. It was a rinse and repeat event. When I heard that he told people, when everyone was like harping about Trump told everybody to like go to the Capitol, he always does that. He did that at the event that I was at. We all walked to the Capitol and then dispersed and went back to the hotels or went out to eat or went to the club. Except for Jan 6, you had the crazy people acting a fool. We still have more to go through, but it is very clear that the media is very elusive when it comes to telling the truth. Even when Trump got shot, you think the media in big tech would just be very clear about what happened and let everything come up and be shown, but no, we've seen that that's not the case. Google and Facebook accused of suppressing Trump attempted assassination.
And suppressing Hunter Biden's laptop and other, detrimental stories against Biden. Isn't that crazy? There's a lot of things out against Biden, like Ashley Biden's diary, Hunter Biden's laptop, Tara Reedy, all that good stuff. Man.
I write into his article. Total sources, 85, 12 leaning left, 33 leaning right, 14 on the center. So what has the center said about this? Google faced accusations of suppressing information about Donald Trump's July 13th assassination attempt by failing to show relevant search results. What did the left say about this? Google Meta debunks claims they were hiding details about Trump assassination. Sometimes the real explanation isn't political bias, but faulty products.
Shout out Ground News.
Now we know these people can pull levers and pick and choose what to highlight. We've seen it be done. We just saw that viral video asking Alexa about why they should vote for Kamala, and then they give a list of reasons. Then you say, give me a list of reasons why I should vote for Trump, and Alexa's silent.
Alexa, why should I vote for Trump?
Bro, Gemini provide responses. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I asked Google Gemini on my phone the same question. I asked, all right, what's good about Kamala? It had a list. I asked, what's good about Trump? It literally said, I could not give you advice on election topics right now. I'm like, wait, bro, you just did.
But when you ask Kamala about Kamala, it was like, oh, she's the first black female president, and she was the DA of San Francisco, all this good stuff. But yeah, I seen that exact clip. When you ask about Trump, it was like, yeah, I can't give you political commentary. I was like, well, huh?
What you mean?
I was like, hey?
That endorse any political party or its leader. Alexa, why should I vote for Kamala Harris?
There we go.
While there are many reasons to vote for Kamala Harris, the most significant may be that she is a female of color with a comprehensive plan to address racial injustice and inequality throughout the country.
We know, and we've seen it for years now, this constant bias. What is the right?
And shout out, bro, for using ground, because this is exactly what we use here at S.E.T Media. I want you to pay attention to this bias description. This is how we kind of
differentiate.
Yeah, goodness. But
it's 2 in the morning here in Ohio, y'all.
Okay. Which one we will read off for y'all, and we kind of like to lean more towards the middle, and then give you the radical left and the radical right perspective.
right saying about it. Well, New York Post, okay, yeah, it leans right. Woke tech giant Google censors Trump and backs Harris. Google was accused of skewing search results relating to Republican president candidate Donald Trump in favor of Dem rival Kamala Harris. And what's crazy is that we've all seen this, and the left isn't even denying it. You go back to what the left is saying. Remove your tinfoil hats. Social media mishaps are always billionaire election stealing plots. Regardless, you're still admitting that the search results and everything was bad for Trump, but good for Kamala. It's shady, and it's one of the many reasons why I love ground news, because it equips you with the tools to see the left, right, and center, and how they're really spinning things between different headlines and stories. So if you want to get involved, be sure to click the link below or scan the QR code here on the screen. And for those,
I'd advise getting ground news as well. Like, hey, we got it here too.
those of you that are international, don't figure you can go right up to this corner, hit US edition, and you can toggle between international, UK, Canada, so you can always get the news that matters to you. In utilizing the unlimited access to the Vantage plan, which is the one I have now, you can use Blind Spot, which is my favorite feature that they have. It shows you everything that the right is talking about, but the left isn't. And on the other side, it shows you everything that the left is talking about, but the right isn't. So you can see the news from a clear slate, so that you can always see the news for what it is. A quick...
Now, you feel me? I like the plug, because you kind of got to do the plug, bro. It's just, let's be real. It's a good website. I advise you get it. It'll make you more informed.
And enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress.
Okay, let's see what Trump has said himself. What did he say?
You wouldn't support a national ban.
Hold on.
Link sent off this scan the QR.
Would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress.
Okay, let's see what Trump has said himself. What did he say?
You wouldn't support a national ban.
No, I wouldn't support a national ban. No, I would not.
He says he will not support a national ban on abortion. He said that multiple times. Let's see his stances on exceptions, because everyone's like he's going to ban it in totality. Let's see what he has to say about that.
But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important.
He said it plain and simple. For rape, incest, and life of the mother, he is also totally fine with abortion in that sense. He's going to take away IVF.
Taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through...
And that's a Project 2025 spin, because that's what they say about Project 2025. They're going to ban IVFs, and not even in Project 2025 it says that.
Funny enough.
IVF like I did.
Okay, Michelle Obama saying that Trump wants to get rid of IVF and he doesn't like IVF. Let's see what Trump actually thinks of IVF.
For mothers and families to have babies, not harder. That
rid of IVF
like I did. Our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did.
Okay, Michelle Obama saying that
no way. There's no way she said that. I didn't want to.
Michael?
Could she? Michael?
Big Mike. Oh God.
Well, Obama was gay, but
they don't know about his backdoor sexcapades.
Oh,
his 2C lace sexcapades in a hotel Motel 8 room with what was his name?
So wait, hold on. Does that mean there's no way to really prove that she birthed kids?
They muddied the water. She muddied the waters with that one. I ain't gonna lie.
Got us with that one.
I ain't gonna lie. Conspiracy theorists are fuming.
I mean, Michelle Obama could be a man. I'm just gonna say it.
Big Mike.
Yep.
Trump wants to get rid of IVF, and he doesn't like IVF. Let's see what Trump actually thinks of IVF.
For mothers and families to have babies,
shout out 614,
not
man. Y'all
harder.
know that's where we from.
That includes supporting the availability of fertility treatments like IVF in every state in America.
This video, I hope you're seeing, there's more to come, but I hope you're seeing right now that there's a lot of people at play just bluntly lying in our faces and getting away with it. Like, don't tell me how to think, don't lie to me about a person, just give me the truth, give me what they're saying. And it is evident with this video, you can barely trust the things that they're telling you. These videos are showing clear as day that there are a lot of left-leaning people who hate Trump just to hate Trump and are not giving credit where credit's due and acknowledging when he's actually being very modest. He's homophobic.
Pete Buttigieg. Don't you think it's just great to see the fact that you've got a guy there on the stage with his husband, and it's normal. It's not even.
I think it's absolutely fine. I do.
Well,
as your president, I will do everything in my power to protect our LGBTQ citizens from the violence and oppression of a hateful foreign ideology.
So diplomatically, I can
know how this is
respect
homophobic,
that because
and
you
we're
don't
gonna
want
get
to
into it.
alienate your voters in any type of way, alienate or ostracize any percentage of your voters. So I can respect that politically and diplomatically. I might disagree fundamentally, but I can understand why you said
I'm
it.
okay with gays. It's just that just keep it away from the children.
No, that's my
like bro, nobody's mad at the gay people. We're just mad at the groomers, bro. That's why there's even gays against groomers, because even the gay community see it as a problem. Like, yo, yeah, we got groomers in here that's trying to get children to be gay. They're trying to recruit children instead of just
letting them come to it naturally.
Yeah, or just kicking it with the adults that y'all got. But maybe some of these dudes have an underlying tone of
P.
Yeah. Yeah.
PDFness.
Yep.
Called him a PDF.
But in practice, the Trump administration has pursued an anti-LGBTQ agenda. Let's hear what he's critiqued.
Department of Justice sent a memo to the Supreme Court. Title VII, which is a civil rights law protecting against discrimination on the basis of sex, does not extend to transgender workers.
Where are the gay people at? This has nothing to do with gay people. It goes back to the LGB versus the TQ+. I've talked about this in my other pieces of content. At the end of the day, like, I can't change the fact that I'm gay. I can't change the fact that I'm black. But I'm being told you can change your gender on the fly. Men can be women and women can be men. You know, I'm being told these things. So of course, like, if you can just switch it back, then boom. Like, you know what I mean? It's very dicey. So it makes sense why gender identity discrimination isn't really constituted as sexual discrimination. And especially when it comes to gay people, my friends just got married at Mar-a-Lago. Literally, Trump had a gay wedding at his house this year. He seems like a very horrible racist person and a very horrible homophobic person if he's always constantly surrounding himself with multiple...
It kind of just sounds like Trump's just pro-American.
Yeah.
He's just like, I don't care, bro. I don't care if you're gay, black. I don't care your color. I'm just pro. I've kind of feel the sentiment. I'm pro-American in the same way. I don't care what color you are. As long as we can all agree that we're for the prosper of America, like, that's it. That's all we need to know. We're for protecting our communities. We're for abiding by the law. Then, bro, I don't care what color you are. We're Americans. We're good.
And to that point, we're stronger together than divided. So all the divisiveness and the isolation of certain communities and groups is really to our detriment rather than to our benefit. Like, ideological differences aside, man, we have being Americans as our core identity, and we have that in common. So if we can kind of all center around that, like I said, we're stronger together than divided.
Yeah.
Different races and multiple different sexualities. Again, actions speak louder than words, and as a gay man in this country, I am unfazed by President Trump. He's racist against Mexicans.
You have been widely criticized, Donald, as you know, for offending immigrants in your announcement speech. I want to just play again exactly what you said in that speech. Here you are.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people.
Now, you've tried to clarify this statement in recent days, Donald, but I guess the question comes down to this. Do you regret saying that specifically about rapists, or do you stand by it?
No, not at all. Of course, it's not only Mexico. If you let that run a little bit longer.
10 toes.
My dog. I'd have been on the same thing. It's like, yeah, of course I'm in it. Like, what do you mean? What you want to do? Take myself out of context? It's like, what are you talking
He's
about?
like, that's y'all job.
Yeah, like, yeah, I'm not doing that to myself now.
Come on now.
To apologize for what I said, man. That's wild. I'm like, if you're a real man, you're gonna stand on what you say.
Talks about people coming from all over. They're coming from all over. They'll soon be coming, and probably already have been coming from all.
Hold on, that's Trump's fam. Okay, never mind. Daughters, and he got like 2 sons.
Bro, Trump has a large family.
Hey, shout out to my dog. Hey.
All over the world. You're probably going to have people. 10. You're probably going to have terrorists coming from the Middle East.
It's my first
Somebody
wife.
said, "Oh, we don't have terrorists." They don't even know.
My first wife.
You can watch my video. I did a video on the border wall. There are Chinese people, Russian people, and Indian people flying to South America and coming up through Mexico through the border because it's that easy to break through. When watching that clip, it is clear Trump is not talking about the Mexican race. They're all rapists and disgusting and whatever it may be. He wasn't talking about that. He's talking about the people that are sneaking through the border. And speaking of the border, let's see what they have to think about it.
More than 80 migrants with previous criminal convictions were caught trying to cross into the United States illegally in the El Paso sector. According to Border Patrol,
where's Professor Swagamuffin when
El Salvador,
when you need it?
Gangs were wanted for homicide. Another migrant
Lincoln,
who was also wanted
Professor
for murder
Swagamuffin,
was
where y'all
sent back
at?
to Mexico. CBP says that many of the migrants are aggravated felons, sex offenders,
where y'all at?
predators, drug traffickers,
where y'all at?
and drunk drivers.
So where did Trump lie in his statement? Because it's apparent at the southern border, there are criminals coming through Mexico that are murderers and rapists and serial crime offenders. The list goes on. Exactly what Trump said. So instead of the media telling you that Trump says all Mexicans are rapists and they're all so bad, he's literally talking about what's actually happening at the border. And that video was so old, everything he said had just come true even more. It is an issue that we're dealing with at our southern border, but everyone keeps talking about race instead of focusing on what's actually going.
Yeah, and bro, it brings me back to that debate we had, Professor Swagamuffin. Dog, how can you literally sit there and look at a statistic that's so skewed to say, oh, immigrants are 3 times less likely to commit a crime than a U.S. citizen?
A misrepresented fact,
bro,
or statistic,
Chat,
or report.
If you're a statistician, you know, you ever work, you're really good at math. Like, walk with me down this mathematical
or even regular,
logic trail.
just basic data analysis. Bro.
Yeah, just walk with me down this. Right? Is it fair to compare a larger sample group to a smaller sample group? And I know if there's, you know, certain compare, like, you know, if they can align just a little bit, maybe just like, I don't know, maybe like a couple 100 or 200 off, maybe. But can you, you know, compare a sample group of, let's say, 350 million U.S. citizens to a sample group of 37 million immigrants, and then sit there and say, oh, well, the crime statistic we get is fair? Like, can we sit there and really say that? Like, I'm just saying, you know, for my people who do good math.
Get down, y'all. We are being lied to about this man. He downplayed COVID. I want y'all to look at this real quick. Fact check. The World Health Organization did not say COVID can't transmit from person to person. I'm going to repeat this, and it's on the screen. Fact check. The World Health Organization did not say COVID-19 can't transmit from person to person. Cool. So what did they say? Preliminary investigations conducted by the Chinese authorities have found no clear evidence of human-to-human transmission of the novel coronavirus 2019-nCoV identified in Wuhan, China. That is from the WHO. Listen, Trump downplayed COVID, Trump COVID, this Trump COVID. The people we were supposed to be listening to didn't get anything right at all either. No one's being real or consistent. You got Pelosi talking about come outside, come to Chinatown, everything's all fine and dandy.
You should come to Chinatown. Precautions have been taken by our city. We know that there's a concern about tourism traveling all throughout the world, but we think it's very safe to be in Chinatown and hope that others will come.
Just phony. And everybody was getting mad at him calling it the China virus. I'm sorry. Have you ever heard of the West Nile virus? Is that not a thing? Have you heard of the Spanish flu? We've always named flus and sicknesses from the country origin, not every single one, but it has been common. To pin that on Trump and the media keep calling him racist and a bigot for that, as if the West Nile virus and Spanish flu aren't a thing that we study in school.
Okay.
I'm telling y'all, you really need to think for yourselves. Do not be lied and misled about this damn man. Is he crazy sometimes? Yes. Has he lied sometimes? Yes. But these are the most this list, where there's more. This is the prominent list of the top key things that he's always been lied to about, and it's all being debunked right now. And I'm not just talking out my hoo-ha. It's coming from Trump himself. They're lying about the things that he's saying, y'all. Trump told people to take ivermectin and horse dewormer. The truth is, ivermectin, which is not only a drug for horses, there is a human-grade ivermectin, has worked for the same amount of people.
Oh yeah, the ivermectin is what whatchamacallit, Joe Rogan was taking, and everybody was calling him, oh, he's taking horse dewormer, ivermectin, when ivermectin has been proved to low-key, well, I'm not gonna say what it was helping him do.
Allegedly, purportedly.
But yeah, it was helping them kind of work out with that thing that was going on back in, during the pandemic.
The C bug.
Yes, the C bug. So yeah, ivermectin does actually help, allegedly, reportedly. And they was calling everybody, oh, he wants you to take horse tranquilizer, horse dewormer, and all this good stuff. But that was false. And I remember this man, Joe Rogan, sat down Sanjay Gupta of CNN, their top doctor at CNN, and made him admit that, no, you're right. You can use ivermectin for that. You're right. It's crazy, but they still try to call him a far-right loon and all this crazy stuff. But, hey, liberals will believe anything.
In my life, as the same amount of people who got the vaccine.
Not all you liberals, just 80%.
And then still got COVID. At that, there's such thing as Advil for horses. So now just because you take an Advil, you take a horse medicine? No, that's not how this works. Why crap on someone medically for doing something that's worked for them and that was prescribed to them by their doctor? The same people that's constantly saying Trump is lying, Trump's a bigot, Trump spreads misinformation is the same group of people that was misled and wrong about everything regarding 2020 and COVID.
Not just protecting themselves, but reducing their transmission to other people and allowing society to get back to normal.
We can kind of almost see the end. We're vaccinating so very fast. Our data from the CDC today suggests, that vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick.
Getting vaccinated and getting a booster shot when eligible can save your life and protect you and your family and friends from getting seriously ill and spreading infection.
What do you think the probability is? 80%?
Personally, I think it's 100%. I think that there's a reduction in transmission.
Right. COVID, if you have these vaccinations.
We have all the vaccines we need. We just need our people to take it. A, for their own protection, for the protection of their family, but
B,
also
for the profit of the
to break the
pharmaceuticals.
chain of transmission. You want to be as
C,
dead
to line
end
my
to the
pockets.
virus. So when the virus gets to you, you stop it. You don't allow it to use you as the stepping stone to the next person.
Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus
The con man himself.
stops with every vaccinated person.
Allegedly.
A vaccinated person gets exposed to the virus. The virus does not infect them. The virus cannot then use that person to go anywhere
And we
else.
know that to be
These are the same people who put all this control in 2020.
Big cap.
Ooh, this pisses me off so much. Lied to our faces about this non-stop. They lied. They were wrong. Completely wrong. 110% wrong. And we're all trusting these same people to tell us the facts about Kamala versus Trump. You got me messed up. I really hope that this video has been helpful for you today and that you share this with all your friends and family who have ever questioned Trump, had doubts about Trump, on the fence about Trump, or just honestly, not just in general, even if they hate Trump. Everyone needs to see this video for the truth
Everybody
that's
knows
outlined.
that vaccination shots make you a little bit less susceptible to catching said disease. Like if I get a flu shot, that don't mean I'm impervious to the fucking flu.
No, do not.
I'm just a little bit less susceptible to getting that flu. So the idea or the concept that was pushed, the narrative that was pushed that, hey, get the vaccine, you'll be good. You'll never spread it. You'll never get it. Like for a lot of people to have bought into that concept or that narrative, it was pretty misleading.
I'm gonna be real.
Pretty
with you.
foolish.
Like, bro, did you take it? I know you didn't. I know. Me.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Me and bro both stood on business about that shot. We was sitting in the car like, bro, they might take our jobs over this. So we just looked at each other like, man, fuck it,
bro. I said, this is the part where I guess I crash out. Then this is the part where the society kicks me to the side. I was ready.
And me too.
I was
like,
ready.
Right, bro. I guess we're gonna have to laminate fake these damn cars, print them off the printer, bro. We ain't losing nothing.
Man, I was ready to be an outcast.
Oh, did you get your what was it, Vax card? I'm like, yeah, sure, I got it.
Oh God, vaccine, and they try to push like what, 2-3 boosters?
Yep, nope, not one.
Hell out of here,
not one. But shout out Trump.
No myocarditis.
He got a one-on-one interview.
Ooh, let's get into it.
Another one.
Like the video if you haven't already, yo. We gonna keep the stream going, man. Y'all, depending on what sector you work in, we're mandated. So there's no shame. There's no we're not trying to vilify you if you took it, because we understand that societal pressure that was there. But just for a lot of us, bro, it was unfounded, untested, and we weren't going at all.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Purportedly, allegedly, and supposedly.
Here at St. Kimi, we like to abide by the no information on medical. So according to the CDC, yeah, the vaccine worked. It worked perfectly. Yep, right for you. Yeah, it was the perfect thing. All boosters. Yep.
Shout out to the CDC.
What does this say, bro? Gangsters think they tough in America. I mean, bro. Try these Venezuelans, bro. No, try these third countries, like third world countries, dog. You don't want to mess with them, bro. They don't shoot you. They chop your head off and cut you up in pieces. And they could have shot you, but no, they decided to chop you up. You know, the difference in mindset is crazy. I mean, shoot, me talking to some of my, relatives who grew up in a third world country, they'll tell you right now, it's just something about stabbing somebody that just makes you feel better. I'm just like, bro, what? So, yeah, third worlders is a little different, okay?
We're going to have, because if you're scared, you can't do your job. So I just can't be. I have thus far.
Are you ever scared? This question is being asked to the man who was nearly assassinated twice, who the media vilifies, who everybody and their mama got something bad to say about. Are you ever scared, man? And he promptly responded, man, you can't be scared. And man, in my position, fear is an inhibitor. Ain't nothing hold me back. Fear, man, I eat fear for breakfast. And you know he does, because man, if Trump was to ever be, if there was ever a time for Trump to take a back seat, campaign from the House, or just stop campaigning, it would have been after the first assassination attempt. But this man has only doubled down. Man. Still continues to do rally after rally, interview after interview, and he's fearless. And that's the type of leader we need.
And
somebody protecting me, because you almost think it couldn't have just been 2 times. I mean, 2 times. If I go another 300 or 400 yards walking, which I would have been there in a few minutes, right? Probably 15 minutes. Nasty things.
For people that are saying that, he wasn't in the line of sight and all that. No, he was approaching. He was approaching in range, because everybody said, he was like 500 yards away or whatever. And I think it was the AK-47 that he had, can't go that far. But actually, according to Trump and his I guess the people around him, he was going to be in range. He was going to a certain hole that was going to put him in range that, AK-47. So, yeah, it's crazy. Even during the second attempt, they'll try to tell you that, he wasn't even in range. It's not that serious. I'm like, what? What are y'all talking about? It feels like time has slowed down since the election started.
Bro, that's how it is. At this point in the election cycle, they say a day is a week is a month, and a month is a year.
It's like, bro, it's literally almost the entire country is in anticipation of this.
And let me ask y'all in the chat, man, those of y'all who still in here with us, like, how long ago does it seem like that first assassination attempt was? It was less than 3 months ago. But it seems like it was a goddamn year ago. It's barely talked about it, and to Trump's credit, he barely brings it up himself.
Yeah, and everybody's kind of anxious for this, like, for November 5th. Like, bro, we're just anxious for November 5th and November 6th, so we just know what it is. And once we know what it is, we can all just move on and hope for the best.
I won't lie and say that wasn't funny, but...
Calm down.
Nah, hilarious, but yeah. Just think about what you said real quick.
Horns, though.
Appreciate the super chats, man. First one from James Ford, $5. Good night. I have subscribed, and Trump will win in decent landslide. Too big to rig, man. We appreciate the support. Shout out James Ford. Y'all go ahead and like that super chat. Good night, bro.
I love that optimism.
And then we got proper instruction. What's my man's full name? It cuts it off, so I'm just going to say proper instruction. My bad, man. Let's work together. I have some viral videos with cops and am in the process of suing countries at courts after dismissals. I'd like you guys to screen my right to travel video with no license. Cop stop. All right, man. We are taking all business inquiries in our email. We appreciate all the support, man. And obviously always looking for collabs and to expand and new and different opportunities. So go ahead and hit our email. It's in our bio, bro. Appreciate everybody.
Good. All right, we got a bit of breaking world news for you, because as Israel calls on Lebanese to leave homes where Hezbollah stores arms as warplane launches new strike, the Israeli army has urged Lebanese residents to evacuate buildings storing weapons belonging to Hezbollah. Israel's Air Force is conducting a wide attacks on Hezbollah targets and escalating conflict. Hundreds of missile strikes were exchanged with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pleading to ensure safety in the northern Israel. Okay. Whoa.
And from my American Dad fans.
Pleading and pledging, man.
From my American Dad fans, things are getting too spicy for the pepper.
No, they defund the police a lot of times, though.
She did.
Even her own like state.
And I mean, like we both admitted to and can agree with. I mean, police reformation is, I think, necessary a lot of times because you see the case of Sonia Massey. These were obviously two untrained, unsensitive officers to anybody with mental health issues or mental health crisis, and escalated the situation past what it needed to be. And obviously, unfortunately, she lost her life.
I remember I watched the full thing, bro. It was just one of them. One of them.
Actually, you're right.
One of them that shot old girl. And bro,
I think the other cop was like shaking up, like, bro, are you serious?
Bro, I'd have been shaking up too. Like, dog, what happened?
Yo, what the fuck?
Like, I'm not sure if I should body you or just like.
You know what, bro? That actually probably would have been a scary moment. Like that's the moment you realize you're standing next to a murderer. Like, bro, you're crazy.
Cause bro walked away for a second. Boom, ran back like, dog, what happened here?
And he asked him, like, bro, you okay? I was like, bro, are you good? Like, bro, what'd you do that for?
What's going on?
Like, what the fuck?
Like, you're not sure if you should arrest bro, take him out the game, like make a report.
Scary moment. I mean, as everybody knows cop code, right? You can't really like override or question your fellow officers. So that was just a moment where I felt like bro was stuck. Like, what the fuck?
Like, whoa.
It's a sort of interesting. It's her last name, but nobody knows.
So police reform, yes. Police
re-education.
Police reform and re-education, yes. Police defunding, no.
No. Retraining, re-education. I don't know, man. Get them some damn social skills. Get them some psychology classes.
Hell yeah.
Right,
at the local community college, hell yeah.
Wow. It's a short break.
Surprise?
She real for that one. Like, yeah, we asked her, but you know, man, she gonna hone down on her.
Kamala's gonna sit down with friends and delegates only. She's not gonna sit down with anybody who could give her anything, anything in opposition. Anybody who's gonna give her like a fair or anybody who's gonna just ask any pressing questions. She's not gonna do it. She's not gonna do it. She's proving it.
Yeah, really. They ask you a question. They could ask her a hard question. She can just like low-key play it off, and they're not gonna double down on her. That's really what it is. No follow-ups. Not with Kamala. No follow-ups.
Sad.
The person that gets no follow-ups, y'all want to follow. Wild.
But like the video, the stream, if y'all haven't already, man.
On
we're gonna keep it going.
I remember people in the chat was saying, "Oh, he mishandled COVID." I mean, like, dog, that's not fair. A world pandemic that was shutting down the economy, logistics, everything. Like, bro, you can't even like give nobody else a test of that.
Unprecedented events, really, and he handled it as best he could with the situation as it was presented to him.
While being rushed to solve the problem.
Operation Light Speed or Warp Speed, some may disagree with it, but again, everything was new. Everything was happening all at once, and Trump, I think, to his credit, handled it as best he could.
Honestly, if you guys really want to blame anybody, blame his medical staff around him who told him to do this stuff. Like, you want to blame anybody.
His advisors, right.
Yeah, like, let's keep it
Fauci,
real.
CDC, who was in his ear.
If you want to blame anybody.
Big Pharma, who had major influence.
Bro, he just went with the information he was provided, as any of us would.
Under Biden-Harris than under Trump. And they had a much easier time because when it came in here, nobody knew what.
That, man. He didn't mandate no federal lockdown. He left the decision up to the states, which I could respect.
Oh, God. He always leaves it up to the people. It's always the Democrats that gets it off and try to mandate stuff on everybody.
So if y'all was really mad about how COVID was handled, y'all might have to turn to y'all individual states, state leadership, y'all governance in y'all state. Cause I know, like, if say that you lived in Florida, I know a lot of y'all Floridians was happy. DeSantis ain't had y'all locked down, but Gavin Newsom had Cali bro, I was in Cali at pandemic time. It wasn't shit open. Couldn't even go in your favorite restaurant.
And that's funny though, cause I was in places like Vegas and it was free Hey, it was nice,
bro. So depending on where you was at, like COVID was either a big deal or it wasn't.
Man, it's Because, hey, you was in the right state. It wasn't that bad.
Oh, God.
What it was, it
in
came
Ohio,
from the Wuhan labs, which I always
ain't gonna lie,
said.
a lot of people was on Mike DeWine's neck because we're supposed to be more of a conservative state, but he had us looking mad liberal, shutting everything. This nigga took the fucking hoops off the rims. I was so mad.
Bro,
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. That shit had me fucking tight.
I ain't gonna lie. That's it made me want to vote for anybody else but
Bro.
Mike DeWine. I was like, bro, you lost my vote.
I was like, for real, bro? You telling me, bro, sunlight, fresh air is supposed to help me with this shit and I can't even get out here and shoot some hoops?
Yeah, and I'm going like, I don't know. Maybe because our governor is leading a little too right.
Yeah.
I mean, a little too in the center at this point.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe that's why we had that Springfield situation.
Yeah.
Like, bro, I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, you see how they coming for me now?
I'm like, dog, 4 years, I'm going to be 82.
Like, bro, I don't have it in me. I barely got it in me now.
He's like, dog, I just want to be kick it with my grandkids.
Oh, God.
I'll be on the same thing. It's like, at this point, can I just kick it with the grandkids, dog? Like, y'all doing too much. I want me dead. I'm a dictator. All this BS. So can I just chill?
Look, I'm trying to help y'all out one more good time.
You
But that's it.
Congressman Steve Scalise getting shot when that guy tried to kill all those conservative members of Congress playing baseball. By the way, we should take that clip because we've got bigger, longer compilations. But have McBreen add the CIA deputy head Mudd saying the CIA is going to kill this guy, talking about Trump.
Watch this.
And then add Schumer saying the intelligence agencies have 6 ways of Sunday of getting back at you and then re-upload it. Because we need that clip in there, those clips to be added.
You can tell they did.
Okay, so let's look at some of the stuff they're currently doing today.
Facts, though.
This is Representative Crockett, Jasmine Crockett, says MAGA is a domestic threat to the country right after Trump was almost killed again yesterday.
Wow.
And then that dovetails with CNN this morning. I saw this and recorded it, monitoring the enemy transmission, blaming Elon Musk and trying to say he's calling for violence for simply saying, wonder why nobody's trying to kill them, meaning they're the ones trying to do the killing. Nobody wants to kill Biden or Harris. Give me a break. They're puppets. That would turn them into victims. So let's play those clips back to back.
I talked about the fact that when we swore in finally in January, that we swore to defend against those that are coming against us, whether they are domestic or international. And right now, I feel like MAGA in general, they are threats to us domestically. And we see it time and time again. And I think that's why you see so many national leaders, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, coming together to say there is only one person qualified to be the commander in chief, and that is Kamala.
Paula Reed reporting for us from down in Florida. Joining us now for more on all of this, former U.S. Secret Service
riot and let Trump and his supporters know that y'all are against him, rally against them. They're not divisive. They're not a threat.
Nope. It's only, like I said, bro, it's only when the right does it, bro.
Man, it's just disingenuous. Like if the right can do it, then the left or if the right can't do it, then the left shouldn't be able to. There shouldn't be no different laws or different standard for both sides. Like, and the left, I swear I hate that about the left, how they preach inclusivity, but when it comes to being able to practice your right to protest, free speech, they don't like it. If they don't agree with you, they're trying to censor you. And that's one of the main issues I have with the left is that they're not really for free speech or letting you say what you feel or getting your thoughts out as a American citizen.
They just want to feel like they're better than you because they're voting for Kamala. Yeah, it's like virtue voting. It's like, I'm voting for a black woman, so I'm better than you. I'm more virtuous than you because I'm race. I'm being race baited.
Say what you said again, Steph. I think we missed it.
No. I got
Special Agent Cheryl Tyler and former Philadelphia Police Commissioner, also former D.C. Police Chief Charles Ramsey. Chief Ramsey, this is that Elon Musk tweet we were just mentioning, X, that posted, he put up there and since deleted. I want to get your reaction to it. And do you think Musk could face potential legal consequences when he said that no one is even trying to assassinate Biden and Kamala?
Wow.
Well, I don't know if he'd face any legal consequences or not, but certainly it's irresponsible. And everyone needs to tone down the rhetoric. We're in very, very dangerous times. And it's not just threats to Donald Trump. It's threats to other candidates. It's threats to election workers. I mean, this is just something that has to stop. And people like Musk and others just keep adding fuel.
And shout out Charles Coe, man. He said, if Kamala Rat wins, we'll use red flag laws against MAGA extremists. Oh, why not? Why not? I mean, red flag laws against... it all depends. It all depends how Kamala wins.
She's going to weaponize the courts and the laws against Trump supporters. I mean, it
sounds about right.
I can agree with your skepticism, but
yeah, I can see that. I'm gonna be real with you. Let's see, but the third attempt on Trump, but sitting in his right, got affected by some sort of chemical. They're thinking, dang, yeah.
To the fire. It's just got to stop.
Cheryl, doesn't the Secret Service believe that if someone is threatening or trying to inspire or instigate some sort of threat against a sitting president and vice president of the United States, that potentially is a crime?
Yes, pardon me. Yes, you're correct. But there's several steps with that. They have to be witnessed, and someone has to call in. Someone has to say that, yes, this is what was said. But you are absolutely correct. It is against the law to make threats towards a protectee.
Yeah, and presumably his lawyers told him you better delete that post on X, formerly known as Twitter. Cheryl, let me follow up on what's going on now. What specific challenges does securing a site like a huge golf course?
All right, that's enough.
Present?
I remember when the shooter, I forget his name, we'll pull it up, Steve Scalise
right now, apparently.
James Hodgkinson, tried to go kill that conservative caucus at the baseball game. Where to go? He's waiting. Big libtard. I remember Will Blitzer saying, some are saying he's a monster. No, he's not a monster. He was doing what he thought was right. I mean, these people are sick. They want somebody else to do the violence for them, you see. All right, let me give the number out. I forgot to do that. On the World War III escalations, on the attempted assassination of Trump, on 49 days left of the election, what should Trump do? Should he keep putting himself out there? He's going to win. Discretion is a greater part of valor. This is a huge topic area. Election 2024, 49 days out. Democrats saying they're going to create civil war conditions if Trump wins. What do we do peacefully to stop this? And now we pray for Trump, but we take action as well. We spread the word. We get people to vote. You have cameras with you, with your phone. You document anything that happens. We're entering the time of false flags, where they're definitely, if I was them and I study them, I know their mind, will stage false flags to blame Trump supporters, mass shootings, bombings, you name it.
Where was it at?
Expanded wars, cyber attacks they're claiming Trump supporters are going to do because they think we're going to lose the election, they say. No, you're going to lose. We're not the ones trying to have violence. You are. We're not the ones that want crises. The toll-free number to join us on this live Monday edition is 877-789-2539. 877-789-2539. And if any law enforcement from Florida or particularly Palm Beach area or Mar-a-Lago calling, you go right to the head of the line. 877-789-2539.
There we go. I found it. Whoops. I guess I jumped a little bit too hard ahead of this whole stream. Whoops. Let's get right back to where we need to be. A little bit too far ahead of the transmission here. Whoop, and they got us.
Are you looking for a real, authentic sourdough bread?
Hit us with
a bread that will actually help your digestion and
breakfast foods to avoid.
Hit us with the
oatmeal. There's nothing good in oatmeal. Oats are.
I wouldn't do that.
The state has the jurisdiction and the right to come in and do its own parallel investigation, separate from the feds. And the Justice Department and the FBI should not be in control of this. They've proven they're totally compromised, and that leads us to so many other angles we'll go to. But first, let me go to the big enchilada right now. The big enchilada right now for you. And the good news is InfoWars never went away when they tried to shut us down in the last 6 years. And we've been reaching hundreds of millions a week conservatively. Now we're reaching, let's not exaggerate, 500 million a week right now. So we're hitting on all cylinders thanks to you spreading the word, your Paul Revere excitement, sharing the article, sharing the link, sharing the video, sharing the post on Real Trump, because we're winning intellectually, we're winning culturally, we're winning not just here, but worldwide. Populism is exploding at light speed. And so the New World Order is bringing in war and tyranny. And of course, the big backdrop to the big enchilada I'm about to cover in a moment, concerning the second that we know of assassination, you know there's been others that didn't get as close. Where there's smoke, there's a lot of fire. We had the announcement last week, now confirmed, that Biden has greenlit U.S.-made missiles. They put the explosives in them in Europe. They complete construction there, but it's their U.S.-made Storm Shadows. Heavy cruise missiles will start raining down on Russia sometime, any moment.
Damn.
And Russia has said that is a declaration of war officially, and Russia will respond hitting NATO targets, including outside of Russia. And then we go directly to full war, draft, conscription. Even if it's a conventional war, the Pentagon said will last 20 to 30 years. The EU says this will be their new business model. It's a 20 to 30-year war. I've been covering the different Macron and defense ministers and the UK defense minister all saying this the last year. Their new model is an endless war with Russia. And you've got Bolton saying, don't worry, Russia will never use nukes. So we'll just have a long, decades-long war with Russia. That's horrible as well.
Like, right.
They're rolling the dice big time.
So, according to the Wall Street, UK Prime Minister, Biden discusses allowing Ukraine's use of long-range missiles inside of Russia. And you don't think that Russia is not going to protect themselves and just wipe Ukraine off the map one good time? Like,
and then just test NATO, be like, yeah, what y'all gonna do?
Yeah, look them dead in the eyes and be like, all right, do you want it next? I'm like, whoa.
And yeah, I agree with Alex Jones' point. I mean, as crazy as that sounds, yes, I agree with Alex Jones' point right there. Like, what's worse, nuclear warfare or a 20, 30-year long war where everybody's just getting bombed and all these cities and countries are just getting torn up?
Man, and shout out, man. I think it's Martin Dello, yep. Yeah, Martin Dello, man. Appreciate you, man. That's your first live on the Super Chat. We appreciate you for giving us that honor, man.
Sure. Good night, man. Catch you next time.
So, they said in the news, they discussed it, and then Friday came and they said, well, he agreed to it, but he doesn't want it hyped in the media. Just like when he blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, didn't want to take responsibility. It'll be on record who rains these storm shadows down, who's guiding them, who's directing them with U.S. and Western satellites.
Jesus.
So you got that going on that's ultra massive. And as I said, Friday, they need to kill Trump imminently to get set up for the long war with Russia, because he'll end it instantly by cutting off the money and making Russia do a peace deal, which Russia says they're ready to do. And then before it even came out, at about 5:45 Central, an hour and 45 minutes into the Sunday show last night.
If you don't think that,
goddamn,
would-be assassin.
If you don't think that Russia's gonna respond, I mean, I don't know who they're gonna respond against. If it's not, if it's not the NATO, then oh my god, but this is not looking good. Like if we're looking at this, then I'm gonna be real with you, it's not looking good.
Ryan Wesley Roth, 58. Was part of the Foreign Legion in Ukraine and was actually an officer and was basically recruiting with the CIA Western fighters out of North America, the Canada and the U.S., as well as Afghanistan. He was trying to go there and fight. He even met with U.S. senators and had articles about him in the New York Times and other newspapers. He was a hero, they said. Even before that broke, I said, I think this is about getting rid of Trump to make way for war with Russia. Because the shooting happened at about the attempted shooting and the Secret Service shooting back at about 2:30 Central. I got on air at 4, didn't break for an hour and 45 minutes. That indeed that was it. But Sobek 6 months ago on the show said, look for them to use Ukrainian U.S. fighters to kill and do assassinations. And then now here we are. A lot of other people also made that point. So this is insane. And the CIA runs the whole operation, that's admitted. And all these documents are coming out. So we have them. Again, that's a giant long course golf course. I mean, some of the drives are 250, 300 yards. A huge state-of-the-art. We built it back in the 90s, 14 shot, and the guy tried to kill them all. And then, of course, ask Trump. I mean, it's just.
And this is where we get into, the right's rhetoric again. Because I know we got some Kamala supporters who think, oh, well, Let's be real. Trump's rhetoric is crazy. What do you mean? I'm like, oh, really? Are you sure about that? All right, well, stick around for this video real quick.
So let's go and go to those clips.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick them.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the
Hey,
escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face.
Vitriolic
if we were in
rhetoric.
high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
I take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him is wild rhetoric.
Punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face!
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you.
He is destructive to our democracy, and he has to be eliminated.
Let me give you one bottom line. As a former government official, government's going to kill this guy.
Look, as his character is stabbed to death.
Where is John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
Viewer discretion advised.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after saying she hopes President Trump is assassinated.
I will go and take Trump out tonight. And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
And sadly, the domestic enemies to our voting system and our honoring our Constitution are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that this isn't, they're not going to let up, and they should not.
If you think we're rallying now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Legendary clip.
God damn.
It's just so legendary. It's like, I see what they don't want y'all to know. Ain't it crazy how we just see it? You know, let's try to get
gloss over it, ignore it.
Man.
But the right has incendiary rhetoric.
But, you know, actually, it's time to get into this one. You know, Key? This one I didn't really watch, but I caught it. NYC.
COVID czar admits forcing Ooh.
Yes.
Ooh. Last part sounded like Diddy.
God.
Let's get into it, man. Like the video if y'all haven't already.
I actually was the one who convinced the mayor to make it a mandate.
So the way we do it in public health is we make it very uncomfortable to be unvaccinated. They didn't get vaccinated because they heard it.
Making it very uncomfortable to be unvaccinated, aka your government forced you. Like what? A dictator.
They turned up the societal pressure, and that's how we all felt across America. Now in New York, we all know that New York is a major liberal city, and COVID hit them harder than crack hit the black community in the 80s. But everybody across America probably could say that to an extent. If you didn't get the vaccine, you were kind of policed by your neighbors, your community, society to a degree. And I mean, to a degree, we were all kind of ostracized.
Safe. They gave in because it was really hard.
Do you think you'd have gotten a hard time if New York City found out that you're having sex partings during COVID?
Yeah, it would have been a big deal. Yeah, it would have been real embarrassing.
I ain't gonna lie. Maybe it's the skeptic. Maybe it's just like the skeptic in me, or like I don't know, this like the untrusting side of me. But if anybody would have asked me that, I'd been like, "You got me on camera. What type of question is that?
Bro.
What type of question is that?
I'm gonna be real with you. Steven Crowder is smart because he sends in women, and bro.
Oh man,
bro, men can't stop talking about what they doing around women. Like, what you mean, man? I'm big boss, man. I make people follow this. I make people follow that, and I'll host sex parties on the side, baby, man. Man, catch the word, baby.
Right, low key.
He flexing, bro. He over there with the leg up, taking a nice little drink, going like, yeah, I'm that guy.
Like I said, if you got it, man, ain't nobody mad at you. I understand a lot of y'all were mandated to get it, so
I want you to take yourself back to March of 2020. Okay, mentally. The beginning of the COVID pandemic. Right, the streets of New York City looked like a dystopian sci-fi movie.
It was cool.
Albeit with less charm and more hobo urine. More than normal for New York City. Now, it was even worse than the rest of the country. Thousands of businesses were forced to close. Millions of New Yorkers lost their jobs overnight, and loved ones were forced to die alone in quarantine. And the man you're about to meet is responsible for all of it, Dr. Jay Varma.
I spent my career, I worked for the CDC for 20 years, so I kind of lived all over the world doing infectious disease work. So I used to spend time doing public health where I go to different, so I lived in Bangkok and in Beijing and in Ethiopia. And so what I did was, my job was to go and help countries like build their systems to detect and respond to diseases. So kind of like during COVID where you had to set up a testing program and a vaccination program and you need to monitor the numbers. And that was like the type of thing I did for my career.
And this is Dr. Jay Varma. So Dr. J, J-A-Y, look him up, V-A-R-M. This is him talking his shit. He talking big talk right now, man. Like, bro, what you mean?
You could tell, like I said, he's on like a Tinder or Hinge date, and Shorty's just probably got like a pinned camera or like, I don't know, maybe her phone or something like that.
That's a pinned camera, gotta be.
Gotta be, because ain't no way he didn't notice a camera. She got like a camera in her glasses or some shit.
Man, I think you can record people without the permission in New York.
Oh, it's not a 2-party consent state?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh wow, shit.
So what I did was, my job was to go and help countries like build their systems to detect and respond to diseases. So kind of like during COVID where you had to set up a testing program and a vaccination program and you need to monitor the numbers. And that was like the type of thing I did for my career at CDC, go to different countries and help them do that. The mayor's team contacted me because I was in New York before that, and they contacted me to come back. So I moved back from Ethiopia to New York to run the COVID response for the city. So I like set up all the testing and vaccine program for the city. I actually was the one who convinced the mayor to make it a mandate. I was on TV for about a year and a half. So I was on a press conference every day for a year and a half, every morning at 10 o'clock.
So he was the one that made he convinced the mayor of Brooklyn pretty much, or mayor of New York, to make it a mandate?
And that's what I'm saying. They were all getting advice from medical professionals. So people like him, people like Fauci, I mean, I'm going to watch what I say here, but we should really be turning our attention and our anger towards people like that rather than the leadership who was getting advice from these medical professionals. And we to further that point, we need to question what was incentivizing them to push these narratives. Was it Big Pharma? Was it their pockets getting lined? Was it the benefits they received? Who knows? I'm just asking questions.
Somebody check their bank account.
I'm just asking questions.
What? Yeah, with the mayor. I have to sit next to him.
For COVID?
Yeah, for COVID, yeah. I'm very Googleable, but I'm not like...
Okay, I didn't Google you. Maybe I should have.
You can Google me now.
Okay, I'll Google
Oh, yeah, he flexing like he said.
There's more to...
What'd he say?
You can Google me now.
Okay.
Told you.
If that turns you on.
If that turns you on.
Big dog.
So yeah, Google me, baby. If that
Google me, man. Look, I'm the one who make people do what they don't want to do, man. Hey, look, I talk to the mayor. And I say, like, man, you gonna make people take that
so,
shot.
if you into that kind of thing, baby, Google me, man. I might, get the motion in your ocean going.
Like, come on, baby. Come on, man. Big dog you talking to right now, man.
Oh, man. That is hilarious.
Hey, you want to know why everybody here got vaccine? Me right here, baby.
Dog, baby. You ain't see me on TV every morning at 10? That was me, baby.
Man, on C-SPAN.
Yeah.
Now, there's more to Dr. Varma than mere medical tyranny here. It's a classic story of the rules for thee, but not for me, as we see with a lot of unelected bureaucrats. But this story is not one about hypocrisy.
Technocrat,
I want to be
really.
clear. Everyone's a hypocrite. It's not lost on me. This is a story about those in charge not fearing what it is that they demanded you fear in a way that altered your life. You were told to fear going to church.
Open our churches.
You were told to fear meeting family, fear running your business, or even vote. Remember that?
Yeah,
it was so dangerous, you needed to vote from home by any means possible, while you, the peasants, were locked down and not allowed to gather with more than 10 people at a time. Elites, like Jay Varma, well, he was hosting sex parties.
Damn,
It's so funny. It's like because I did all this like deviant like sexual stuff while I was like, you know, like on TV and all this stuff. Yeah.
He said, not only was I forcing people to take the jab, not only did I convince the mayor to make everybody in this room take a shot, but I was hosting sex parties too, baby, man. Here's the invitation, man. Here, you can get one too.
That's wild as hell.
My man.
So everybody was locked up. These bureaucrats, these technocrats, these celebrities, these influencers was partying on yachts. Sex craze parties. I know Diddy was going crazy during this time.
Bro. Like, really?
People were like, aren't you afraid? Aren't you embarrassed? And I was like, no, actually, I'm like really like I love being my authentic self. So I've had every type of range of everything. Okay. And I've been to a lot of like sex parties, lots of like play parties and stuff like that.
Okay, so what were the sex parties like during COVID?
So that I didn't. So I never went to a like public type one. We actually had a multiple dates. My wife and I like had one with our friends.
My wife and I.
Oh, they're swingers. They're swingers. They're degenerates. They're sexual deviants.
Oh, my wife and I have one with our friends, and you're on a date with a girl. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. It's crazy.
They're hedonist.
Like in August of like that first summer. Because all our friends were just like, well, it wasn't so much sex. They were just like, I need to get like this energy out of me and stuff like that. Yeah. So we rented a
locked everybody up.
Kind of sort of, kind of sneaky about it because hotels didn't want people gathering there. Because I was like running the entire response of the city. I like how.
AKA, he said, I made everybody else do 6 feet apart, but hey, man, when you want to have a sex party, that 6 feet apart don't work out so well. You feel me? So, you know, y'all can't just go around doing a crowd of people and getting caught as the person who's pretty much convinced this entire city to, take a shot, 6 feet, mask up. And I'm over here at these sex parties with no mask and, obviously not 6 feet apart.
It's like Crowder said, rules for thee, but not for me. And man, that's sickening to know that. Like I said, while we was locked up, getting depraved from interaction with our family, friends, and the outside world, these people with power, the ones who were making the decisions, were literally willy-nilly going about their lives in secrecy, having these sex-crazed parties and doing as they please, while all of us were kind of like pent up inside our homes.
Yep.
Crazy.
Man, hey, man.
We gaining weight, suffering from mental health issues, from
isolation.
Yeah, literally. And these people was going sex crazy in hotels. It's sickening.
Man.
Like, everybody get tested the right way. Told me where to get tested. Showed me the results.
Wow.
It was fun. We all like took Molly, and it was like 8 to 10 of us.
8, 9 to 10 of us taking Molly and ecstasy.
You talking about a medical professional?
Person who talked to the mayor.
Oh man, talking about we was on Tusi.
Man, you like, bro, we was having a good time. 8, 9 people, no 6 feet, no mask, just saw a sex party. I'm like, oh, okay now. Okay.
Tusi.
Oh, I'm done.
Everybody had a blast because everybody was like so pent up. Because it had been like everybody was just like stuck together and stuff like that. Yeah, and sometimes it's not so much about like executive. Some it's just something about like.
Whoa. What did he say? I'm sorry.
Whoa. Oh, I bet. Yeah. Like everybody was just like stuck together and stuff like that. Yeah, and sometimes it's not so much about like executive.
Penetrative sexual stuff. Some of it is just something about.
So it ain't always about dick and butt or dick and pussy. It's just about being close, being naked with one another.
It's about penetrating you. Oh, hell nah. Oh, hell nah, bro.
Oh, man. Lock this man up.
He's done. Lock him up. Take him to jail.
Bodies being close to each other. Right? to be like naked with friends.
Bro, how did I know he was gonna say that? How did I know?
I didn't go to anything. Yeah, so it was just home in our home.
That's the fact that she got this man on multiple dates.
Dr. J. Varma.
Y'all go look this man up.
You devious bastard. Oh, man, I like it.
God damn.
I'm flexing on a day, flexing about sex parties and how he controlled what other people, or how he made the whole city lock down, mask up.
Badman.
Man.
Badman ting.
Obviously, he's bisexual, obviously.
Gotta be.
Yeah, wife, sex parties, close naked with friends.
I love the bros,
but
they ain't gonna see my meat. I ain't gonna lie.
Like, man.
And you can't fuck my girl.
That was what we did during COVID because
two things that's awful.
It was like August 2020. All of our friends.
Call me crazy. Bro. Call me a bad friend, but those are two things that's awful.
Head dumb. And so I did like a whole like testing protocol for everybody. It was relatively small. I mean, small as in like no COVID test. It was like 10 to 12 people.
He said no, not STD test. No, I could care less about that. But COVID, yeah, we did the COVID test.
Bro just said, oh, STD test? Wait,
nah,
COVID test.
What you mean? Hell nah.
Like what? We
STD test? Hell no.
Okay, that's wild.
Okay, so violate the draconian lockdowns that the rest of the population has to follow for a mass sex party once, shame on me. Violate your own draconian mandates again over a year later when your rules only allow for a max gathering of 50 people so that you can attend a drug-fueled underground dance party with 4 times that number of people. Shame on.
Now, officials say gatherings continue to play a role in the increase. While anyone planning on a big party, officials are telling you, think again.
The only way I could do this job for the city was if I had some way to blow off steam every now.
Do you think you'd have gotten like a hard time if like the like New York City found out that you're having sex parties during COVID?
Yeah, it would have been a big deal. Yeah, it would have been a real embarrassment.
Yeah, you can keep it. Yeah, keep it.
Actually, the only time I felt kind of nervous was fairly early on, right when we were about to do the vaccine mandate, right before we did it. I hadn't been to any like dance clubs in New York City yet. And we went to some, we had a wild night, like we went to like a boat, there's always dance parties on boats. And then we went to some like underground like dance party, like underneath a bank in Wall Street. And we were all rolling, we were all taking Molly, and everybody's high. And I was so happy because I hadn't done that in like
on in New York.
I mean, bro, pretty much saying I got on a yacht. There was bitches and it was drugs and it was fun,
bro.
And we drove under a bank so nobody would see us in the boat while we were just all having a naked sex party while everybody was locked up in their house.
Underground. When he says underground, he's not talking about underground like not in the mainstream. He's literally talking about under the city streets. He said they were in an underground party underneath a New York bank. What the fuck is going on in New York?
That's cold. I mean, that's terrible. I mean, how dare he do that? But I mean, like,
and I ain't gonna lie, it sounds like that's where them Hasidic Jews was at.
Ooh, I mean, okay.
When they underground?
Yeah, they were underground. And
that's not a conspiracy.
No, it's not. But I mean, you really want to go there?
That's all I'll say.
Yeah, okay.
Like a year and a half, like a year or whatever. And but I was looking around, being like, what are the NBCs doing? Because this was not COVID
when
friendly.
Was that?
It was like May or June of 2021. So it was like the spring. So the vaccines had become available, but nobody had really kind of thought about having like. Well, I had never thought of going to a big scale party.
Was the vaccine mandate out?
Not yet. It was for small groups. It was for certain city workers, but there wasn't a citywide. You can't go to clubs or bars yet. That happened in June.
So people were like losing their jobs at that time if they didn't get it.
There might have been, but not it's a very small number of people. Most people, everybody can get it.
How big was the party?
It was probably 200 people. It was like the bottom of some bank. And then when your turn comes up to get the vaccine, we want you to get that because that is the path to party.
Wear a mask. Keep 6 feet apart. Wash your hands. Get tested. Get vaccinated when it's your turn. And he did none of that. None of that. Huh.
Okay, so that seems bad at first glance and second and all of them. But I'm willing to bet that giant sex parties are not what you missed most, and certainly not what you missed out on most during the COVID pandemic. If you were in New York.
Never been to one, but I don't feel like I missed
probably
out.
Loved ones, holidays, like family.
I've been to some parties, like, you know, abandoned, like, you know, warehouses.
Oh,
yeah, sure, great. But underground under a bank, I'm like, I feel like I got to have a net worth or some type of title to get under there. I mean, net worth in maybe like, I don't know, $500K or more or something like that. And you got to have a nice title that comes
for sure. I ain't just letting anybody in there.
Oh, God.
Underneath a bank is crazy, though. Man, I want to see what that looks like.
I was gonna see you. I mean,
especially around Thanksgiving and Christmas, that time where Governor Cuomo was sicking law enforcement on unsuspecting citizens, and you were being chastised by your elected officials. What about that? What did Mr. Varma do then?
Health officials discouraging travel during the approaching holiday season as scores of cities are dealing with surges in coronavirus cases.
My wife's family was in Seattle, and they went back over Christmas, that first COVID Christmas. I couldn't go because publicly I had encouraged New Yorkers not to travel. And so, you know, the mayor was like, you really can't go with your family. You got to stay here. Because if they catch you on, if somebody takes a picture at the airport of you, they'll...
Did the mayor know about your party?
No, I don't talk about that part of my life.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that one's pretty rough, too. But I'm sure these...
I tried to go on vacation. They said, bro, come on, bro. Like, I know we're capping, but, like, really, dog, you can't go on no plane when you're the one who told everybody to steady ass inside and don't travel.
And this brings up a perfect point. When a lot of these medical professionals try and skew facts, skew data, you got to realize that a lot of these people are completely biased. This man is clearly biased as hell, telling us one thing and doing another himself. Like, so a lot of times you have to apply some critical thought to where these stats, where this information is coming out of. Do some research into the person purporting the information, because a lot of times you don't know what their agenda is. This man lied in all of our faces, specifically to New Yorkers, while he was having drug craze fueled sex parties with his friends. Like, what the hell?
I mean,
and y'all call us conspiracy theorists for wanting to question everything. It's healthy, bro. Healthy skepticism is necessary in today's day and age. Y'all go around blindly believing folks, and you over here putting on a mask, distancing yourself from your family while the fucking technocrats are fucking their friends.
And facts.
People believe some of what they espouse. For example, a lot of you who didn't get the vaccine, right, because you believe there was some kind of natural immunity if you'd already had the virus, and you were told absolutely not. That's not the case, especially in New York. Social distancing masks, you need a minimum of 4 doses of the vaccine.
And if you're 50 years old or above, you need 4 doses.
I'm sure that's consistent.
Nah, you're sick.
When they don't know cameras are running, right?
I know people that like won't have sex with someone that didn't get the COVID vaccine. And I don't know enough to know if that's like
Sorry, that's like a weird, like, I think that's a weird, like, belief that somehow, like, their body is different. It doesn't make any difference at all. Everybody's exposed to the virus. And you're exposed to the virus because it breathed on you or because you got injected to. It's the same immune response.
Okay, so it turns out science is a thing, and that one looks kind of bad. But let's not rush.
Wow.
Wow,
talk about a Freudian slip. And he didn't even realize he was making it. He literally admitted, like, bro, our body's not different. If you took the vaccine, didn't take the vaccine, everybody's been exposed to it. You're good to go. Like, herd immunity exists. Like, the same shit we all knew to be the truth, the same shit they try to change our minds on, change the narrative on. The medical professional that low-key mandated the virus or mandated the shot in New York or mandated the lockdown in New York literally just admitted to it uncandidly on camera.
We just did it because it was fun.
Like, bro, it's so crazy, man. It's so crazy. I hope some of y'all are finally starting to see the hypocrisy.
I mean, wow.
Or just the bold-faced lies, honestly. The bold-faced lies.
I'm low-key taken back by just the candidness of this. Like, oh, yeah, you know, I just locked all you up. Sex party, man. I was living the life. I wanted to go with my family, but I told y'all all a lie, so I couldn't go out with my family. So, you know, that sucked.
Judgment. Don't write Dr. Varma off as some power-hungry villain just yet. Good people sometimes do bad things, or they make mistakes. Those in charge could still have been looking out for you, and in no way does this prove that people like Dr. Varma get a thrill out of psychologically manipulating people to abuse their own power, exert control while completely disregarding the life-destroying rules that they apply to people like you, right? Right?
When it comes to the vaccine,
I think people will believe it more if it's really consistently validated by healthcare professionals.
Dr. Blasio.
Yeah.
So how did you convince him to do the mandate?
Well, I had actually been talking to him about it since even before the vaccines were available. I was like, you're going to have to do it this way. And so we came up with this metaphor. We're going to like climb this ladder. We're going to first start voluntarily, and then we're going to keep pushing it.
So the way we do it in public health is we make it very uncomfortable to be unvaccinated. Doing vaccines, it's like, oh, you can't get a job, you can't go to a restaurant, you can't go to school. It's like, so you get vaccinated.
Hey. Was it technically like kind of forcing people?
Yeah, that's what you force people by making it really uncomfortable. Your car comes with seatbelts and airbags. You have to like actively, and it beeps all the time. So you can still drive without a seatbelt, right? The car doesn't shut off, but you know, it beeps all the time.
Right. So brilliant.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. The whole idea is like you build barriers so that people are like, this, I'm just gonna do it because I'm tired of being nervous.
So it was like kind of forcing people.
Yeah, and the whole point of the education is
they try to break your will. They try to break the will of resistance. And I'm gonna be real with you, a lot of people got their will broken. And that's why they're just so complicit in what's going on today, what the left does. I'm like, well, the left already broke your will once. Shoot, why fight them now?
And when people said this was a test to test your compliance, I couldn't agree more after hearing this man admit to what he just admitted to. Like, at the time, everybody was kind of a conspiracy theorist for thinking that, but this just confirmed what we all kind of knew in our hearts. Like, hold on, something is off here. Like, why are they doing it like this? Why are they making these rules up? Like, the things we know to be healthy for us, they're trying to remove us from, like
sunlight,
socializing.
Yeah.
Like, it just, I don't know. Like, but him saying this on camera just confirmed what we knew to be true the whole time. Crazy as hell.
This is where I have like all these talks I give people in public health about it. It's like, people think, oh, I'm going to give you lots of information so you'll do the right thing. No, the reason I give you the information is so that I'm going to make it really hard to be unvaccinated. And then I'm going to also give you a lot of information about getting vaccinated and why it's good. So that once you finally say, it, I'm just going to get vaccinated, you at least know that, oh, well, at least they told me it's really safe. So do you understand the difference? They didn't get vaccinated because they heard it was safe. They gave in because it was really hard.
It's not so much about finding them and arresting them. It's about making the default, what we call the default choice, the easy one. So you just have to do it that way.
I mean, are people even really smart enough to deal with this on their own?
No, that's why we require it. And that's why I told you about the education. It's like, I don't expect the education to change your behavior. I'm just going to make it really hard for you to do your job. And then I'll give you education so that when you finally give in, you'd be like, oh, well, I guess it was the right thing.
Wow. Yo. He said mandate it first, force you to get it first, and then we'll kind of give you some education on the back end to kind of subside your skepticism.
Pretty much say, yeah, we'll give you this self-confirming bias after you get it.
Like, bro,
like they do to you now. Oh
man, if this doesn't kind of just make you stand firmer in your belief, or this gives you a healthy level of skepticism, like I said, a healthy level of questioning things that we're being told or that things that are being purported, I don't know what will. I don't know what will, bro.
Like, wildly enough.
Government officials over here admitting that they lied on camera. Like, bro, if you're not over here just questioning shit now, I'm really not sure what to wake y'all up.
Senator advisor for public health for the NYC mayor's office.
Like, bro, senior, like top. This man was the go-to man for COVID in New York. Like, wild as hell.
This is not a conspiracy.
COVID,
this is like
one of the
people working flat out, doing the best they possibly can.
I think the important thing here is just, again, be led by the facts and the data.
Oh, the COVID vaccine?
Yeah.
They're not cases. I don't do it. They're gun cases. But the guys who are vaccinated are like right-wing nutcases.
Yeah, I mean, but okay, what do we do with those people?
That's why you have to have rules, because you can't convince them. You have to just pass laws that say you got to do this. So that's what we do in public health. There's nothing else we can do. So I can't always just do what the right thing to do is. I have to also make sure it's the right thing with the whole world of everybody else.
Yes, those nutcases for whom Varma made life exceedingly difficult. Wow. Interesting fact. One of those nutcases was NBA star Kyrie Irving.
I was literally thinking
the team just announced that superstar point guard Kyrie Irving won't play or practice with the team until he's eligible under the local COVID-19 vaccination mandate.
Part of the Brooklyn Nets.
They would not let that man play, and the owner literally came out and wouldn't agree or defend Kyrie either. And at that same time, it was the time he said that one thing or retweeted the documentary.
Oh, wow.
So they was on this man's ass. Wow. Shout out Kyrie, man. If you watching this, Kyrie, bro, you one of my favorite basketball players ever, man. And I stand with you, bro. I've always respected your stance on shit, bro.
It was Brooklyn. And the never mind.
There's a basketball player named Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving. He refused to get vaccinated. But because he played for the team in Brooklyn, because of the vaccine mandate that I passed, he was not allowed to play. So it became this huge national issue about why Kyrie Irving wasn't allowed to.
Man, and shout out Vladstein, man, $2 super chat. He said, this guy literally looks like a New York rat. Yeah, low-key. Oh, my God. Yeah, and he does very rat-like behavior as well. I ain't even gonna lie to you. This guy is... yeah, he's a piece of shit. I ain't gonna lie. That's really all I could tell you. He's a piece of shit.
Basketball because he was refusing to get vaccinated. Like, this is the fun part of my life. So I got to be on. So the Wall Street Journal wrote a whole story about me being the one that blocked Kyrie Irving from playing basketball.
I was not expecting, a mandate to be brought down in a way that it wasn't going to allow me to play at all.
I just think he's ass about his ass because he's trying to I'm not in a position to tell him how to dribble better or how to shoot better. I can be a fan and I can say, oh, we should, but I'm not going to be I can't go coach him. Why is he turning around and saying that, I'm not going to tell him he doesn't know how to dribble and he doesn't do it. Don't tell me, how the science works.
There was no plan in place. There was no vision of how it's going to work for our team. And I think that really impacted not just me, but a lot of people. So, just had to sit in that hot seat for a little bit and deal with it, man. Life of a martyr, bro.
Life of a martyr.
If only Kyrie Irving was having underground sex parties as opposed to trying to make a living through his elected profession. But the same, by the way, can be said of trade workers, business owners, employees all across New York, and, by the way, the country. Again, for you, the COVID policies were devastating.
The mayor admitting this morning the NYPD's social distancing enforcement efforts aren't working. A rough arrest of a young mother with her child in her hands.
Wow.
Life-altering.
Yeah, I was letting it go down, I guess.
But for people in charge, like Varma, it was actually pretty easy. Well, I'll let him explain it to you.
Oh, how did you not, go crazy during it? And I think the reason I didn't is because I felt like I had control. Yeah. It was getting done to you.
Yeah.
It was I was the one, making the decisions about what happened. So, I didn't feel like I lost control.
Somebody clearly correct.
And I think that's what really ends up freaking any of us out. When your life is, all uncertainty, it's tough, right?
And there it is. Control. People like Varma weren't scared because they were in control. You were scared because you had no control. It was all controlled for you. And there will be another installment on this. But before we get to that, did I mention, in reviewing this footage, I couldn't help but feel compelled to meet Mr. Varma. And so I flew to New York, and we had a little chat. We may never be able to get them to answer.
Really?
But today, I was able to ask Dr. J. Varma.
Oh my gosh!
Hey, now he's smooth for that. The undercover operation is crazy.
Yeah, I'm God. And if you're wondering, damn, when that's coming up?
Part 2 right here. Let's get it. I know y'all, bro, I'm on the edge of my seat. I ain't gonna lie.
Let's go.
architect of the policy,
So those things are
having sex parties and having dance parties while businesses are being shut down, and New York sees an unemployment that's twice the national average as a result of policy.
My wife and I had a party with like 10 people who everybody got vaccinated. Not vaccinated, everybody got tested and things like that.
There was over 12 people when the gatherings at that point you had to do in secret because no one else could gather 10 or more. If you could do it all over again, would you do it the same way? Or would you allow people their freedoms and not harm New York City like you did? Today, I introduce you to Dr. J. Varma,
Harvard grad,
the man widely touted as the COVID architect in charge of New York City's COVID response, the right-hand man to Mayor Bill de Blasio, who in his own words convinced the mayor to do the mandate. In short, the man who brought down a city that had 2,800 small businesses closed, never to be reopened, a city of failing test scores after over 1 million students were kept out of classrooms for more than a year, in a city where tens of thousands of New Yorkers simply left. Today's Mug Club Undercover video saw Varma brag to our journalist about his medical background at places like the CDC, his newfound celebrity.
It's kind of a treat to hear you describe me as a celebrity.
His influence over the city, how he was able to force mass vaccination on people by making them, quote, uncomfortable through applying both financial and social pressure.
It's like, okay, I'm just going to get vaccinated.
And he even gleefully bragged that he was the man responsible for making it impossible for Kyrie Irving to play for the Nets. I wonder how Mr. Irving feels about that.
So I like to keep that stuff private.
Of course, Varma himself wasn't affected. While New Yorkers were allowed to gather indoors and many watched their loved ones die alone, he bragged about having drug-fueled sex parties. You can watch the whole piece by clicking the link in the description there. But something important here, in reviewing the footage, one thing stood out to me. Not once did he show anything resembling remorse.
Yeah, you can keep it. Yeah.
Never once did this man, the trusted authority for New Yorkers, and for many across the country, ever seem to have a remote interest in self-reflection or even the possibility of acknowledging the destruction that residents faced as the result of his policy. And if he's so sure about the righteousness of the policies he advocated, why didn't he follow them? Why did he demand submission through fear from the citizens of New York over something that he did not fear himself at all? That's the question that ate at me, and one that hasn't been answered by any of those caught violating their own guidelines since 2020, from Gavin Newsom to Gretchen Whitmer to Nancy Pelosi. Now, we may never be able to get them to answer, but today, I was able to ask Dr. J. Varma.
Oh my gosh!
There you go.
Nice to meet you.
No, we do some corporate events and stuff like that too. So he's one of those clients. Yeah.
Yeah, we actually had a problem with one of the. I'll talk to you about it later, but.
Oh my gosh, this is so random.
I know.
Like, what are the odds in New York City?
Well, I wasn't supposed to be here, but I just got into town here yesterday. So.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how exciting! Well,
are you guys?
We're just.
I haven't been here.
What are you doing right now?
Supposed to be working, but I don't think I'm.
Okay. Do you want to have?
Yeah, grab a drink. Grab a
okay,
drink.
cool. We're gonna have one drink and then get out of here. So.
Sure. Yeah. Do you mind if I grab this chair?
Oh my gosh.
Does that work? Yeah, I'll speak.
So what do you work on then?
Well, I work in media. Yeah. You know, it's one of those things, big guilt complex. So we have to do these fundraisers every now and then. And it's like, you know, save the koalas or turpid sloth or whatever the hell it is.
So you're saving the whale?
It's an environmental thing. We're not. I don't really know how much we're. You know, you hope the money goes to the right place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So how do you treat each other?
Healthcare. He's really smart.
Yeah. Why is that funny?
I don't know why.
I would assume.
Oh, that's a very interesting way. Like, he's very smart.
Well, I mean, anyway, I just remember like hating whenever I took some sort of science class or whatever. So when I do meet anyone in healthcare, I'm like, okay, I already know that you're like.
But that's always the thing. Like, you get attracted and like are interested in people who have skills that you don't have, right?
Yeah.
Like when I hear people who are like artistic and stuff, I'm always like, oh, what do you do? Because I can't draw.
Well, I would be scarier if you said he's, you healthcare, he's really dumb.
Yeah, I know, right?
Last words for anesthesiology.
I'm so sorry, my boss is calling me. I have to say, I will be right back. Sorry, you two get to know each other for a second.
There was a period during which there were no restrictions, no mandatory restrictions in New York, and I know this, I was always involved. There were no mandatory restrictions, and there was widespread COVID. And what happened? The entire city shut down because no cafe had a work.
My point is, when there were shutdowns and restrictions, it seems like rules for thee, not for me, if you're having sex parties with people and hotels.
I think the idea with all of that was basically, again,
if you're having sex parties and dance parties with 200 people while people there get punished if they're...
Guys, let me tell you something about creepy about this man, you know, Dr. J. Varma. We can't find really nothing on his, like, well, childhood, background, where his people comes from, anything. Who is this man, Loki?
And at the risk of sounding racist, I would assume he's either Indian or Nepali.
Yeah.
10 or more at a gathering, or more than 40, and you have a dance party of 500 people. That seems like... My question is, you obviously doing that...
Isn't that true with everything, though, in life?
No, not everyone's having sex parties when they encourage lockdowns for other people.
No, but there's a million rules.
If you weren't afraid of it, why those policies, my point? If you're afraid of it, you wouldn't be having sex parties and you wouldn't be having dance parties with 200 people when everyone else is locked down.
No, because I'm saying that it's not...
And not checking for vaccinations.
It's not individual.
Right?
No, those are totally different issues. I mean, I think
you know what I'm talking about.
What I'm trying to get at is the main issue.
No, like, bro, if y'all can find something on his early childhood or like his family life, bro, I mean, you can't. Who is this man? How do you get to this high position without having no family life, no background, wrote no biographies, nothing? Like, who are you?
No, it was really it's not about individual level risk. It's the same thing as driving.
But it is about you as a government official being the architect of the policy,
so those things are
having sex parties and having dance parties while businesses are being shut down. And New York sees an unemployment that's twice the national average as a result of policy.
During the time, I wasn't going to these dance parties in the first year and a half of COVID. I don't know what you're talking about.
You weren't having sex parties? And then dance parties?
No. My wife and I had a party with like 10 people who everybody got vaccinated. Not vaccinated, everybody got tested and things like that.
There was over 12 people when the gatherings at that point you had to do in secret because no one else could gather 10 or more. People were dying alone because they couldn't visit members in the hospital.
I think you're missing the bigger picture.
And when you had 200 at the dance party, that's 5 times the amount for everyone else living in this city.
I wasn't at any big... I don't know why you're talking about me specifically. I wasn't at any dance parties. I was literally...
Yeah, you did. You had a dance party of 200 plus people. You didn't check their vaccination status.
No, I went to? Secret.
Yeah.
Just like, when? Oh, we're trying to move in.
No, you want to bring it up.
So our parents are coming... This week, actually, like later this week. Like in the summer, I think the first time I went to a dance party was like the summer of coming from Korea. 20.
You understand though how that's a tough sell to the American people. The business
owner. We were an outdoor event in July.
I get to spend more time with
the summer of
food or something.
COVID or something like that. And then I think we were outdoor at an outdoor event in the summer of 2020. I don't know how much. I wasn't at an event this summer of 2020.
So
it was an outdoor event.
You had sex parties.
You have a dossier on me?
Yeah.
Why? What is going on here?
Well, you know, a lot of people have been affected by this policy, and my question is genuine. It's just level with me here.
More offensive?
You weren't afraid of it. Here, we got the mandate clip.
But why? What is going on here?
Get vaccinated? Sex parties. That you had sex parties where you rented a hotel. Everyone had a blast. The timeline is that is during the time when people were still being locked down. And then he had dance party later on.
That heart sunk to his socks at this moment when he realized old girl who he was trying to turn on, who he was trying to get to join one of these sex crazed parties was in fact a mole. Yeah, that's the moment where your heart literally drops down to your socks.
Yeah, I think the main reason he didn't just walk up and go away is because he kind of want to know, like, how much do you know?
Yeah, honestly. He said, you have a whole dossier on me? What's in there? God, what do you...
Like, on God, I try to get up and go. Like, then the cameraman right behind her going to try to, like, clothesline his ass. Like, nah, we need that, bro. We need that.
This was in May or June of 2021, which still would have been 5 times beyond the amount that everyone else in the city was permitted.
Yeah, so when the war happened, and they split.
Yeah, the summer of 2021.
And Kyrie Irving wasn't able to play basketball because he wouldn't be vaccinated. But you're at a dance party.
What's going on here? Are you trying to, like...
Yeah, I can tell you. So I'm Steven Crowder.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
I know everything that you have been talking about.
Okay.
And a lot of people have been negatively affected by your policies.
They're coming
I just want you to level with me at this point. If you were living where you're not afraid of it,
we're going to try to say,
right now you're giving me the story of it's only a certain amount of people who wear a mask. You haven't sex parties while that's happening. You're having dance parties.
I'm also telling stories to somebody.
And you also,
it's probably better if you get married.
And the teachers, you have kids. I mean, New York, the results have been abysmal. I mean, the decline in mathematics and education, the reading levels, it's twice the national.
But now, I don't know.
At what point is there some accountability or culpability for people in this city? This city is not what it was.
I liked moving in with short.
You're the architect of COVID policy. If you could change it, would you still do it?
Yeah, when you live with someone, whether they're a roommate
and you
or
would you still do it?
I didn't realize that I was being set up for something.
I'm Stephen Crowder, and this is going to be for the public to see. If you have anything that you want to say about it. I have that question. I have one more question. De Blasio, is he a weenie because he didn't enforce more authoritarian measures, or is he a weenie because he didn't stand up to the teachers union who irreparably harmed children?
They're contemplating in his mind. Like,
is he a weenie because he didn't do more to lock people down while you were living high on the hog? Or is he a weenie because he didn't have the spine to stand up to the teachers union, who I think we would both agree?
My dad was saying oh, he read this news article.
Corrupt, and didn't do what was in the best interest of the kids, and harmed a generation of students.
He's like, oh, it's very logical. And then my mom's like,
that boy ain't got nothing to say. He's just like, yeah, how long I gotta deal with this? Actually, he's just reading out. Like I said, the only reason he's sitting there listening, he kind of just want to know, all right, bro, throw everything you got, and I'm just gonna hear it out.
I'm not sure
I wanted kids in school. The mayor wanted kids in school, but the teachers union didn't. The teachers union wanted all the teachers to stay home with Zoom so they'd be safe, even though it means the kids get hurt. So the mayor was screwed. But then he said he has to work for them for votes.
I'm not gonna be that's the surest way to ensure you'll never get.
You know how tough that is for a parent to take?
Yeah. It's the long game, like you're saying.
Dude,
do you have children in school?
It's the same thing. In 5 years, it won't really matter what the order you get it in.
How do you think Kyrie Irving's going to react?
Exactly.
Lawsuit.
When he wasn't allowed to play basketball. And the people who enacted that policy were having orgies, effectively.
There's a lot of weight to it.
I'm
not sure there's anything that I'm going to say that you would report accurately, so I'm not sure.
These are your quotes.
Yeah, I'm also babbling in what I thought is a date with somebody. And my wife and I have an open relationship. That is not something I'm afraid to talk about.
No, I don't. I'm not judging your sexual choices.
I have no qualms. You can talk about my wife. You can talk about me.
I'm judging the violating of policies that you enacted that decimated businesses and families while having sex parties.
There was one that I can remember.
And dance parties.
I went to a party
while other people, if they would have done so, if they didn't have the luxury of government protection, could have been arrested.
In the summer of 2021, things were open.
The guidelines were 10 people or less.
Now it's
not indoor gatherings.
I'm sorry. Actually, by the way,
I had to be kind of sneaky about it, rented a hotel, because hotels didn't want people gathering there in line with the policy that was your architecture. Because I was running the entire COVID response in the city.
We can talk about the dance event, though, by the way. I wasn't actually working for the city anymore at that time. I actually officially ended my response. I officially did my break in April 30th of 2021.
Yeah.
And I was, at that time, I was purely consulting.
So just the remnants of your policy that you were violating.
There were other people setting policies at that time.
But you believe in those policies. You encourage those policies. You encourage more aggressive policies.
There was not a gathering restriction in the summer of 2021, was there?
Yeah, it was 40 people or less.
Is there really?
Yeah. Bro, you know what? I don't blame you. It was really hard. It was really hard to keep track of that, wasn't it? At that point in time.
Well, I wasn't but in the summer of 2021, were there still restrictions on?
When you were just a citizen at that point, and you have to step past the landmines laid by people like you who are now in your position.
I don't think there were restrictions on indoor gatherings, were there? I don't remember, actually, honestly. I have to go back and look to be sure. But no, I wasn't a city employee at that time.
What about pressure, using mandates to pressure people and harass people? It's just to make them feel uncomfortable enough that they'll do what you want them to do. Is that how government serves their people in New York City?
I think the way government works in general is I was using the speed limit example, and you sort of skip by that. You know, we actually, that's a reasonable analogy to how policies are set by government, right? We know there's a certain expectation, unfortunately, that not everybody's going to comply with the rules of law. Like, for example, right here, there's seats, there's a law.
Sure.
And so the main reason you set rules in government is so that you change, again,
to ruin people's lives.
You know, like people on the East Coast.
If you think that that's ruining people's lives,
with vaccines, it's like, oh, you can't get a job, you can't go to a restaurant, you can't go to school. It's like, good, I'm just going to get back.
I mean, he's trying to low-key backpedal everything he said to that young lady. And it is a bit crazy. It's like, all right, dog, you said all this to this young girl. Like, bro, it'd be better off him saying, oh, no, I was just exaggerating. I was lying. I was trying to show out for the date. And him just trying to be like, wait, was that really going on then? I don't know, man. Shake my memory here. He's a psychopath. I think he enjoys this. Like, you know them like killers that kind of like being read out their crimes graphically, and they sit there in court and they just smirk like, yeah, I did that. Oh yeah, I did that for sure. That's him right now in a way.
Yeah, that's why I said very audacious, man, to just boldly say this shit to a date. I mean, bro, you don't know who she is. I mean, obviously you didn't know she had a camera or anything like that, but like bragging about it, like, yeah, you can Google me, like that type of thing gets you wet. Like, hold on, bro.
Okay.
Like, you are a bold man, sir. A bold man. You naughty boy.
No, that sounds like destroying someone's life to me.
He isn't destroying people's lives. He's actually saving their lives.
So it worked like a charm in New York, even though you had a higher death rate than the average across the nation.
No, if you
higher than Dallas, Miami.
Are you kidding me? You don't know the numbers, man. Look at all the data on this. All of the numbers.
I do
all
the
the
numbers.
studies that are done on this. Have you actually looked at the epidemiologic data? I think we're done.
So the deaths in New York City actually were about 46,000.
Thank you very much.
558 per 100,000 residents. In Miami was 13, so 494. Dallas
look at the data
was 284 for 100,000. So you had twice the rate.
Look at the data on after vaccines became available.
The data you released?
All the studies that were done.
I'm good on that.
If you actually want to look at the data on the excess mortality,
bro, that pretty much say now ignore the independent data and go look at my data. Go look at the data I put
the
out.
data my research team did and analyzed and put out for everybody. Go look at that.
Wild.
It's abundantly clear everywhere.
Is it really? What is abundantly clear is can't get a job, can't go to school, can't go to a restaurant. This, of course, extends to running a business. I'll get a vaccine.
Example. Why, I don't understand how you don't understand the Omicron example.
I don't understand why you don't understand the freedom example while you're having gay sex parties and people are losing their livelihoods and people are losing their ability to play professional sports or, by the way, to be a manager.
Hey, he's funny for that because at no point did he say they were gay sex parties. But that is hilarious.
And it is wild. It's like, damn. So why everybody else wanted to play basketball and actually want to go outside and play? Oh, you was playing, all right. Yeah, you was playing. Like, man.
Bro. A local company because you decide that they should be uncomfortable and feel harassed so that they get a vaccine.
It's the same reason we have regulations on everything.
To harass the American citizens?
No, the people in this restaurant, they have to have rules to keep track of how clean they are. Do you want all those removed?
How clean are sex parties while you're on lockdown? How clean are sex parties when you're on lockdown? Because most Americans, I would say, yeah, thanks.
I mean, it must have been real clean. It must have had all the hand sanitizer in the world. Like, what is going on here?
Damn, somebody came to check on that man?
I got the bill, so you don't have to worry about it if that's the case.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm a gentleman that way. I really was hoping you'd level with me, man.
Thank you so much.
It's very clear you weren't afraid of it, and it was rules for other people.
You're not actually interested in listening to things that I actually talked about. I tried to give an example about Omicron. You wanted a question about when things change and when they don't change. You know, when things, what happens when you have disease spread when there are restrictions in the world.
If you could do it all over again, would you do it the same way? Or would you allow people their freedoms and not harm New York City like you did? Looking back,
I think that everybody who worked in public health and healthcare during COVID was saving lives.
It's like one week.
By harassing them and making them uncomfortable.
Our house now is
standing on it.
Saving lives.
No, that's not what he asked. I could actually agree with that point. Like, if you were on the front lines, if you were a if you were a nurse, emergency worker, hospital worker, yeah, I do think you were saving lives. I think you were doing the best thing you could, but that's not what Steven Crowder's question was.
Yeah.
He said, if you could do it over, would you make the same mandates and the same restrictions?
Would you probably rethink that just a little bit? Like, I probably wouldn't have did the lockdowns. That probably wasn't the best idea. Shutting down the business, yeah, I probably rethought that.
Susie.
But hey, bro, he's a psychopath. What you mean? He kind of enjoyed being told his crimes and then walking off and capping about it. Like, he can't do nothing. I'm out.
Wild as hell.
And that's how a certain subset of our country see it. Lockdowns, unprecedented numbers of businesses closed forever, vaccine mandates, and unprecedented abuses of vast government power.
Businesses that relied, brick and mortar, mom and pop businesses that relied on foot traffic, people actually coming in and out of their store. Bro, they never seen the end of COVID. I mean, they never made it to the end of COVID.
Bruh.
Never recovered. Never recovered, bro. I'm talking about new businesses. I'm talking about businesses that were established coming into COVID, bro. You don't know how many people I seen, people I know personally that just weren't able to recover, weren't able to make it past the hardships of COVID. It's crazy. And then this man is just boldly, audaciously getting on camera talking about, like, yeah, man, rules for thee, not for me. I was over here fucking my friends and getting high off Tusi and sex crazy parties.
Under a bank?
Yeah, on boats and shit.
Oh, man.
Like, bro, what the
like, while we was over here going through it, man was having the best time of his life.
Bro, what we have during COVID, bro, all we had really was like, to be honest, bro, like I pull up to your crib, you pull up to mine, bro.
And that's it.
Watch some YouTube, play some games, like that was it, dog.
Bro, we couldn't even go outside. Like, what would that have push-up competitions?
Bro,
like that was it.
We couldn't do shit for real, bro. All we was doing was literally just, bro, I ain't gonna lie, time was getting. I mean, we was having, bro, I don't know, we was having a fun. We was making the best of it. I'll say.
Can't say we were miserable, nah.
But bro. Extremely limited in what we could do.
Yeah, but we was always able to make do with what we had.
I mean, yeah, we made the best of it.
If that's what you view as
oh no, not the McGregor walk,
and you are in a position
that's hilarious
of authority where you can make a difference, I will find you. I will expose you. And I will shame you.
Shout out Crowder. And pimped off. As my man Corporal would say.
I did it. He's like, I got him.
Off.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, I made him expose himself. All right, let's get into it with Charlie Kirk, man.
Let's do it.
I thought we was done. I'm sure it'll get you in some kind of trouble at intro.
Man, in Pootie Tang they trust.
I'm weak.
I swear to God, bro. You're wild.
Charlie Kirk, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie, thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Tucker. Hello, Wichita. Great to be here.
It is. I'm sure it'll get you in some kind of trouble at intro, but it is literally true. Is it kind of weird to have like replaced an entire political party?
I mean, I don't know if we've done that, but
okay.
But
yeah, you have.
Just to be fair, I mean, the RNC used to be so weak and so feckless. There's not much to replace. But
that's totally fair.
And the reason being, and this was our argument from the beginning, is that every one of you deserve a Republican Party as conservative as you are. Period. You deserve your leaders and your leadership to at least be in the same ballpark of your values. And we've seen this, Tucker, over the last couple of years, especially recently, where in this audience, there's not a single person who thinks we should send money to Ukraine while we are currently being invaded. They think it's insane. And yet, that is wild. So you have 7,000 people here tonight in Wichita, Kansas, that has basically a unanimous agreement that our own borders come before the borders of a foreign country. Super simple. Super simple. However, that is a minority opinion held by Senate Republicans. And that's right there we've identified something of which revolutions are made of.
Well, I think that's a really insightful point, and just for people who don't have context on this, you would know because you know all the Senate Republicans, and you're not guessing in any of this.
No, I know every single one of them. At least I can profile them and I know what they believe, and I know at least 80% of them personally from text message, phone calls, and you lived in DC. And it's as if they believe once they're in Washington, there's a secret society that they enter, and you guys just don't understand it like they do. And again, not only are they wrong, but they're not there to actually come up with their own opinions on these issues. Their first concern should be, what do my voters want? Because they're your proxy. That's the system we have set up here. It's not an oligarchy where they're there to tell you what they think in some sort of a meeting with their national security team. No, instead they're there to fulfill the mandate that the people put in the ballot box. And so we have a breakdown of our system. And it's not just that issue, but it's issue after issue of major things that are tearing this country apart. And what gives me hope, but also anger, is the people get it. Is that the people in this audience never want to see our country locked down again and called the church non-essential. The people in this audience...
I mean, the church being non-essential, bro, there's a lot of things they just claim non-essential. And it was kind of only the companies that they kind of want to keep going. But come on, yeah, you couldn't say medical wasn't non-essential. You couldn't say the logistics wasn't non-essential. Like, there was certain like places where they kind of just meant for y'all to suffer. I mean, like, especially the office jobs, those people who sit down at the computer all day. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad for people like them.
Do not want to see the FBI get another building while moms and dads are being profiled at school board meetings. Steve Bannon is in federal prison, and Donald Trump is facing 700 years in federal prison. Why are Republicans giving the FBI a new building? So the people get it, but our leaders seem as if they don't care about what their voters think. We're trying to fix that at Turning Point Action. We're trying to make the very easy adjustment that the people and the voter sentiment should be mirrored by how the Republicans in DC act.
But I gotta say, bless you for saying everything you did, but I just wonder, like, this seems like a crisis to me, because the only legitimacy that our leaders have is the consent of the governed. We don't have a hereditary monarchy. We don't have an oligarchy. Our system is based on the idea that democracy they're claiming to save is based on a single idea, which is the people own the country.
I don't know, man. After that conversation we heard from that doctor, he said we don't have an oligarchy. I'm like, I don't know, man. We just might have an oligarchy thing going on. It's a corporation oligarchy.
And that our leaders are legitimate to the extent that they reflect our desires and views. And when they don't, they're illegitimate. They're tyrants. Yes. Like, that's our system. Is it not? Am I missing something?
And it hasn't been our system for a couple decades. But Donald Trump revealed that system was no longer in existence. And that might be his greatest and longest lasting contribution, is that he comes around and says, wait a second, you guys want a border wall and you don't want millions of people coming across your border. Why has Mitch McConnell been in Washington, D.C. for 40 years and we don't have a border wall? Why is it that Republicans have been running this place crazy, for so long, and you guys have these concerns that are constantly ignored? Why is it that we send our factories overseas to foreign nations, and yet we have trillions of dollars to go colonize Iraq and Afghanistan and try to have gender reassignment surgeries in Syria or whatever the State Department is interested in? And you're correct. What we're experiencing over the last decade, in my opinion, is the revealing that the founders' constitutional system has not been around for quite some time. That the consent of the governed is a mirage. We have these things called elections, and that you vote for the lesser of two evils, which you should all do, but then they actually don't do what you want them to do when you send them to DC. Trump changed all of that. And Trump changed that by going after the fundamental problems of what really Washington, D.C. cares about. Number one, that we should not import endless foreigners from the third world while our own citizens are suffering. That is number one. Number two, the thing called free trade is a scam to get your garages filled with plastic that you'll never use while your local factory closes and the school can't make payroll and your community has to become poor, but you're actually getting richer because it's called free trade. And number three, which got him in the most trouble, is that it is not the American Defense Department of Defense's mission statement to try and break other countries, to invade the world and invite the world. The only mandate of the Department of Defense and the US military is to protect our people safe and to make sure that our nation is not under attack. Now, just really quick, those three things are what we call the neoliberal consensus. We use the word uniparty a lot, right? That's the uniparty. That's the uniparty. This is why Kamala Harris is being endorsed by Dick Cheney, because they agree on those three things. No restrictions on who comes into America. It does not matter how much crap you import from the third world with plastics or textiles, because we don't need to make stuff here. And finally, we're going to invade every sovereign country that looks at us funny. Those three things have been governing the country the last 40 or 50 years. The reason they hate Trump is not because he talks funny. It's not because, he's all these different, whatever names they say. It's because he does not believe in the core religious orthodoxy of the neoliberal governing elite of Washington, D.C. That's why they hate him.
So all of us have laundry, going to the gym, stop eating Oreos, doing the dishes, etc., etc., etc. Shocking to nicely put description, but it's hard to see how anyone could argue with that. Clearly, Dick Cheney just endorsed Kamala Harris. Like, Dick Cheney. It's kind of a cool... I'm not... Really? So they get a guy who believes you should kill people for profit. We get Bobby Kennedy. I think that's fine. I'm actually
that's
pretty...
That's a good trade. Hey, that's I like it.
Talking about the warmonger Dick Cheney, yeah. What's it called? We'll make a trade. We'll make a trade. We offer you Dick Cheney for RFK Jr.
Yeah, it's like the what was it, like the Dave Chappelle race? What was it, like the race trades?
That was hilarious.
Like that Dave Chappelle skit. I'm like, all right, yeah. So we'll go ahead and give y'all Dick Cheney, but give us RFK Jr. Come on, bro. Come on over here, bro. We like you, Dick Cheney. I don't know. You want to go to war with too many people? Go over there,
man. Facts.
I'm kind of happy about it. He and his horrible daughter, his repulsive little daughter. Anyway, sorry, not to make it personal.
That was personal.
She put a friend of mine in jail, and I texted her. I knew her really well. I texted her. I said, I can't.
He said not to make it personal.
Examine your conscience, Liz. She never spoke to me again, but I meant it. She has no conscience.
Damn.
But, okay, so let's just get specific really quick. I love what you said. On the question, we'll just pick one. Well, pick it because I can't say this enough, on the brink of nuclear exchange. People I know who know a lot about this are very afraid right now, this evening, September 13th, 2024. So I'm upset about it. How do we get here? Well, we got here not because Republicans are like, no, really, the border of some Eastern European country I can't find is much more important than the border at Laredo. No, we got here because our ruling class decided that this was the most important adventure going. And then we have a leadership change in the Republican Party, and Mike Johnson from Louisiana, who I knew is like sort of a normal person, comes in and announces within like a week that his top priority is funding for Ukraine. And I called him and I was like, what? And he did not give me a straight answer. I don't know the answer. How does a guy like Mike Johnson, who always seemed like a nice guy to me, how does he wind up buying into a lie like that has no connection to the preference of the actual American public and that could get our country destroyed? How did he get there?
Yeah, and look, I have a similar relationship with Mike Johnson. I give him grace, then I get really mad, and then I give him grace, and then I get really mad.
Bro.
And he forgives actually amazingly well when I call him out and I say that he's destroying the country. So I have to give him credit for that. You know what set me off with Mike Johnson?
There are so many things, I don't know.
When he as a lawyer voted to say that the FBI doesn't need to get a warrant to spy on us as American citizens, that drove me crazy.
I'm sure they won't abuse it. The Biden administration just put Tulsi Gabbard on the terror watch list. She serves in the U.S. military right now.
And the intel agencies have spied on your text messages.
A lot,
and probably spied on mine. They're spying all of us. And here's Mike Johnson, who goes and casts the tie-breaking vote, which is very rare for a Speaker of the House to do, exceedingly rare. Basically, all of it would have said is like, hey, FBI, you have to get a warrant before you spy on American citizens' text exchanges. He said, no, I want to give the Biden FBI, in the middle of a campaign season, unrestricted access to all Trump campaign emails, all text messages, all phone calls. And I found that to be so reckless and irresponsible. Do you know what was the kicker, though? You can go back for 7 years. For 7 years, when he was on a committee, he was totally against the FISA statute. And as soon as he became Speaker of the House, He's like, well, I think it's very important because a bunch of Americans are going to die if we don't have the warrants and if we don't have all this.
But therein lies the mystery, and it's a sincere mystery. And I even asked him, like, you seem nice. When did you become a monster? And people are not self-aware enough to give clear answers to questions like that. But you know him. What happened?
I can't speak to that. Again, I can say, though, that he is a creature. He's a symptom of this machine where unless you have the fortitude of somebody like Donald Trump or Bobby Kennedy, who you're willing to get shot at, see your uncle shot, see your dad shot, see yourself indicted, see yourself smeared and canceled, which is a very rare breed. And understand, Donald Trump and Bobby Kennedy have something in common, which Thomas Massey also has, which is a genetic deformity, by the way, which is that you happen to be likable, but you don't care what people think about you. Very, very hard to find that combination. And so Donald Trump and Bobby Kennedy, that's what makes them such a threat to the system. Mike Johnson would be an amazing chair of an elder board of a local church. I have no doubt, right? No, I mean that.
As long as things are going well, he'd be great.
No, right, exactly. Like the tithes and the offerings are, but hey, if they have to go like build a new cafeteria, like get them out of the way, right? But this goes to the point is that and I have some sympathy for him, some not, because he didn't want the job and he got the job and fine. But he was not the person to stand up to the CIA or the FBI. These are the most powerful institutions on the planet, and they just had him for lunch, literally. One security briefing, he's like, oh, well, I got briefed in a skiff. And, at a skiff, a bunch of generals come in with their medals, and they do a bunch of woo-woo, and they say, here we have the A-Rod region and the D-Slam, and if we don't spy on all the text messages of the MAGA faithful in Manhattan, Kansas, we might have another 9/11. And he says, well, that makes perfect sense to me. We might as well keep on having that. And so
as soon as they release the classified 9/11 documents, then I'll know what 9/11 was, and I'll be able to understand that metaphor.
Right, well, and I totally agree. By the way, Donald Trump should declassify all JFK, RFK, Malcolm X, MLK, and 9/11 documents on day one. Do we agree?
Can I just ask you a question? Because sometimes it's more revealing to flip things, to do the photographic negative or something, the reverse of it. What would be the justification for keeping those documents secret?
JFK?
9/11 was 23 years ago. Like, why can't I see it? I lived here then. I know someone who died. Like, no, I don't have a right to see that? Why?
I totally agree. The 9/11 excuse, they say, well, people are still alive that know stuff. That's all a bunch of nonsense.
Well, I'm still alive and I want to know. No. I paid for it. I live here. I'm a citizen. What?
No, of course. Sorry, I just love it.
I'm sorry, it just enrages me.
We're going to get to the point, by the way, where we're going to be so disconnected from the JFK assassination, it will be like the Lincoln assassination. It'll be like 170 years, and they'll say, no, we have to keep it declassified. Let's just talk about JFK. It's so obvious why they're keeping that declassified. Because at the very least, the government knew it was going to happen, and at the probable, the government was involved in the assassination of JFK.
I know what you meant to say.
And
that's how to get down.
Therefore, no, this is important. Because therefore, it is an introductory radicalization event. And they know that. An introductory radicalization event is what all of you had during COVID, which is where you start to then go down a sequence of questions. And once you begin, there's no stopping you. Wait a second. They just told us to wear masks when I shower. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Wait, it's not safe and effective?
Like, wait, my aunt's on her 11th booster and she has COVID more than I do. That's weird. And so an introductory radicalizing event is when all of a sudden, basically the inner question asker within you is liberated. You guys all know exactly what I'm talking about, right? And at that moment, you're the most dangerous you could possibly be to tyranny and to an illegitimate regime. And JFK assuredly has elements of that. That if we get to the facts, again, we don't know, but we can speculate. We know that Lee Harvey Oswald didn't act alone. We know that there's some very suspicious stuff, the motorcade slowing down, what happened to JFK's head, what happened to the grassy knoll, why Zapruder got it on film, head went back to the right. Again, this is not a JFK presentation, but like I can watch.
Let's go, Charlie.
No, I'm just being honest, right? And they're very elementary telling that Lee Harvey Oswald from the Texas School Book Depository, who was a bad shot in his class with a single bolt action rifle, was able to get off that many rounds in a short period of time with pinpoint accuracy, be able to get JFK twice in the head, and then also penetrate the governor of Texas without a second shooter. Yet every witness said, yeah, there was something kind of there on that hill. Like, shut up, we're going to cancel you. Of course something happened there. All of a sudden, if there is a second shooter of the grassy knoll, therefore the government lied about it, covered it up, was probably involved. Therefore, it asks the question, what else is our government involved in? And it is the beginning of the end of the illegitimacy of this government. And they know that. So they must keep it declassified. But there's only so many of these things they can cover up.
At this point, we know there was more shooters at that first attempt.
Gotta be.
Had to be. Like, come on, bro. The sound, what did they call it? The audio forensic. The audio forensics was just compelling. It was too compelling. And apparently somebody was cold with it. She let off 5 shots in a second.
Because now with the internet, with social media and the power.
The documents, and he pretty much said that I seen what was in there and the implications of everything that is revealed would be too much for the American people to handle.
Bro, he said that about I think it was JFK's one.
Oh, okay,
yeah, because that was JFK's would probably be a little bit too much. Well, because you can't really say what really happened to JFK, not even on YouTube for real.
Nah,
like maybe
it's crazy. 60 years later, they still haven't declassified those documents fully.
Nah, for real, like bro, because. You find out stuff about Lee Harvey Oswald that nobody else knows. Find out about his, I guess, spy connections or whatever.
I was about to say, I think it incriminates certain intelligence agencies.
Exactly. And then we start looking into, Mossad. And let's take it from there.
Or programs like Tucker's and our podcast.
Follow the Rumble.
They're not able to control the corporate media like they were before. And they know that. And thanks to Rumble and Elon Musk buying Twitter and X, we are on the precipice, regardless of what happens in November, of the greatest enlightenment and the greatest eye-opening event in modern American history, where millions of people can finally see the truth.
If they ever do, kind of try to do something to say and keep media. Hey, we on Rumble.
Truth, and those of us who are Christians know the truth will set you free.
Amen. I didn't know any of this. If you'd asked me 20 years, my dad worked for the government. I lived in D.C. from the age of 15. I sort of bought into every lie. And, I did wonder what I'm a hunter and a rifle shooter, and that's one of the crappiest rifles you could ever buy. With
Butler, we were talking about.
No, the Lee Harvey Oswald rifle.
No, for sure.
Are you joking? With corrosive primer garbage ammo? Really, that's what he used to say? I never believed that part of it. But leaving that aside, I wonder if by continuing to lie, they aren't about everything. They're driving all of us a little crazy.
This is why your faith is the most important thing. Because for those of us that are Christians, it doesn't drive you crazy. You actually see what's going on, which is that we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities and darkness and spirits, that there's a spiritual war here. And you're right, Tucker. I find people in this space that are not anchored to faith, anchored to Jesus, they do lose their mind. Because there is no rational or reasonable explanation for what the country is doing to itself or what we are experiencing. But if you then see and you know that there is a God and we are not him, that there is an entire dimension of angels and demons and spirits that are constantly struggling around us, and that there is a supernatural dimension, as you mentioned, all of a sudden, that does then make sense. It does not make any rational sense to shut down your schools so you could sacrifice the kids so the elderly can live. That makes no sense whatsoever. It makes no sense whatsoever to keep your marijuana dispensaries open and your alcohol shops open, but the church non-essential. Only a demonic enterprise would do such a thing. Only a demonic enterprise would say that Easter and Pentecost are non-essential, but race rioting and burning down a Wendy's is essential activity. And Tucker, you talk about this a lot. For those of us that know the truth, we know that our God is a God of order and distinction. What is the first thing that God did? In the Hebrew scriptures, it says, well, and also our scripture, in the original Genesis, Bereshit, which is in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and then he separated and he made sense. He made order out of chaos. Our God is a God of order, and order only comes with distinctions, and distinctions are necessary. Think about all the distinctions that God set up in the first 6 books of Genesis that are currently under attack. The distinction between male and female.
I caught that.
Caught it.
The distinction between man and nature. The distinction between the holy and the profane. The distinction between good and evil. The distinction between infant and...
And when these lines get distorted, you got this bullshit psyop we live in today's time. Where people are trying to cross over, where men think they're women and women think they're men, and all this fuckery.
I don't understand how people create multiple genders, because the way God set this reality up is genders everywhere. I mean, bro, there's male and female animals, male and female bacteria. It's wild, like the gender that's out here. I don't think there's male and female bacteria, but y'all get my point. Like, dog, there's male and female plants. So if nature knows there's gender, why the hell we over here forgetting what it is all of a sudden? Like we just forgot that there's only male and female. Like this is something that God just wrote into this reality. Male and female, that's it. And it's crazy because it goes down from a human level to an animal level to a plant level. But some reason, some people don't get that. I don't understand. Like, bro, I wish a tree could just sit there and be like, I'm trans. It's like, what are you talking about? Man, y'all wild.
An adult. These distinctions have always been what Western civilization were built upon, but it is Satan's goal to blur and eventually destroy those distinctions, because those distinctions of which we get order, and if you do not have that order, then you have the closest thing to satanic chaos here in our country.
Man, it's amazing to me personally to hear you say that and to nod in vehement agreement with every word that you said, considering I think I was the most secular person on planet Earth just like 10 years ago, and I've arrived at exactly those conclusions, I think inductively, but also instinctively. What you said is true. That is true what you just said. So as someone else who's changed his mind about everything, and I'm happy to admit it, tell me about the progress of your thinking about politics. You're one of the reasons I respect you is because you've always been honest about how you think about things, and when you change your mind, you proclaim it loudly. The evidence changed, and so did my conclusion. I've heard you say that. So tell me what the progress was like for you.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We're in Wichita, which is actually fitting, because there is a reason that actually, and you know where I'm going with this.
I know exactly where you're going. There's a large black building nearby.
Yeah, I don't know if it's black or white or
it is
rainbow. It might be rainbow actually. Which is that early when I got my start in the.
Somebody said it right in the chat. Now I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this.
What was the word?
Here, look at this for a second. So they know what's really going on down here, because I ain't going for it. They worship demons. They are demon worshipers, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Go ahead, pull it up.
It's all about transgenderism. It's all about transgenderism.
Hand signals, they be doing that shit. What did Ice Spice do at the Super Bowl?
Yep. And this is what they call Baphomet. The demon with the devil horns, that is transgender. Yes. They worship demons, god damn it. They worship demons.
Gotcha, bitch!
Same hand sign. Yep. Transgender demon.
That was weird. I mean, what else can you say she was doing or signaling?
Yeah. I mean, what else? Demons.
Is that titties?
Yes. It's transgender. I told you it's a transgender demon. It's a male and female demon. You see where they get this stuff from. Allegedly, reportedly, no transgender hate, but, well, you know.
Whoa.
Demons.
Conservative movement. In 2012, 13, 14, 15. hyper-libertarian forces had taken over the conservative movement. Now, I'm very libertarian on certain things. I'm libertarian on free speech, on privacy issues. I'm libertarian on guns, right? I'm libertarian on certain things. However, the kind of libertarianization of the conservative movement was actually not good for us. It was not good for us to stop caring about the nuclear family. It was not good for us to all of a sudden say that borders don't matter and that America is just an idea and it's an experiment. I fell for that crap for a couple of years in 2015, 16, 17. Again, I'm not trying to pick on any sort of thing here in Wichita, but billions of dollars have flowed out of this city into the conservative movement to try to make us less conservative and more liberal in the conservative movement. That's a fact, okay? It is a fact. And I think it's a tragedy, actually. And I credit Donald Trump for waking me up. Because Donald Trump, I never got angry at the time. I wasn't angry. I never got unsettled about when Donald Trump would insult a reporter or do the Rosie O'Donnell thing. Do you know what always made me unsettled? When Donald Trump would bluntly ask a question that I didn't have a good answer to. When Donald Trump would say, and why are we bringing in people from around the world that hate us? And I'd say, well, according to the macroeconomic theory as espoused by F.A. Hayek and von Mises, if you look at the curve, you have a steady flow of people coming from other countries, then your economic efficiency and output is actually outweighed and therefore a good thing. It's like, what am I saying to myself?
It's called rationalization.
And what Trump was able to do is he never went through that nonsensical abstraction like exercise. Because Donald Trump at his best is someone that has always been so focused on the real and the immediate. Job sites, construction sites, the muscular class, building real things. Donald Trump has never been worried about like the platonic idea of love. Like that is not Donald Trump's thing. Do we all agree with that, right? And
he went light on the Plato in college.
And that's fine.
Sure.
That's right. And I'm not. And people say, "Oh, Donald Trump is dumb." No, Donald Trump is wise, and he does not get credit for being wise. Wise is the knowledge of things that do not change. So Donald Trump loves the country. He comes along, and he's like, "The country that I love is being abused and has become a dumping ground for the third world. It is actively being looted. This is bad." And at the time, I wasn't that forceful against the opposition, but I remember like privately being like, oh, he doesn't understand the economic theory behind all of this. And the more I was challenged and questioned, I didn't have a good answer to that. And so it made me start to ask the question, what do I really value? Do I value economic theory or do I value my family and my fellow countrymen? Like, do I value a bumper sticker that says that, you know, I don't know, whatever stupid libertarian bumper sticker that was around, 5 or 6 years ago. We like live and let live. Or do I value children that should not be subjected to drag queen story hour at their local library? Like, which one is it actually? And then I've always been a Christian and connected the dots. And I gotta be honest, Tucker, you were the one that radicalized me more than anybody else the last 5 to 10 years. Do you guys agree? Because then Tucker would go on his Fox show and would just start asking the same questions and would have guests that would ask the questions. And they'd always attack Tucker. Oh, he's just asking questions. But isn't that what the pursuit of truth is all about? Yep. Isn't that what Christ our Lord did? And if you don't have good answers to simple questions, maybe you're not that deep. Maybe you've overthought yourself into some sort of word salad and you can't answer in a beautiful and a crisp way because you're actually not that deep and you're not protecting things that are good and that are true and everlasting and divine and eternal. And so for me, especially 2017, 18, 19, where I said some really stupid stuff, it really made me go on this journey. And then when I met my wife and we got married and have children, all of a sudden I said, that's my mission statement. It's not about trying to defend democracy in Haiti. My mission statement is my children. My mission statement is to make sure my kids can be raised in a healthy, safe, clean, and orderly country and not have to worry about some foreigner that's been imported from the third world that is going to commit violence against them, that they're going to have to compete against them to buy a home, that they're going to have to compete against them to get a job. And so my mission statement...
Or compete, man, they just getting pushed to the front at this point. Facts. Like, man, I wish there was a compete.
Changed from something that was distant and very, very far away in the clouds to what is immediate. And those of us that are conservatives, we must understand, and Tucker hit it in his opening address, it is easy and it is simple and tempting to say that you're fighting climate change. It's hard to raise good kids. And the people who want to fight climate change, they tend to not put any of their energy towards raising good people.
Well, totally. I mean, no, I love it. I love everything that you're saying. And I just always think to myself, I never articulate it, but I think a lot of things I don't articulate. As my wife always says, you need to understand the beauty of the unexpressed thought. But I often think when I'm getting a moral lecture from one of, somebody in charge, which is the one thing they're really good at, is immediately seizing the moral high ground. People who have no basis for moral certainty seize the moral high ground and start lecturing you like you're a bad person. But I always think to myself, why don't you, let's just start with the basics. Why don't you make the same woman happy for 30 years and get back to me? Okay? Why don't we start there? Have you done that? Have you made the same woman happy for 30 years? I don't think you're capable of that, actually. I also don't think you could change a tire. So why don't you shut up?
You can stay with them 30 plus years.
So yeah, because all that matters are the things that really matter. And by the way, this whole system is created, and I mean the economic system, in which Joe Biden voters own 70% of the nation's wealth and the useful people own 30%. The whole system is set up to give money and prestige to useless people who in a fair society would be screwed because they can't do anything. And that's the truth. So all the things you actually need in life are provided by a really small number of people who are also the worst paid. So I'm just throwing this out there, and I don't mean any offense to the Kochs, but I actually think that we could get by a week in this country without private equity. I just think we could. I think we could survive. I think we could do that if we all banded together. Do you know what I mean? Or like the payday loan people. I think we'd probably make it without them. But we couldn't make it without like farmers, people who grow the food, or who fix the cars, or paint the houses, or plumb the bathrooms. Like, all the useful people are despised, and the totally useless people are deified. So it's like, how long could you live? If DEI consultants were eliminated tomorrow, would your kids come to you and say, Dad, I can't make it another day without a DEI consultant? Or school counselors. I don't know what to do. I don't have a school counselor. Some heavy-set, middle-aged lady pushing transgenderism on my kids. I don't know how we can exist without that. And the truth is, we'd be not only fine, but much improved. And yet they somehow have all the money and all the moral authority. And they're writing pieces in the Atlantic about how you're evil because you don't want to live next to the people who just got here illegally. Like,
yeah, it's wild.
Sorry.
The most point. That was a great point. It's like, damn, I'm racist because what? The people got here illegally just gets cut to the front of the line, and when I call it out, oh, I'm racist now?
I don't think that makes me racist. I think that makes me a realist.
Yeah, I think it makes you real observant.
That you rejected is this incredibly sophisticated justification for the worst kind of behavior, including economic behavior, which we've been trained to ignore. But how did all the money get in the hands of the worst people? How did the people who killed Jeffrey Epstein, how did they get private planes? And the best people in the country are like so deeply in debt they can't go on vacation. Like, that's not a good system. I don't care what you call it. It's not a free market. It's a totally rigged market, a market rigged for the worst people. Huh.
And look at where the wealthiest counties are. The wealthiest counties in America, which vote for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, geographically used to be around Chicago and Detroit, Cleveland, Cincinnati. It used to be in the heartland. Now 8 out of 10 of the wealthiest counties in America are around Washington, D.C. It's the ruling class corridor. And what do they create? Well, you guys here in Wichita, Kansas, you create real stuff here. You make real things. It's not abstraction. You guys aren't just trading derivatives and you're not just shorting stocks.
You're making airplanes. Like, I like airplanes. Yes. That's cool.
Yes. Or you're extracting minerals from the earth, or you're growing food, or you're transporting those goods and services. You're making real stuff. And yet the center of wealth has gravitated away from production of things that you need to survive towards an upside-down looting operation that we call paying taxes. And that upside-down looting operation is that you are penalized for playing by the rules. You have to pay taxes that you can't afford that break your back, and also you get a tax with inflation, and everything else gets more expensive. And then the parasites in DC, they take that money and they reverse launder it back while they then are able to build an imperial capital for what? So our capital went from a place that was nice to visit and was clean and orderly to now being basically the wealth center of the country. And that is a bad, bad sign, everybody. The wealth place should be decentralized and around where entrepreneurs are, where real choices are made, where manufacturing is, not of just the managerial class. And then also look at what their values and their morals are. Around DC is the most secular, the least religious, the most hostile to your...
And it's crazy. He's talking about that trickle-down economics. He's like, why wouldn't we make it easier for the entrepreneurs, the corporations who give y'all jobs?
The private sector.
Yeah, who create the jobs. Why are we trying to make it easier for the managerial class? Now, yeah, and that's that 50K around there, that 60K and up. It's like, what are we doing? Because at the end of the day, it's the entrepreneurs and the corporations who create more of that class. That class creates more of, you know, entry-level jobs, or, you know, I think what, intermediate or entry-level jobs. And then you go from there. Like, trust me, trickle-down economics work. It's just you don't put the effort to make it work for you.
Your value system and your worldview, and yet they're extracting your money, and they're not doing it voluntarily. And that's the kicker. For all of you here that have made money, you've made money through persuading somebody to buy your good or service. In DC, they make it by force, but with a gun. They put the gun to your head, give us money, and if not, we're going to put you in federal prison if you don't pay your taxes.
Well, damn.
And
basically,
in DC, similar to what we saw during COVID, is you fail upward. Anthony Fauci gets promoted after what he did during COVID. In a real world, Anthony Fauci should be in Gitmo for what he did during COVID. But in the world of DC, he's lauded. Peter Strzok Smirk, promoted. He has a professorship at Georgetown. Lisa Page, Lois Lerner from the IRS scandal. No one there is held accountable. And the founders never envisioned this form of government. And again, one of the reasons why Trump is so popular is that he has identified it and he has antagonized this Leviathan, this fourth branch of government. And I don't know how much more the heartland of the country can stand the abuse. And can I just talk about Springfield, Ohio, really quick? Which, of course, with the the Haitian cat eaters that are coming in. By the way, I did not anticipate us talking about cats this much in the 2024 election. It's just really amazing.
I don't even like cats, and here I am defending them. You know,
I'm neutral on the cat question for the record. Okay.
The cat.
But Springfield, Ohio is a perfect example of how the ruling class has treated the heartland of the country. Step one, we close the factories and we send them overseas so that people don't have work. Step two, we flood those communities with opioids so that they're permanently addicted and we kill a lot of them. Step three, we send their kids, their sons and daughters, to go fight no-win wars, and they come back with permanent health issues. Step four, we flood their town with foreigners after we've completely abused and broken them, and we sent their jobs overseas.
Yes, we did.
Step five, the residents who are still there and have survived all this abuse notice that the foreigners are doing really weird stuff and illegal stuff, like driving ahead on traffic, killing kids, eating cats, and taking geese out of the pond. And then we call the people that are still there in Springfield racist after their factories have closed and their sons died in Iraq and they're addicted to opioids and their local schools being overrun by Haitians, but they're racist for noticing that their home is turning into Port-au-Prince. And you wonder...
I mean, shout out to Fox Chase, 1993, man. Great watch, guys, man. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate that, dog. I'll make sure to go like his super chat.
Well, like I did. There you go.
Why Donald Trump's poll numbers don't go down. You wonder why so many people wear that red MAGA hat in Springfield, Ohio. Because he is the only lifeline that these people have. He is the only hope that they have. The only person that does not insult them or talk down to them and wants to lead a rebellion and, yes, a revenge campaign against the people that have done this to them and destroyed their home.
Amen. Not only is it homicidal, which it is, the Sacklers are still billionaires, by the way. Their names are still in the buildings at Harvard. But it's insulting, and that's what I kind of can't take. I live in a very rural area. Our waterfowl season starts really soon. I got a call from a friend of mine yesterday. And it's just interesting to see people's different takes on news stories. He's not against Haitians. He doesn't know where Haiti is. But he's like, and I've shot geese my whole life, I'll just say. Plans to do it again in a few weeks.
I ain't gonna lie,
and he goes, if I shot a goose without a license, my game warden would haul me off.
Done.
How do these people show up to our country, they kill the geese, they don't have to buy a license? I mean, it's a different way of thinking about it.
Appreciate the support.
But his takeaway was the same. And by the way, I just want to say, I don't think they're eating the geese. I think they're sacrificing them. I mean, they're coming from a country where witchcraft is the dominant religion. That's a fact. And anyone who denies it hasn't ever actually been to the country, as I have, or doesn't know anything about it. That's a fact. I don't think we should import people who practice witchcraft. I think that should be illegal. I'm sorry. It's my country. I don't want.
I mean, do you know how disingenuous they were with that search? It killed me. I'm like, oh, y'all searched it. Okay, so you tell me, like, you didn't find no footprints. Like, what were you looking for? Footprints? Duck bones? Like, what was going on here?
Oh, the geese migrate. It's their migration season. Like, bro, they literally have personal accounts of people seeing these people hold geese by the neck. Police reports to match. But y'all want to talk about, oh, the geese are migrating. They went to Florida. Shut the hell up.
Gaslighting.
I want witchcraft here. Fair? Oh, shut up. I don't care what you call me. No witchcraft, because it's real. But what I notice most is the hatred that leaders have for the country. It's hatred. You watch them as they die, you don't care. You lecture them. Our senile president screamed at Americans who dared to complain about the disappearing geese today. You're racists. This is an attack on a group. No, it's not. Don't treat me with contempt. Giving people who come here illegally cell phones, housing vouchers, free plane tickets.
2024 call.
Rural hospitals across the country are closing because the emergency rooms are overburdened by people who broke the law to get here. You can't get health care. Try to go to an emergency room right now. You can't get medical care. You pay for that. It's the most insulting thing I've ever seen. It's, by the way, not an attack on the people who came here. I would have too. I mean, I'm not mad at them, actually. I'm mad at our leaders. I've never seen any population treated the way Americans are being treated by their leaders now. And I'm very worried that at some point people will be like, I'm not putting up with this. I don't know why anybody pays taxes in this country. I'm not, for the record, I'm not counseling not pay your taxes because I don't want to get arrested. But I just don't understand the consent level in this country is still incredibly high. Maybe we're just like moving through the motions or something.
I mean, I low-key be protesting off like, bro, our tax dollars are supporting this. What do you mean I'm racist? What do you mean I can't talk about this? It reminds me of that argument when, well, damn it. My favorite group that hates me, the FBAs, when they say, oh, you can't talk about our reparations. I'm like, what you mean nobody can talk about it, dog? Because it'll come out of everybody's tax money. So I'm just like, yeah, trust me, you didn't open it up for everybody to talk about it.
All the good people are the people they lecture and call names. And because they are good people, they're dutiful people, and they just do what they think they're supposed to do. But I don't know why they're doing it. Why would you send $1 to people who laugh over your death? Your nephew dies of fentanyl and they don't care, and you're still sending them money? I don't get that, honestly.
Yeah, and the answer, though, Tucker, is because they've done a successful pattern of show trials. And,
I know.
And no, this is a real thing. Why do I still pay taxes and you? Obviously, because we have friends in federal prison. Like Steve Bannon right now is in federal prison for not committing a crime.
Damn.
And so, they do this, by the way, to chill the population, to remind you that your door could get knocked on next and your business could get raided. Now, mind you, this is what Sam Francis, by the way, you're not allowed to talk about Sam Francis, who I love. He had a great term called anarcho-tyranny, which is anarchy for the stuff they don't care about, but tyranny for political crimes. So if you walk the streets of San Francisco, you'll see a bunch of junkies shooting up, people defecating on the side of the street. You could probably get mugged or robbed. Would anyone feel safe walking San Francisco at night? Of course not. And by the way, that alone is a violation of the social contract.
Dirty ass city right now. There's actually... Funny, there's actually an app that they developed in San Francisco. It's like a shit finder app because there's so many people publicly defecating on the sidewalks that people will just mistakenly step in shits. So an app developer, right? Silicon Valley, an app developer made an app so you could locate and target the shits that were on the ground.
and avoid it instead of just making the city, take accountability for it?
Bro, there's that many shits.
Bro, it gotta smell terrible.
I swear, I'm not making that up, bro. You have to look this shit up.
People gotta be getting sick, cause bro, that's like medieval times, like living.
Bro, it's the drugs, and then that area, what's it called? The Tenderloin. That's where everybody gets high and sleeps on the street and fucks on the street and all that good stuff.
If you can't walk your most beautiful cities in your country at night, your leaders have failed and they all must go. That is a very simple test of your leaders. If you cannot walk the most beautiful cities you have at night, you're done. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. If you can't walk in Dallas or Houston or Austin, if you don't feel safe in your own cities at night, then you're a prisoner in your own home.
Well, then what's the point of government? Like, what is the point of government actually? I mean, if
that's
public safety isn't the point of government, then what is it? To spread trannyism around the world? I mean, like, there's no other point.
Or taxpayer-funded abortions, I guess. I mean, but just to give you an idea of the scale, do you know that we have brought in 5% of the population of Haiti? 5% of the population of Haiti.
Damn.
And no one is stopping it because one of our core founding myths of the modern American experiment, neoliberalism, that Trump's trying to defeat, is that, well, diversity is our strength. Actually, diversity is not our strength. Unity is our strength, actually. Whoever came up with this idea of our differences make us stronger, it is self-defeating at its face.
Well, you're married. Is it true in your house? The less you have in common with your wife, the better you get along?
Yeah, those days are great. I mean, again,
like what?
None of their bumper stickers or their cliches ever make any sense in practice at all. But understand, so you have Joe Biden scolding the population for caring that their home is disappearing. Who should be scolded are the people that are coming in their country and looting our country and saying, we're not going to put up with this. But you're right, Tucker, it is a contempt for the citizen. Why is there contempt? I've done a lot of thinking about this. And part of it is values. I think that's right. I think part of it is Christianity. But I really believe that there's such a hatred for Christianity that any part of the population that is like remotely Christian, they inherently hate you because the real goal is to eliminate Christianity. Do you notice that they never are like enthusiastic about bringing in major parts of the population of Eastern Europe that are super Christian? Yet they're like, let's go bring in the witchcraft country. Kind of weird. Like more witchcraft, less Christianity. I don't understand how that works out. But the contempt is very simple. Is that they think that they are so much better than you. It is an elitist hierarchical position, and that you're an annoyance. That your concerns, that what you're doing is just kind of stay out of the way. And I know people disagree with me. I think this is behind the push for legalizing marijuana. I think this is the push for trying to overly medicate the society, is they do not want a disagreeable citizenry. This is why they want testosterone rates to go down. This is why they wanted to kick the military men out of the alpha men out of the military with the vaccine, is because a population that asks questions and stands up to the powerful is a threat to them. So they'd much rather have you be subdued, just watch TV, not care about what's happening, and just kind of stay on your benzodiazepines or Valium or marijuana and 3 beers a night, and then you're agreeable. But what has always made America different as a beacon of liberty is that we would call BS on tyranny whenever we see it. And that is what is at the heart of this movement. And they look at you as an annoyance.
I agree with that completely. Fentanyl's fine, nicotine is dangerous. Okay, thanks. No, I think all of that is true. My sense, though, is that part of it is just human nature. You hate the people you harm, actually, and you love the people that you help. And if you've ever wronged somebody, or, for example, if you're in an argument with someone you love, and that person is being a little crazy, okay, you're not as bothered by it. You're not. Because you're like, that person, she, well, I'm right. I can be totally calm. It's fine. But if you behave like a jerk, and everyone who's married does, you're madder. Like if you sort of wrong somebody, you're madder at that person. And I think our leaders understand that they've really wronged the population, like in easy to measure and profound ways. They've screwed up on every big project for the past 30 years, every single one. not just the worst, but all the economic planning, all the telling us that, you don't need to make anything. We can have an economy based on loaning money and real estate. Okay. Pat Buchanan's crazy, right? And they've been wrong at every turn. They know they have done the American population wrong. And I also think part of it is they're afraid. They're afraid. They don't have legitimacy. They know that. They're trying to hide that from us by classifying over 1 billion documents, okay? That's part of that too. And in the way that people who've sort of reached the end of their excuses and know that like maybe people are on to them, they're rattled. And that's why they're putting people in jail. That's why they're spying on us, because they know that their grasp is loosening and they're freaked out. I can see it in them.
Yes. You are dealing with the most neurotic and paranoid ruling class in the history of the country. And they're paranoid and neurotic because they know they've done great evil. Exactly. And that evil is being exposed. They know that. They know that. So, and by the way, they do a bunch of cocaine, which only plays into their neuroses, right?
It makes you jumpy.
Yeah, a little jumpy, right? Oh my goodness, they're gonna find out what we did in Iraq. Yeah, we might actually. So, and
just leave an 8 ball in the West Wing, not a big deal. No idea where it came from. Okay.
By the way, that explains so much, doesn't it?
They're so the vibe that comes. It really is the happy party versus the miserable party. The sadness and the internal chaos.
And alrighty, here. Let me go ahead and get
transitioning to the next video, man. If y'all still in here with us, man, go ahead and like the video if you haven't already. As well as, man, if you're in here right now, you're not subbed to the channel, man, go ahead and head over to this channel. Hit the subscribe button, man. Road to 30K. We right around the corner. We appreciate y'all support.
Warning, before we go ahead and start this, before we go ahead and start this, now certain things might happen. We're not sure if it'll let us keep it on. If it does, just hang around. Don't worry, we'll be right back. Don't worry, because let's hop. YouTube be tripping, bro.
My kids' sports, when I judge who won or who didn't win, I want it to be an even playing field, and I think.
In addition to that.
The term third world is offensive to me, bro, because you're talking about a sub.
So even thinking if she does the worst thing ever, would I still vote for her? Yeah, because I know the worst thing that she could do wouldn't even be the best thing that Trump does, right?
Oh, the worst thing Kamala could do wouldn't be the best thing Trump could do?
I mean, like, bro, what has Kamala done?
That false equivalency is nasty.
He's like, come on now. The Trump derangement syndrome is strong within this girl.
You see how far it goes sometimes. The shit it makes people say doesn't even make sense.
It's like, really?
Watched the debate. A lot of Republicans were saying that Trump was going to completely obliterate Kamala Harris, and I was one of those people, but I'm the kind of person, I gotta be factual and honest, and I can't lie to myself. So let's get the obvious out of the way. It was a little bit bogus against Trump with 1 versus 3. They only fact-checked Trump. They didn't really fact-check Kamala as much as I think they should have.
But
when one candidate lies,
No, sweetheart. You do have to fact-check when you're telling the truth. If you think Kamala Harris is telling the truth, well, I got a nice little video for y'all. You know what? Why not? Because this dude did it the best.
To march down to the Capitol and nothing.
Let's go.
The moderators try and paint the events of January 6th as though Donald Trump only told his supporters to march down to the Capitol and nothing else. And then after shit hit the fan hours later, jumped on Twitter and told them to be peaceful and go home. And this is not entirely accurate. What Trump actually said to that crowd before the events ensued was that, "I know you will soon be marching over to the Capitol to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard."
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And then he followed up hours later on Twitter telling his supporters to go home and that we are the party of law and order.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time.
And also Donald Trump was right when he said Nancy Pelosi admitted fault for not accepting Donald Trump's offer to send in the National Guard.
Responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. Should we call the Capitol Police? I mean, the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient resources.
That is not a question of how they had. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
Lie number 17, Harris says that Donald Trump incited a violent mob. Again, just covered it. Not true. Lie number 18, Harris claims that officers died in the line of duty on January 6th. This is false. Lie number 19, Harris alludes that Trump was charged with an insurrection. Again, this is simply not true. Lie number 20, Harris perpetuates the Charlottesville hoax, even though it's been debunked time and time and time again, including by yours truly. In actuality, he denounced it an hour and 49 minutes after the events and then 2 times after. Here's what he really said.
And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally.
Lie number 21, she claims that Donald Trump told...
Hey, yo, shout out full context, bro.
I swear, because missing it, that's when you get these clips of him just going around saying, like, oh, there were fine people on both sides. No. What he meant was there were fine demonstrators that showed up from the left and the right. He's not talking about the radicals. He's not talking about the extremists. He ain't talking about the people that was purporting violence. And he ain't even talking about the January 6th folks who stormed the Capitol. He told them people go home. But when he's clipped up, you can make it sound however you want it to.
Man, I mean, they've been taking Trump out of context for like the last damn near, man, where we at? 8 years now?
Bro. Told the Proud Boys to,
ever since that man said he was running.
Stand back and stand by. So this is partially true, but there is a little bit more nuance to it than meets the eye. Donald Trump was asked by Chris Wallace during a debate in 2020 with Biden if he would denounce white supremacy and militia groups and tell them to stand down. Trump misspoke and said stand back and stand by, leading to confusion and people to think that he is affiliated with the Proud Boys, of which he is not.
Are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm
prepared
willing
to
do
specifically
that,
do it?
Well,
go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call them? What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
supremacists and
Who would you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by.
Even though they are not a white supremacy group to begin with, their leader, Enrique Terrio, is actually of Afro-Cuban descent.
Are you serious? Yes, the Proud Boys leader is Hispanic. Yes. I mean, this is about Hispanic as you can look. I mean, let's be real. Come on now. Come on now.
That's what they don't want to tell you.
Take a good look at the Proud Boy leader, with all the MAGA behind him and all that. But this is him. Yeah. Shout out to our Hispanics. Shout out to the Latinos for Trump.
Lie number 22. The non-biased moderators claim that Donald Trump's remarks about winning the 2020 election are completely false, and that also more than 60 cases were seen by many judges and all dismissed. The truth is that no judges actually looked at these cases, and there's actually quite a lot of substantial and tangible proof to show that there was voter fraud and tampering of evidence. Again, this is a huge can of worms, and I plan to make a dedicated video to this topic alone at some point, so stay tuned. Lie number 23, Harris peddles the bloodbath hoax. Trump never said if he didn't win there would be a bloodbath. What he said was there would be an economic bloodbath in the auto industry.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line. And you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected,
just for the next
now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it.
Lie number 24, Harris claims that Donald Trump would be a dictator on day one. Again, this is just absolutely false. It stems from a town hall that he did with Hannity a few months back when he claimed that he would be a dictator on day one because he would shut down the border and drill baby drill. This was said jokingly,
drill, baby,
and it
drill.
was very obvious in jest to anybody with a room temperature IQ.
Says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border, and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator, okay?
That's clearly a joke.
Come on.
This
Clearly
is just
said in jest.
a political ploy.
Slightly sarcastic.
Trump is a dictator. He wants to be a dictator. You're not going to be a dictator, are you? Tell me. I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. We're going to do two things. The border, we're going to make it so tight you can't get in unless you come in legally. And the other is energy. We're going to drill, baby, drill. After that, I'm not going to be a dictator. So I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. They cut it. They go, I'm going to be a dictator. But they cut the rest of the sentence. No. I am not going to be a dictator.
So that
I'm
right
gonna
there
manage
alone answers the
like we
question
did.
of, my bad. That right there alone answers the question of, oh, he said he's gonna be a dictator. He said he's gonna do this. He said he's gonna do that. Bro, right there, he himself even said, yeah, they take me out of context when I say shit like
The
this.
wildest one was, I think the wildest lie was, he said he was gonna put us in chains.
Like, bro,
I promise y'all kill me every day with that one. I'm like, oh
man,
it's like, really?
If they say it, man, they know y'all are gonna parrot it.
I mean,
run with it to the bank. Y'all be ready to
man.
cash in these lies, and then y'all come over here to a channel like ours, who, like I said, we ain't MAGA or die. But when y'all come over here saying this shit, we look at y'all like, bro, come on, for real.
Like, can you give anybody? Can you ever give Trump the benefit of the
Like
doubt?
bro said, like that shit was clear as day to anybody with a room temperature IQ.
Oh God, like bro, even with Tim Walz, bro been subpoenaed for fraud. We're not even going here sitting here going, he's guilty, he's guilty, he's guilty. We're being honest, but no, he was just subpoenaed. Nothing too serious unless he gets charged and hear some convictions come down. And then yeah, we'll tell you. But other than that, I'll take it with a grain of salt.
Man, shout out Ohio in the chat, man. I see y'all.
Appreciate y'all.
25, Harris claims that Trump told Putin, quote, "You can do whatever you want and you can go into Ukraine," end quote. This is simply not true. There is no evidence to support this wild-ass cockamamie claim. None whatsoever.
Ass.
Line number 26,
Cockamamie.
Harris claims that Trump and Kim Jong-un exchanged, quote, "love letters." This one is just kind of elementary and a little silly. So the actual truth with this is, yes, Donald Trump made a joke about this years back in 2018 during a rally, claiming that him and Kim Jong-un used to be at each other's throats, and then they started exchanging letters, and then they fell in love.
I was really being tough, and so was he. And we would go back and forth, and then we fell in love. Okay? No, really. He wrote me beautiful letters, and they're great letters. We fell in love. But you know what? Now they'll say, Donald Trump said they fell in love. How horrible.
See?
How horrible is that? So unpresidential.
It was a joke. It was said in jest, but Harris was trying to
he wrong.
insinuate that it's because both of them are dictators and they bonded
He
over
looks
being
up to him and
dictators
he
again.
wants to
That's
be
simply
like
not
him
true.
and-
In fact, there was a point in time where it was getting very tense between the United States and North Korea.
Yeah.
But then Trump broke peace and became the
I mean, bro, North Korea was over here talking like, bro, if you keep effing with us, we'll send a missile to you. We'll
Bro, they
find
was-
a way to build a missile to send it to you. And we were all laughing at him.
Wasn't that a point in time, and now correct me if I'm wrong, I know somebody in the chat might know, but wasn't that a point in time where they had shit aimed at us?
Yeah. Intentionally.
Like, bro.
Actually, they were literally talking about, how we're intentionally trying to make missiles to reach y'all.
That could reach y'all. We're testing it out, making sure this shit can get to y'all.
And we was making jokes at them. We was laughing at them. And then they actually tried it one day. And we was like, okay, they didn't got halfway across the Atlantic. Now we got to worry a little bit.
Bro.
very first U.S. president to ever set foot on North Korean soil, which I think is a good thing. I don't know about you guys, but
very
I tend to lean towards peace.
Before
Line
that,
number
bro,
27, Harris claims that
North Korea was what, Dennis Rodman?
Yeah, I don't think that was the best.
Like, bro, what? Wasn't nobody going over there and shaking hands, being diplomatic with that man, but Trump. Shout out.
Hey.
And other dictators are rooting for Donald Trump to get back in office. But the funniest thing is that Putin actually came out and recently endorsed Harris. Line number 28, Harris claims that there are
Says
no
she has an
active duty
infectious
troops in
smile and
any
laugh.
combat zone anywhere around the world for the first time in a century. This
Sounds
is
like him
false.
from
I'm
India.
going to be looking at my notes here. There are currently active duty U.S.
Putin
troops
like him
deployed
from
to
India, I
Iraq
guess
and
so.
Syria who have
Good-looking
been under
woman, I
frequent attack by Iran-backed militia forces over the past year. There are also thousands of active duty U.S. sailors deployed to the Middle East who are facing drone strikes. And just earlier this year, 3 U.S. soldiers were killed on the border of Syria by Iran-backed forces.
do it twice.
Line number 29, she claims that Donald Trump called for the death of the Central Park Five. So again, I've already debunked this. Go look for my video called Epic Debunking that I mentioned earlier. I go much more in depth there, but
Man. And shout out Michael Joseph, man, with the $5 super chat. Good shit hunting down the truth about our candidates, man. About our candidates, man. Man, no problem, though. Trust me. We got you. We got you, Michael, man. Because they always try to lie on this man, Trump. Actually, I would say both sides lie on each other, but the problem is that the lies that the left tell is just like so crazy. It's like, all right, bro, we know y'all just shifting numbers here, y'all misconstruing people. It's crazy.
But again, I will just briefly say there is absolutely...
They sensationalized this man, and it didn't work last time. They keep doing it, and look where they're at still. It's like they don't get that this don't work.
No proof that Donald Trump called for their execution. Did Donald Trump think they were guilty? Yes. Does he still think that they're guilty even though they were legally exonerated? Yes. Does that mean that he actively called for their execution? No, it does not. Read the article in its entirety. Don't listen to other people tell you what it says. Read what it says. Lie number 30. She claims that her and Joe Biden capped the cost of insulin at $35. Again, I've already debunked this and covered it before, but I'll cover it briefly once more. Donald Trump was the one to cap the cost of insulin at $35.
What? Hey, yo. Hold on here. Now, this is something that I don't think these Kamala supporters is ready for. Donald Trump capped it? Nope, here we go. 2020. Let's see what he said.
It's just $35 a month per type of insulin, and some plans may offer it free. So for everybody that was getting ripped off and paying tremendous prices, senior citizens, is a tremendous saving.
It is President Biden and I that took on Big Pharma and finally capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. But Donald Trump and his running mate intend to get rid of our $35 cap on insulin.
Lie number 31. Harris claims that she is fine with private insurance, but her comments in the past would suggest that is a flat-out lie.
Follow up on that, and correct me if I'm wrong. To reiterate, you support the Medicare for All bill. I think initially co-sponsored by Senator Bernie Sanders. You're also a co-sponsor on it. I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance. So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Well, listen, the idea is that everyone gets access to medical care. Let's eliminate all of that. Let's move on.
And finally, at lie number 32, she claims that her and Joe Biden created 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. This is simply not true. The BLS shows that 592,000 of those manufacturing jobs were recovered from COVID. Donald Trump alone created 414,000 of those manufacturing jobs, and the Biden-Harris administration only created 173,000 new manufacturing jobs. And when you factor in all of her bullshit lies, Kamala Harris had absolutely nothing to go on in her debate performance, aside from trying to mislead the gullible public who doesn't follow this stuff as closely as a small subsection of us do.
And then completely try to troll Trump.
That's
all she had.
And it's crazy. They call us uninformed, misinformation, and all that good stuff. I'm like, are y'all sure? Are y'all sure?
The truth and telling facts.
And basically, the only 2 times that they did fact check was we don't murder babies after 9 months, and Haitians aren't eating dogs in Ohio.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. See? Why they always gotta make me do this to them? Like, we just can't pull up the truth here.
I'm not signing a ban, and there's
something I need to show y'all, because let's just skip it to this part.
Asking for an abortion. A woman carrying...
Legal to kill a baby after it's born.
Nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion.
The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be...
And those of y'all who can't read it all the way up close, this is the former governor of Virginia. Shout out, Virginia. Oh, God, though. Shout out. Y'all had a real one. You had a real one for a little bit. He may let some bullshit. He let some shit went down, but at least he came out and was a real one in the end.
Asking for an abortion.
The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mothers.
Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
it was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy. We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
I can't tell you what's going to happen.
Let's remember Charlottesville. There were fine people on each side.
Very fine.
It's been debunked so many times, and when people bring it up, it kills me. It should be in the museum and not in the public image because it might offend somebody. Bro, grow the fuck up.
This is American history. They've been there for millennia. These statues, these structures have been there since their inception. So why would we move them? Why would we bother moving them? This is the part of this revisionist history that I don't like, is when we try and act like we're something we're not. Leave it there. let it stay intact. It's a history lesson in and of itself to show where we came from.
Yeah, and it all started from them people. I ain't gonna lie, you like it or not, let them keep their history. Why are we over here trying to take it down? And why are you over here trying to, oh, well, it might make somebody feel bad. Well, too fucking bad.
Shit.
Excuse my language on that one.
Historians did in style.
And the main reason why I am sitting down is because Donald Trump took too much bait. I think that kind of performance was okay.
I will give him that singular point. That singular point, and I admitted it myself. I didn't like how she was able to sidetrack Trump with the point about his rally. Because he really was pressing her about immigration, and she was able to pivot to the rally size. And I think the rallies are personal to Trump because he almost lost his life at one.
Bro,
supporter did, like, you know what I'm saying? So I understand where he did get sidetracked, where he did kind of be like, no, let me correct you. That ain't no joke. But man, I just wish he would have honed in on that a little bit harder.
God, I ain't gonna lie. His rallies are good. We all know Trump rallies got numbers. We all know he do
Facts.
numbers.
Rockstar shows, really.
Like, come on now. And if you want to lie, go ahead and lie. But you ain't never been to one, apparently.
Shit, look one up, man. He 50 in. There's 50 in and another 50 that couldn't get in.
I remember when bro had a rally in Ohio. Like, I think it was like in some small city, bro. I'm talking about a fleet of cars.
Yep.
All going down like
In-state
long
and
ass
out-of-state.
line, bro. Coming from everywhere to go see this guy.
This man pulls a crowd. Love him or hate him.
Against Biden. And if you guys notice, a lot of the things he said against Kamala, he said against Biden.
Fracking was good. I mean, no fracking was good. Really? Build houses for everybody, even though house price is up. And there's low demand because there's low affordability. Like, do y'all really think about the stuff that she say? Like, come on now.
Same old. She said it herself. The same.
Well, taking down a statue, yeah, it is a bit racist because you're thinking that, well, your history is better than theirs because, okay, let's say we were taking down a statue of Martin Luther King. Y'all be fucking crying. Y'all be crying like some little ass women. So I'm not even going to don't even sit here and say it's not racist. You're taking down their statue of their white people. Just like I wouldn't like them taking down a statue of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, some other great like historian that was black. I wouldn't like that if white people did it. And y'all would see it as racist. But when y'all do it to them, y'all don't see the correlation there? Like, bro, what are y'all saying? It's like, that sounds ridiculous.
Let me just finish. Unburdening what has been and looking forward to what can be is literally what was used by people.
Like black people. I'm telling you, as a black man, yes, it's racist. You have a racist supremacy towards white people where you think your history is more important than theirs. You could tear their stuff down. They're supposed to eat it. No.
Trying to get rid of the old and bringing in the new world, like China Communist Party.
People being affected by those statues are telling you what it's doing to us.
Correct.
He's the one.
Who gives a fuck? I'm sorry, excuse my language, but who cares? Nobody cares what it does to y'all. Let them have their history. Like, what? Go create, bro. Oh, if y'all want to get so mad, man, look, go build some statues that offend them. I don't know. Get you a Martin Luther King statue. Get you a Malcolm X statue. Get you a Hugh P. Newton statue instead of complaining, trying to destroy their stuff. Do you know what it do to me? It's like, bro, that is the most weakest defense ever. Just too much emotions and not realizing your own supremacy. Yes, and I'm a black person calling out another black person's supremacy. Uncle Ben, what's good with you, man? We appreciate the $2 super sticker. We appreciate it, man. I actually like how that sticker looks. Damn, bro, these Democrats don't know what goes on outside of America. Like, y'all live in a bubble where you know no geopolitics. So when y'all speak about Ukraine, you speak completely misinformed. Speak about Gaza and Israel, you're completely misinformed. So it's crazy when somebody gives you a fact about what's going on in these countries, because it is.
And I heard
I just read a report maybe 2 days ago where a woman got stoned.
And I heard a good point made by somebody on the right, and it was just like, well, shit, y'all want these people in the country so bad. If Harris get elected, shit, let them live with y'all. Let them stay with y'all.
Bro, oh God. I mean,
y'all got a spare room, a basement. Let them stay with y'all.
I mean, yeah,
a couch, shed.
Yeah, if you vote for Harris, you should be able to take in all the immigrants that's out here. You should have a kind heart. You know, you should be full of joy to take these immigrants into your house. Like, you better be, or you're racist, right?
Right, the inclusive left, right? Let them stay with y'all. Include them in y'all families.
Oh God, like, come on, what's wrong with that?
And if not, you're a xenophobe, just like the rest.
Eric's point. Eric, what are you saying that it's the U.S.'s responsibility to
voted no, strictly, genuinely, because they didn't want to give Biden the W on that.
Ain't that crazy? They said they don't want to give Biden the W on immigration, but the problem is immigration's low-key been a scam since day one. You want to know why immigration's been a scam? Well, here at S.E.T Media, unbelievable, we like to drill home a point. It's a very vicious point because it shows you that, well, you've been lied to. How hard you been lied to? Well, really hard. I mean, like, they really don't even care about how hard they lied to y'all. So let's just drill this point home. If you're new here, hey man, welcome to the show. Let's get real.
I'm weak. Appreciate the support in the chat.
Some people say that mass immigration into the United States can help reduce world poverty.
For those of y'all saying they don't want to subscribe, bro, check the subscriber count.
No, it's not. And let me show you why.
And check the polls.
This gumball represents the 1 million legal immigrants that the United States has taken every year on average since 1990. Now, who in the world deserves our humanitarian compassion? The World Bank has one measure of the desperately poor of the world. They make less than $2 a day.
$2.
And how many people make less than $2 a day in the world? We'll start with Africa.
Now, like, and if you don't understand the conversion table, look, one gumball equals 1 million people, okay? Get that in your head. That one gumball is 1 million people. That small glass is the United States. Now, let's get right back to it.
The World Bank has one measure of the desperately poor of the world. They make less than $2 a day. And how many people make less than $2 a day in the world? We'll start with Africa. In Africa alone, there are 650 million people who make less than $2 a day. 650 million. And in India, another 890 million people, desperately poor. China adds another 480 million people, making less than $2 a day. And unfortunately, the rest of Asia has a heartbreaking 810 million people who the World Bank says make less than $2 a day. And finally, there's 105 million of Latin America's population that are desperately poor. All told, the World Bank says there are 3 billion people in the world, 3 billion people who are desperately poor, making less than $2 a day. That's 3,000 gumballs. And every year, we take 1 million and suggest that we've somehow made a humanitarian difference. Of course.
Now, do you see what we're talking about? Look at the scam they low-key fed to y'all. Really? 1 million out of all that?
We don't pull our immigrants from these desperately poor populations, do we? These people are too poor, too sick, too disconnected,
still pertinent
to make it here as immigrants. We tend to pull our immigrants out of the better off poor of the world. And Mexico tends to define the type of immigrant that we bring here because the plurality of people come from Mexico. And Mexico is poor.
Yes, it is.
How many people in the world live in countries that have average incomes lower than that of Mexico? And the World Bank tells us that that number is these 3 billion plus another 2.6 billion people. 5.6 billion people in the world.
Now, yes, the only valid point y'all make when y'all say this video is old is you kind of do have to inflate the numbers for today's time. If this video is about 10 years old, I believe,
then the numbers are even bigger.
Exactly.
Actually, he proves that, actually, remember? He proves that in the end. Don't worry. Don't worry. He
does round that in.
With average incomes below that of Mexico.
Bring that home.
That's 5,600 gumballs. And so what is it that the elites are telling us? They're telling us that when we take this 1 million immigrants, that we somehow or another are tackling world poverty. And we have to do it regardless of the effect on our unemployed, the working poor, the most vulnerable members of our society, regardless of the effect on our natural resources. Even if we went by the most radical proposals in Washington, which are to actually double our immigration to 2 million a year.
And what we do this year, we did like 10+ million a year, I believe, right? We did, bro, we're doing more than we're doing back then.
Which would totally overwhelm our physical, natural, and social infrastructures. We couldn't make a noticeable difference. And we may be really hurting the impoverished people of the world because the million that we do take are among the most energetic, often the better educated, certainly the most dissatisfied people that if they did not immigrate would be the agents for change to improve the lot of all the people in these countries. The true heroes in the global humanitarian field are the people in these countries who have the wherewithal to immigrate to another country, but instead stay in their countries, to apply their skills to help their fellow countrymen. Unfortunately, our immigration system tends to entice these very type of people to abandon their countrymen. The impossibility of making even a dent is actually worse than it looks here. Because last year, when we took 1 million immigrants, these countries added births over deaths, 80 million more people into the impoverished population.
And that is the numbers he was talking about. For y'all saying, well, it's going to be more. I'm like, yeah, I know. Because, what, we taking a couple mil and these people make an extra 80 mil because they have more kids than us? Yeah. Yeah, maybe we should also have more kids as well so we don't got to worry about immigration. It's like, I'm just saying. Support the nuclear family. Everybody have a good hella kids. Hey. One big happy American family.
And this year, Congress is bringing in 1 million legal immigrants. And this year, according to the United Nations, these countries are expected to add another 80 million people.
Sweet.
And next year, you can be quite sure that Congress, unless stopped by the American voters, will bring in another 1 million immigrants. And these countries, unfortunately, will be adding another 80 million people into these impoverished nations. We could take 5 million a year, but we'd never get ahead of what's happening in these countries. Not in this century. Don't you see? Immigration can never be an effective or significant way to deal with the suffering people of the world. They have to be helped where they live. 99.9% of them will never be able to immigrate to a rich country. There's no hope for that. They have to bloom where they're planted. The only place that 99.9% of these people can be helped is where they live. Let's help them there.
Hey, that's my man. Smart man. You know, because, I don't know, some of y'all could be a bit racist and be like, oh, is this some black guy saying this? I'm like, all right, well, let's hear it from a white man.
And quick pause for the cause, man, because we just hit 30,000 subscribers, man.
Hey, shout out.
Oof, man, appreciate y'all for that, man. Appreciate y'all tuning in, super chatting in, joining the membership program, and subscribing, man. We wouldn't be here if not for y'all. So, man, happy to have y'all here on this journey with us, man. S.E.T. Key Media, man. Appreciate y'all.
Let's get right back into it. Morality, wait, what happened? I'm confused. I mean... Huh? Oh, so what? She commented on immigration because she feels some type of way about it. And she says, oh, well, your morality's called into question because you don't want to keep on taking in immigrants. I'm like, do y'all hear yourselves? Y'all really try to morality shame people because they don't want to accept immigrants. You call us racist. You call us lack morale. All this wild stuff. But you won't accept the sufferings of your fellow American. You won't sit there and look them in the eye and be like, yeah, I hear you.
Some of these other Caribbean nations take in some of these Caribbean asylum seekers. Why don't some of these other Islamic nations take in some of these Islamic asylum seekers? Why does it always have to be America's burden? And we all know it's not really burdening or dispositioning the politicians. It's actually displacing, and burdening the citizens.
And I ain't gonna lie, the only time you can really question somebody's morality is through their actions. So you can't really say that.
And like I said, man, these people that are so gung-ho, oh, let them in, it's racist for you, it's xenophobic, you're prejudiced for, okay, all right, you got a spare bedroom?
On God,
all right, bet.
We
finna put 10 up in there.
Got
10.
Please, take them all. I mean, doesn't that make sense? Like, you put more people, they take up more resources. So let's say this, if we had like 8 more people in our crib, doesn't that mean our water bill would rise, electric bill would rise, because there's more people using up resources within the house? How is that not compute to these people?
It's an abstract concept to these.
And shout out Mike Adams, man. Fire the managerial state. Unelected bureaucrats. Yes, fire them all. They all need to be fired.
And just to clarify, right?
Yeah.
And you might have a different take on this than me, Set. I'm gonna get this off my chest. I'm not against legal migration, but as I've said here on stream, the lines have been blurred of illegal and legal to where a lot of people don't know what the fuck's going on. They just know their cities are infiltrated by this incepted, drafted class of folks who wasn't there a year, 2-3 years ago, right? And now they're competing for resources, jobs, which are already scarce. And again, we speak from a personal standpoint, living 45 minutes west of Springfield. I'm sorry. It's 5 a.m. over here, yo. My bad. 6 a.m, damn near 7. But so for me, the lines have been blurred to the point under the current administration where I think it's best served if we cut the faucet, kind of reform the immigration process, right? Not cutting it off for good, but cut the faucet for where it's at now. You know, get through the electoral process, get the candidate in there, Donald or Kamala, reform the immigration process, as I said, and then maybe we can start getting illegal immigrants back in. Because the problem that I have is these people who are asylum seekers, these people who are illegally in the country, bro, it completely shits on the people that have been trying to get over here illegally through the visa process. And as we know, it's a strenuous, long, and can be also an expensive process to get over here. So you telling me folks that have been waiting a year, 2 years to get over here legally are just getting jumped over in line by folks who are asylum seekers? Now, I'm not saying I'm insensitive to their situation in their home country, but like I said, the lines have just been blurred so much. We taking in all type of folks from all different angles, bro. We kind of need to reform the system. We kind of need to say, hey, this is this. It needs to be this 1, 2, 3 step process. And that's it. That's all. Anybody outside of that, we can't help you.
Yeah, I can honestly agree with that. Like, well, I would say the only thing I would add is, first off, mass migration, and then we're just going to turn the faucet back on once again. But, bro, guarantee you, everybody's going to have a background check. If you can't get a background check from your country, you're not coming over here. Like, I know that.
Facts. We don't know nothing about you. Now we can assume all day like you come over here with good intent.
Bro, I'll be real with you. I would even have religious restrictions. Like, bro, and you got, not only do you have to have no background, like you gotta have a clean background, you also gotta be Christian, Muslim, like Judeo, but one of them, but you can't just be coming over here and you cannot assimilate to a Christian culture. Like, you must be able to assimilate to the culture. And if you come from a culture that can't do that, you might want to stay your ass over there until you can. I'm just saying. I feel like that's fair.
Shout out Shalada, $10 super chat. Let me give you a Don DeMarco real quick. Appreciate that. I personally think we are done with the blue and red. We need a new party that will make sure American people are good. Let's be real here. I think Trump is the better option, but we can do better.
Yeah,
I agree. And then both sides have their flaws. Like I say, it's probably not the best analogy, but I say we're at a cookout, right? We always got two options at the cookout, right, guys? Hot dog and hamburger. Now, just because I'm choosing hamburger, let's say hamburger's Trump, doesn't mean I'm just hamburger all day. It's the best thing ever. No, I just so happen to think this time around at this cookout, it's the better option. But both sides have their flaws. The Trump, Kamala, red, blue, GOP, Democrats, like they both have their flaws. They both have their things that stand to be corrected. But as the point that you made is, I do think that we just need to kind of get somebody in there this time around who has America's best interest at heart, the citizens' best interest at heart, and I personally believe that's Trump this time around.
Yeah, this time around, I can't trust Kamala. I ain't gonna lie. Like,
she's inexperienced.
California.
You know, the times that we've seen her in public forum and public speaking events, she hasn't done well. She can't do too much extemporaneously.
Bro,
she's not a statesman or a stateswoman, and yeah, I just don't. I honestly, if I keep it a buck set, I just don't have trust in her.
And to be honest with you, bro, it's a Christian country because, well, who wrote the Constitution? A bunch of Christian men.
What were we founded on? Judeo-Christian concepts, right?
Yep. So, yeah, because we founded on Islamic concepts, bro. Y'all women would be pretty sick right now what's going on.
Bro, Kingsley, it's as simple as that. I just don't trust her. Like, think about the precarious point that we're in geopolitically, right? With all the proxies that we have going on, the situation at the border, infrastructural issues. Like, Kamala, you think she's really gonna fix all that?
Yeah, I don't think that's the best bet we got right now. Are you sure?
I can't bet on that, and it is a bet, right? It's a bet either way. But I think the safest bet is, I'm sorry, you might not like what he says or how he says it. I just think it's Trump.
Yeah,
he's not perfect. I ain't no fanboy, but listen, like, you compare the two, hamburger, hot dog. I'm thinking hamburger.
I'm weak. Yeah, okay. Maybe a very, very simplistic way of thinking about it, but bro,
you know,
I just can't do Kamala just because one, under Biden she did nothing. She didn't make no suggestions. She showed no leadership skills. And if she did, she'd came out and be like, well, I tried to get all this stuff done under Biden, but he wouldn't let me. At least you'd have to throw the man under the bus to make yourself look better as a leader. And she couldn't do that because we all know she was just sitting idly by waiting to be chosen.
Under a rock. And a lot of y'all been under that same rock with her if y'all convinced that she actually has enough policy to help America out for the next 4 years. But shout out. We got a couple more super chats. We got Fox News 1993. I think it's like your second or third, bro. So we appreciate that. I have a theory. The over-migration to U.S., Europe, Canada, Australia, Ireland, etc. is to erase the history and make all countries look the same so they could bring one world government. Oh, you're not the only one that thinks that, my friend.
Oh, man, trust me. Trust me. We know who's being ran by as well.
You are not the only one. And shout out. I think we got another super chat. Shalada back in, chiming back in. She is in office right now. She done nothing.
Goddamn
nothing
thing.
At all.
Not a goddamn thing.
Man, and it's funny that she's had the lowest approval rating for a VP candidate almost in history. And somehow, some way, they've convinced us that despite that, she's the man for the job or the woman for the job. It's tough for me to believe.
Yeah, on God. Shout out Mike Adams, man. He said, third party can make room for tranny with current setup. Give me Vivek in 2028, though. Kamala is another puppet, just more lively than Biden. Yeah, at least
I say Biden 2.0, really.
Yeah, well, it's really Bernie Sanders 2.0, but
oof.
You know, everybody be saying she's extremely far left. Bro, people on the left was even shaky. Like, bro, when people over there kind of holding their endorsement real quick, look, like they're looking at the Biden administration like, you sure? You sure? Are you sure you want to do this? Like, Kamala? All right, I guess I'll get my endorsement if y'all sure. Because they want your assault rifle and they can look up the records of who purchased an assault rifle and they can go straight to your door or whatever address you posted. Because when you buy a gun, you gotta submit a background check so they know everything about you and where you live or past addresses already. Like, yeah, that's what they're doing, sweetheart.
And shout out Mike Adams. Got another $5 super chat. Kamala has consistently stayed inconsistent. She's a mix of communist and big finance. She's smarter than she plays it. Same with George W. Bush when George W. Bush went dumb. You know, I do kind of agree with that to an extent. There has been a part of me that, you know, in the back of my mind, I've kind of thought like, damn, is she just playing us all? Like, do she have more to say, but she's just sticking to the script because she knows that's all she has to do?
Yeah, like, bro, she has to do really no. Bro, she plagiarized policies.
I don't think you can get in that position by literally being low IQ.
Like, dog, she literally knocked off Trump's, like, 1 of 3 policies and then just rides with it as if it was hers. Like, bro, she was no fracking, now she's fracking.
But I'm low-key with you on that theory. Like, she does, maybe she is playing us. Maybe she does have a lot more she could and would say, but I think her advisors and her campaign has told her to stick with the script, and she's not gonna go beyond that.
Yeah, like there's a lot of things George Bush could have done, but George Bush was more concerned about his second term than actually, you know, helping out America for the long run.
Facts. He had his own agenda, or they had an agenda for him.
The assault rifles, and then what? The school shooter just go get a pistol and do the same thing? I mean, like, why not we just focus on the mental health crisis that's going on in America, and once we fix that, we'll probably see a lot less school shooters. But let's be real, if the school shooter don't have an assault rifle, he'll get the pistol. If the school shooter don't have the pistol, then he'll just get a knife, and then the school shooter don't have a knife, then I don't know. Then I guess y'all solved the problem, right? But how far are we trying to take this?
And shout out another $2 super chat from Shalada. London has no guns and it is still not safe. Nah, London, you'll get shivved. Exactly. They call it a shiv. They'll shiv your ass up for your watch, for your chain.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. They're going to find a way to just commit violence. It don't matter. These are criminals we're talking about. Think about it. Even if you do take away bro, and let's be real, there's criminals in London who do have guns. Like, yeah, sure. Yeah, there's some big dogs who do got guns in London. Let's not sit there and play like they're not able to get one.
Shout out DD Gaming. Another $5 super chat. Dems lost my trust big time after they claimed my dead aunt vote for Biden in 2020. Whoa.
Yo.
And I said they was doing that. They called me a conspiracy theorist. I said, like, bro, they're using inmates like voter ID numbers. They're using dead people and babies voters identification.
Bro, I said the same thing happened to my crib. Other people's other people's birth certificate, not birth certificates, but voting ballots came there.
That's just wild. They did the same thing. They did the same to me twice when in late 2016 I moved states. Bro, it's happened. There's been countless reports on the internet and that has happened to people that they've used. Like I said, deceased people's identification, babies' identification, inmates' identification, foreigners' identification.
I mean, goddamn, baby who didn't make it gets the vote is crazy.
Like, bro, it's wild as hell. But good point, bro. Like
dead
that,
people voting, crazy.
they don't like to talk about that. They call you fringe. They call you conspiracy theorists when you say shit
Actually,
like
you know,
that.
it's crazy. Some of the voting places actually did catch that, and yeah, some votes didn't go through because of that. So then they didn't want to report it that, hey, yo, I ain't gonna lie, there was some people who try to commit voter fraud. Maybe we should scan everything.
I was about to say, after that, the process should have completely been changed.
Yeah, like everything should have came to a halt and be like, I ain't gonna lie, bro, we detected just a little bit of voter fraud. Now we just need to scan over everything, make sure who's who, because some people were trying to send in dead people stuff in, but they didn't because well, it worked out for them.
Bro, you gotta authenticate yourself 2 ways before you log into your Instagram. But shit, voting, you just gotta what? Send in your ballot?
Okay.
Get the hell out of here, man. You can make this shit a little bit more hard, a little bit more verifiable.
But the next gun. And the next.
But he kept it going, so he kept it going, and they effed it up, and y'all are going like, oh, well, he inherited it.
Got the inflationary rate down.
I mean,
doing good, and employment was decent.
Yeah, and let's be real. Biden was handed a decent economy too, and he effed it up. So what are y'all talking about? Like, that's what I'm saying. Y'all want to shame Trump so bad that y'all only make Trump look better in a certain point. Like, okay, well, he kept it up. What did Biden do? Like, make it what? Make it 10 times worse? If it was bad to y'all, then it got 10 times worse under Biden then. Yeah, I got to admit that.
But someone who's been bankrupted 6 times, bankrupted casinos. Do you know how inept you have to be?
Inept you have to be to have what? Bro, nobody, this is what kills me about the left. Y'all hate rich people, and you don't know about business enough to be talking about bankruptcies. Like, to be honest with you, it's a tool. And wait, hold on. Bro's still worth $7.5 billion. What about you? Before you want to judge somebody about their adeptness for business.
Come on now.
And have you ever ran a casino? Oh, what, you haven't? Oh, but you want to say, oh, well, how do you fail a casino? I don't know. Have you ever ran a casino to fuck around and find out?
Shout out Mike Adams. $2 super chat. I pay Fed tax as a bartender. What the hell? These people are lame. Yeah, that's true. Regardless of the $6, $7 wage, I ain't gonna lie, you still getting tax taken out of it.
Bro, exactly. Bankruptcy.
So no tax on tips would help
But he just wanted to disagree with it just because Trump said it at first. I think that's what it was. I'm like, bro, you can't even rationalize why that wouldn't be a good idea.
It would help tip workers, though, honestly, because like he said and just admitted to, they are getting taxed on the minimum wage they make. And no tax on the tips, the generosity from the consumer or the customer, that would just be more money in the pocket of the worker.
I'm just, bro, if you ain't never started a business, then you understand that 90% of businesses fail. And it just shows Trump's tenacity that, well, he was able to take 6 losses and finally get his 1 or 2. Like, all it takes is 1 win and you're there. So the fact that everybody want to kind of like, oh, well, he had to file for bankruptcy 6 times and still became a billionaire. I mean, that's only more commendable. You hit rock bottom 6 times, you still became a billionaire. Only commendable. All right, guys, we're gonna have to go ahead and close this one out, man. We've been on here a solid 8 hours with you guys. Don't worry, I'm gonna clip up all the good parts and release it for y'all. Don't worry, I got y'all.
Quick shout out for everybody who super chatted in. You want to go off the list, or you want me to?
Oh yeah, you got it, G.
All right, man. We're gonna start from the bottom up, man. Appreciate everybody who super chatted in, viewers. If you liked everybody who was a part of this stream, man. We hit 30K, so definitely appreciate y'all. S.E.T Media, if y'all haven't already, subscribe. Leave your post notifications on because we're live daily. Search our catalog, man. We don't just cover politics. We got dating as well. We got other stuff in there. You're bound to celebrity. You bound to find something in there you love, man. So happy to have y'all in here with us, man, and continue to join us on the journey. So special thanks to the Super Chatter. CSS, man, appreciate you. Mike Adams, we appreciate you. Shalada. We got our man Kingsy in here, one of the day one supporters. Mike Adams. I already said your name, my bad. DD Gaming.
Shout out.
Simon Duval.
Shout out, my man.
Fox Chase 1993.
Nice name.
Sasha O'Neal. You know, shout out the Romanian $10 you sent us.
Hey.
OL Toby. Michael Joseph. Vlad Steen, one of the mods, one of the supporters, one of the members. Martin Delo, Charles Coe, Proper Instruction, James Ford, Paul Unslaved. I did like that name, bro.
Okay.
Zach Potts, Michael Wilson, XL Chop, Carrie Seal, Wixerock. Zach Potts, I think I said your name. James Ford, I think I said your name. Pixelate Me, Steph, one of the mods, one of the members, man. We appreciate you. Professor Swagamuffin, man. We may not see eye to eye on everything, but we do appreciate your viewership, the discourse, and the pushback.
Yeah, we love you, bro, even though we don't agree so much.
And then first super chat of the stream, man. The honor goes to Drowning in the Scenery, man. $2 super chat, and he's one of the mods on the channel, so we appreciate you pulling up, bro. Everybody who was able to support, either with viewership, a like, or a super chat, man, we appreciate you all the same, man. S.E.T Media, man, we're going to go ahead and chime in on this one. As Set said, man, he going to clip it up. We're going to have some more content for y'all later today. Make sure to leave your post notifications on. As I said, you got anything else from Set?
No, we all good, man. Make sure to check out our playlists and our celebrity topics, our toxic talk, and all that good stuff. And we appreciate y'all for tuning in, man. This is Set, man. This is Key, bro. This is S.E.T Media, and we are timing out for the night, man. We appreciate y'all.
Love y'all, man.
Peace. All right, Rumble, and we appreciate y'all too for tuning in, bro. And